Good morning.
Morning, Joman. Morning, Emin.
Good morning.
Good morning. So are we starting? Are we recording everything now?
We are being streamed to YouTube live. So
How do we access the YouTube videos? Is that released later or?
no, it's now. It's now there on the red button at the top left.
Yeah. But can we? How do we access it? People need to go there and search, or is there any? Is that searchable?
It is.
Okay.
It is. So you can now click on View Stream on YouTube, and this day session will be there. And then we're going to organize presentations by paper after the conference is over.
Okay, good, thanks.
So let me just put here on frame. It was pointing to them all. Okay. So Emin, just a quick reminder. So when we are on webinars, what we are saying is open for everyone.
Okay. Yeah. I know. Thanks.
Let me see if Pablo.
What do you mean by open?
All attendees can see and listen.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it's also on YouTube.
Yeah.
So
It's good to remind.
Pablo,
Yeah, definitely.
where are you? Where is Pablo? I cannot see him.
Yeah.
Do you see Pablo
No.
in the list of attendees?
No.
No.
Me neither.
Here come.
Raise your hand. No.
Let me ping him via Skype.
Let me. Pablo, are you in webinar A? Oh, okay. I want to promote you to panelist. Okay. Okay, like a proper general chair, he was checking the other webinar.
We have to promote Pablo to panelist.
Is there?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
Raise the hand.
Let me in.
Welcome, Pablo.
Hi guys. Good morning.
Hey,
Morning.
morning.
Everything okay? Joao, would you let me try something something weird? Let me just share control of your screen.
Okay, I have to press approve.
Yep.
Okay, this is not so. Hold on. Okay, because with the two screens, I have to search for the mouse,
So
for the location of the mouse. That's why it takes a little bit of time.
yeah. Oh, okay. And you still have control.
I still have control. I still have control. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay.
So maybe is this a good idea? Can make something easier.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Emin and Joman, you need to ask us to change the slides.
Yeah.
Okay. So Gemma will
So
be
then-
doing the presentation.
So Joao, you can. So I will only take control when. So you do next slide if it's my slide, and the next one is also my slide. I will. I can do that myself.
Yeah, you exactly. Okay, and I
So-
can
and
do that
if
for
you-
Joman and Emin. For Joman.
I will do this hand gesture, so you could.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Good.
And then if you want Joao, the last click I can do if you want. The last click of all.
Okay. Okay.
John, I mean, did you play the slideshow till the last?
Which one?
Did you play the whole slideshow to see what's after your part?
Yeah. That's very nice. Very good. Very good.
I actually wanted to put
I
something.
want to ask you, can you switch on all the mics at that point? That's the last slide.
Yeah.
For a minute.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I wanted to do something crazier, but Joao didn't let me. So yeah. So fortunately, there is Joao to
No.
to be
In the
reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. So what time you're starting? 9 or
9-ish.
right? Okay. So after the last slide, you need to give the instruction for other Zoom streaming as well, so that they can all start on time. 9:20 they are starting, right?
Yeah, 9:20 they are starting.
Raul, did we get the next session chair and author and presenters?
No.
I think this is Grace. Grace Huiyan should be the next. I mean, we could do that now. Or after it.
Grace is not. So it's better if we do that after.
Yeah, let's do that after.
I can ping her now.
Joe, there is Saga raised the hand. Oh, right, Scott.
Joao,
Yeah.
shall we get started?
Yes, I was checking the numbers in attendees, so people are getting up from bed now.
I think they will come and join as we go, so we can just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, doke. So this is now the official start of ECIR 2020, not in Lisbon, but online. So we would like to welcome everybody. And I'm João Magalhães. I'm one of the general chairs together with Pablo. And we would like to start by thanking the community. So the community has been really amazing in this massive shift that we had to do from the local organization of ECIR 2020 to the online. And so Pablo and I, we think that we should really start by thanking the community, because you have all been fantastic, very cooperative, very tolerant. In particular, the sponsors, they have been amazing. They have kept with us all the way, despite the situation with the outbreak and the lockdown. So we really would like to thank the community, because you have all been fantastic. Pablo, I don't know.
Yeah, we thought we should start this welcome like this, because this is has been really special in all the help that we have been getting. I mean, nobody let us down in spite of the circumstances. So we feel really grateful to all of you for this. It's also comforting to know that you are all there with us now. Also, we had to make a decision to do the transition to online, like barely less than a month ago. And so we basically had two reasons to make this decision. One was that we thought we should keep ECIR going as an event where we can all meet. Also to give all the contributions, the visibility for the effort they put into the work in all the contributions. But also we thought that as committed to ECIR, we should make our part in a transition that had to happen anyway. So if it was not ECIR that had to go online, it would be the next conference. So I think this was a great opportunity to provide a first experience from which we and everyone can learn. Joao.
Okay. So and because this is all about disseminating science, we are actually standing on the shoulders of giant authors. So authors really engaged in this new organization, and they were willing to rehearse everything 2 days before the conference. So authors were fantastic in this aspect. They spent 1 hour with us rehearsing. So thank you to the authors, and not just the authors, but senior people. So senior researchers, session chairs. They also rehearsed. They spent half a morning with us rehearsing the organization of the sessions. So thank you very much to all of you.
We have also had an awesome organizing team. You can see here a snapshot of a Zoom meeting that we were having. This was October 5th, September, right? Yeah, September 5th. So we were innocent at that time. Little did we know what was coming upon us. And the truth is that we have had a fantastic. Sorry.
Oops.
Yeah. Can you
hold on, Pablo? Let me. Can I restart?
Yeah.
Pablo?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Pablo, you're controlling my computer. So Can you just
Uh,
stop?
yeah, sure. Done.
Done. All yours.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So yeah, we had a fantastic organizing team, and I want to thank them all, starting by Joao. You have been an incredible co-chair. Emin, Joao, all the track chairs, all the local team in Lisbon. They have built not one conferences, but actually two conferences. So one of the an effect of the transition to online as well is if you can go to the next is that there has been an explosion of the visibility of the conference. So you can see that it has this map shows. Can you go back? The by color, the number of attendees per countries. It's also nice to show a map for once these days where color is something good. And so we have participants. We broke the number of 1,000 participants from 49 countries. And you can get an idea of the top participating countries if you click Joao on the slide. So yeah, so this, as you can see, this, I mean, a good effect of this change is how widely worldwide the conference is reaching now. So now John will explain some details about the technical program.
Unmute yourself, Joman.
Good morning. I am Jomon Jose, one of the technical program co-chairs, and we have Emine Ilmaz, other co-chair, also with us here. So, reflecting on what Pablo and Joao said, this year's submission also reflected the international reach of ECR conference. With we have in total 500 plus submissions. That is a tremendous achievement from all the community. This year's ECIR program comprises of long, short papers and demos. It also has reproducibility track and clef presentations. Clef presentations allow them to introduce their new tracks and give the highlights to the ECIR participants. This year onwards, we also aim to publish a ECIR2020 special issue in the IRJ journal issue, Springer Information Retrieval Journal. This is as a result of agreement between BCS IRSG and the IRJ. Now, the technical program selection. So we started with an open call for reviewers. This allowed us to include quite a lot of emerging IR researchers, and to our surprise, some established IR people as well, right? This turned out to be a highly inclusive activity to encourage and allow participation of the younger researchers. And looking at the reviews, they are of very high standard as well. All the reviews, there were 437 PC members altogether and 25 senior PC members. In addition, we had 120 external reviewers. A total around 1,500 reviews were generated. All long papers had 3 to 4 reviews. These reviews were discussed, led by a senior PC member, and then a recommendation was drawn. PC chairs then made the decisions after going through the reviews, the recommendations, and then thoroughly discussing all the borderline papers. We have selected 55 full papers. This is with a 26% acceptance rate. This is much more than the previous years in the selection of the papers. We had 46 short papers with a 28% acceptance rate, 10 demos with a 30% acceptance rate, 8 reproducibility track papers, 12 clay presentations. In addition, we invited 9 ECIR 2020 accepted papers to submit an extended version for a special issue on IRJ. So our aim is to publish this before ECIR 2021. So we are working with a tight deadline here. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So if you look at if I go back and reflect on Pablo's previous slide, you can see that the accepted contributions coming from across all the world. Then if you go to the next slide, we could see we have 140 contributions all over from 38 countries. This reinforces ECIR as an international IR conference, which is very tremendous achievement for the ECIR community. Thank you.
Thank you, Joman and Dimin, for the great job that you did. So going to the practical conference that you have the opportunity to enjoy today. So we're going to run 3 video conferences in simultaneous. It will be Zoom A, Zoom B, and Zoom C. And in Zoom A and Zoom B, you will have a webinar like this for the full papers, the reproducibility, and the clay tracks. And Zoom C, you will have the short papers and the demos, and you will be able to discuss your paper there. So we have several highlights in ECIR 2020. And yesterday we had the first keynote from Joana Gonçalves, so a young researcher that tries to understand human behavior in social media. And this afternoon we're going to have Chirag Shah talk, so the current Spark Jones Award of this year. And on Thursday, we're going to have Jamie Cullen, so one of the key founders of Trek and IR, is now telling us how he is now working in the frontier of better representations. So all of them are the highlights of the keynotes of ECIR this year. So Pablo?
So the technical sessions will include presentations of long papers, the clay papers, reproducibility track. There will be also within these sessions presentations of invited papers from the IR journal. So they will be mixed with the other papers in the sessions. And you can see what the sessions are. So we have deep learning, recommendation, entities, retrieval, multimedia, information extraction, evaluation, etc. The short papers, they will be presented as a video. So you will have one video per short paper and one video per demo. They have been the short papers have been grouped by topics that you could see, and so the videos will be streamed, all of them continuously, on a third parallel track, which is Zoom C. So the format is that they will be played twice per day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, to make it easy to accommodate different time zones. And so the idea is that each video will play, and then we will have like a 3-minute gap for questions, so that the authors of the work should be there to answer questions, and then this will be fast. So to continue the discussion, we suggest you to continue on Zoom, to continue on Slack, and if you want, or create your own meetings. We also have a panel on Friday at 2 p.m. With excellent panelists. They are experts from Amazon, Microsoft, Farfetch, National University of Singapore. So we will have Hugo Zaragoza, Tat-Sen Chua, Chen-Yan Chong, Ricardo Sousa, and Julia Kiseleva. We will have a fantastic moderator, who will be Martin de Rijk. So now on to some logistics that Joa is going to explain.
So yeah, we had prepared an amazing catering, but unfortunately, you will have your own preferred coffee in your kitchen this time. So we will have vegetarian, vegan, meat lovers menu. So your preferred food is within a few steps reach. So we will also have water, soda, beer, wine, and liquor at your discretion. So,
Feel free to reach to your refrigerator anytime.
so the social event, we're going to have a social event that we can all have fun there a little bit tomorrow afternoon. On virtual environment, you can try this tomorrow afternoon in the social event of ECIR2020. So please try it. So last but not least, so we wanted to have welcomed you with open arms in Lisbon, but unfortunately this was not possible. Hopefully some other time this will be possible. We don't know, let's see, but if you have an opportunity and visit Lisbon, please drop us an email and we would be happy to welcome you, either for you to present your paper in our university. It will not be the same as ECIR, of course, but you will still be able to present your paper in Lisbon and enjoy a little bit of Lisbon. Please do so if you visit Lisbon. And now, Pablo, so I guess we all have a very important announcement, right?
Yeah, I mean,
the four of us.
One thing that we are pretty confident about is that this is going to be the best online IR conference ever. At least so far, okay? So far, I think we can claim this. And anyway, I don't know, maybe in the near future, this is no longer the case, but at least it will always be the first online IR conference ever. So
ECIR2020 is the first online conference forever. So that is the title we managed to get.
We hope you will enjoy this conference, this experiment to some extent. If you have any questions, get back to us. Right. There is an email address, info@ecir2020.org. You can also post questions on Slack in the general track, for instance. So yeah, we're delighted to have you here. We hope to see your faces eventually during the sessions. And yeah, we're started. Welcome to ECIR.
So yeah, so as we discussed, we're now going to have the three parallel sessions. For Zoom C, you have the short papers, and Zoom A and Zoom B, we're going to have the full paper presentations. And this webinar is now going to continue with the session A1. Okay, so thank you very much to all of you. And this webinar is now going to continue on session A1. So session B2 is on webinar B. So authors may wish to move to the other session, to the other webinar. Thank you very much.
Find your session, whether it's on A or B. I personally I'm going to move to session B. Okay, see you guys.
See you.
Thank you.
So can I ask the session chair and the authors to raise their hands? So so Grace,
Yes, I'm here.
hi. So you're the session chair.
Yes, I'm the
And-
session
and
chair.
Who is the first presenter?
I think the first presenter,
Yeah, it's Harry.
Harry is here.
Harry is here.
Great.
Good. So
So Harry, are you going to present two papers?
Yes, I've got two back.
Good.
so Cheng Yao is the third presenter, right? Lori Du Nami is the fourth presenter. Adi Ait? No. Okay. Sugar Saga. Okay, and now we have all the authors. Okay. Harry, you can start whenever you wish.
Okay, thank you. So you can all see?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'll just start. Hi, welcome to my talk titled A Computational Approach for Objectively Derived Systematic Review Search Strategies. My name's Harry Sells, and this research was undertaken during my PhD in collaboration with CSIRO and the Bond Institute for Evidence-Based Healthcare. Before I go any further, I'd just like to say if there's any technical issues whatsoever, I've got a pre-recorded version of this entire presentation that we can just go to if I cut out or if something happens. So what are systematic reviews? Well, a systematic review is similar to a literature review. They are the synthesis and appraisal of all relevant documents for a particular research question. Their aim is to be unbiased and comprehensive, and it must adhere to strict guidelines and protocol. This ensures the review can be reproduced. There are many uses for systematic reviews, but in the medical domain, which is the area of this talk, systematic reviews guide clinical decisions. For example, what actions a clinician should take to treat and diagnose patients. They inform institutional practice and policy making. And there's a famous example of a systematic review being used to assist banning of smoking tobacco in public areas in the UK. And they provide evidence through comprehensive literature review. And they form the cornerstone of evidence-based medicine. So here's a high-level overview of the systematic review creation pipeline. There's many steps in this process, and throughout this process, studies are gradually refined. A research question comes in the top, and at the bottom, a systematic review is produced. But there's a big problem here, which is that these steps are time-consuming and costly. A systematic review can cost upwards of $150,000 and take more than 2 years to complete. So to address this problem, my research focuses on improving how queries are formulated. However, there's quite a lot of research which is also focused on automating the appraisal of literature, which is the screening phase. Queries for systematic review literature search are highly complex and therefore difficult to construct. Specialist librarians, called information specialists, formulate these queries. They target literature databases, for example, PubMed, which is one of the largest and most prominent and commonly used literature databases. PubMed alone has approximately 30 million studies indexed at the time of this talk. Oh, sorry. All of these literature databases use Boolean queries and Boolean retrieval as a consequence to allow information specialists total control over the search system. Often the development of a query is seeded by a set of known to be relevant studies, a protocol for the systematic review, and a research question. A recently proposed methodology for developing queries for systematic review literature search is called the objective method. This method aims to be less subjective than existing query formulation methods by exploiting term statistics. This method of query formulation for the objective method is as follows. First, a test set of seed studies is identified and then divided into a development and validation set. Next, terms from the development set are ranked by document frequency and the top 20% are kept. So there's a filtering step on the terms. Then another set of terms are filtered again from a population or background set. The bottom 2% of terms are ranked by document frequency and then are filtered again. The population set is derived from an empty search to PubMed, which retrieves the 10,000 most recent studies. Next, a set of mesh terms are identified from studies in the development set. Mesh is an ontology of medical terminology used to classify studies in PubMed. Mesh terms can be added to PubMed queries to filter studies to those which include the mesh term. Then terms are added to one of 3 clauses in a Boolean query, which relate to health condition, the treatment, or the type of study design. Finally, the constructed Boolean query is evaluated on the validation set to determine the effectiveness of the query. However, there's some limitations to this approach, which is that there's some manual and therefore subjective or biased processes in this otherwise objective methodology. For example, these parameters, which are used to filter out terms, could be tuned automatically. The way in which terms are added to the query is also subjective, and we could automatically categorize terms and filter them to those which are contributing the most to retrieval. And finally, we recognize that in order to tune parameters using the validation set, we would need to use another set of studies for evaluation. Therefore, we would use the validation set to tune parameters and evaluate on a new unseen set. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I meant to be clicking the slides all this time, but I just forgot. So sorry, now with an understanding of, so that's the processes that I just went through. Now with an understanding of the objective methodology and how we computationally adapt the objective methodology, we can have a look at some of the results. So we perform a retrospective evaluation of automatically formulated queries compared to queries manually created for systematic review literature search. Note that we could not obtain a test collection of queries formulated using the objective method, as one doesn't exist. However, we leave this for future work. Here we compare the best 2 queries in terms of recall and precision and F measure. However, we make many more comparisons in the paper, and you can see that for more details. The table on the right illustrates the 2 best instantiations of our computational method. The first is where we don't add mesh terms to the query and optimize the validation set for F3. And the second is where we do add mesh terms to the query and we optimize the validation set for recall. We find that when we tune on the validation set, we overfit for the target evaluation measure. However, we can beat the original queries in terms of recall and precision, but we see a trade-off when doing so. We also found that generally, adding mesh terms to a query increased recall with a trade-off in precision. Next, we ran a case study where we compare a fully automatic computational adaptation of the objective method to a query that was formulated using the objective method manually. To make this a fair comparison, only the development and the validation sets are used to compare, and no tuning was performed for the automatic method. We find that even using the other aspects of our computational adaptation, there's a reduction in the number of studies retrieved, and this results in an approximately $90,000 US saving. Note the relatively tiny increase in precision in the table on the right results in approximately half the studies retrieved while maintaining recall. We can also see the comparison between the actual queries formulated between these methods. On the left is our computationally derived query, and on the right is the manually derived query. We highlight the commonalities between these two queries to illustrate that our computational method does approximate the existing manual objective method. So to conclude, we suggest that our fully automatic computational adaptation of the objective method is a good starting point for information specialists. Furthermore, we suspect that our queries can be easily refined by information specialists than having them construct a query from scratch. All human bias from the objective query process is removed with our computational adaptation. We do this in two main ways: by tuning queries to allow them to be optimized for particular needs, and to evaluate the queries fairly on an unseen portion of studies, since we use the validation set for parameter tuning. In terms of future work, we split the test set into validation, development, and unseen using a random split. However, we actually don't know how sensitive queries are to this split, and we'd like to investigate this sensitivity. The objective methodology only considers unigrams, and we model this in our computational adaptation also. However, we'd also like to explore potential improvements to query formulation using n-grams. We'd also like to undertake a prospective study using our fully automatic adaptation to determine what kind of real cost savings you get from using our computational adaptation of the objective formulation methodology. Thank you for listening. If you just arrived, there's a link in the top right-hand corner. You can go to see the full presentation. And I'm also looking for postdoc positions, so please use the link in the bottom right to go to my personal website if you're interested. So I guess I'm ready for some questions if there are any. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much, Harry.
Thanks.
Yeah, so do we have questions from the audience? I think audience can use like this Q&A bubbles to type in your questions. It looks like we have like 80. Okay, we have one question. Let me see. So we have a question from Susanna. So do you want to, Harry, do you want to answer live? Yeah, please answer live.
Susanna, would you like to ask the question or maybe I'll just answer it? Yeah. So she asks, systematic reviews are really common in medicine. Would this work in other domains, for example, computing? I think probably not, unfortunately, because there's quite a lot that's particular to PubMed database and particular to the syntax of the queries that are used. And so you could probably modify some aspects of this method to apply it to other domains, but I don't think you could just use it as it is right now.
Cool. Any more? Okay, so Susanna says, thank you. All right, so we have another question from Simao. Do you see other ways to rank terms other than document frequency?
Yeah, so I think that using a different way of ranking terms would probably result in better term selection. So yes, there are other ways to rank terms. You could use even something just like TF-IDF would probably give you better terms. But that's just the what the original method uses, and so we just wanted to replicate their method, but computationally adapt it. So that's why we chose to use it.
Okay, thank you. And more questions? All right, I have a question.
Okay.
So as a session chair, you always need to prepare some questions. Right. So thanks for the wonderful talk about reformulating queries, and especially in a very interesting domain of like retrieval. So when you do this kind of query reformulation, when your algorithm, but I'm pretty sure that you probably look at the data set as well, but when your algorithm play manipulating those semantical terms, how do you say about this coverage of each term?
The coverage, yeah. So that's actually something that we explore in the paper, and I didn't actually really touch on too much detail in this talk. So we actually have an algorithm that takes all of the terms that we identify from the development and the population set, and we find the minimum set of terms that give us the maximum amount of coverage for the query. Yeah.
Cool. It sounds like we really need to read our paper. So I have another question. Right, so in your experiment, you kind of compare those queries that formulated by your automatic method and also some manually formulated queries. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in your future work, you also talk about maybe you can combine them, and your queries actually can be refined by specialists. So it looks like if using your methods in a more general interactive system. Yeah, anything you want to share with us and regarding that?
Yeah, so actually one of the things that I'm working on is a system to assess these information specialists to design better queries to help them search more effectively. And one of the things that's one component of that is actually query suggestion and automatic query refinement. And so this I see as a key component of query suggestion to help people come up with better queries. So yeah, definitely.
Cool. Any more questions from the audience? If not, I think we will move on to Harry's second talk. So really look forward to it.
Thanks. I'm glad I can get both of them out of the way at once.
Yeah, that's how we arrange that.
So
yeah, you can start anytime you like.
Thanks. So again, if people are just arriving and something goes wrong, that you can go, there's a pre-recorded version of this presentation, or if you want to rewatch the presentation, or if you missed something, you can see all the details of it there. So thanks. So this is my second talk. The title of it is "You Can Teach an Old Dog New Tricks. Rank Fusion Applied to Coordination Level Matching for Ranking in Systematic Reviews." So my name is Harry Sells, and this research was developed in collaboration with CSIRO during my PhD. So it's a bit of a mouthful, but breaking down the title of this talk, we're first going to touch on what systematic reviews are, again, for people that weren't there for the first talk. and their place in this talk, investigate what coordination level matching is, and then investigate what rank fusion is. Finally, we're going to discuss the contribution of this paper, which is how we combine coordination level matching and rank fusion. We'll then analyze some results and discuss future areas of research. So firstly, I'd like to provide some background on systematic reviews to frame this research. A systematic review is similar to a literature review. It is the synthesis and appraisal of all relevant documents for a particular research question. Its aim is to be unbiased and comprehensive, and it must adhere to strict guidelines and protocols. This ensures the review could be reproduced. The figure on the right is a high-level overview of the systematic review creation pipeline. As you can see, there's many steps in the process. Each step in the process gradually refines the total number of studies needed to produce the systematic review. In this example, 30 million citations in a medical database are filtered down to just the 22 needed to produce the systematic review. But there's a big problem here, which is that many of these processes are time-consuming and costly. Currently, systematic reviews can cost over $150,000 and can take over 2 years to complete. This talk focuses on one particular stage of the creation of systematic reviews, the screening phase. Here, every single retrieved study is critically appraised to determine if it should be included in the review. Specifically, we investigate 2 tasks to improve screening: screening prioritization and stopping prediction. Screening prioritization is the ranking of abstracts given a Boolean query, and stopping prediction is the task of estimating if and when the screening can end early without screening every study. Improving the screening phase allows researchers to begin the later stages of the systematic review process faster and in parallel, as well as improving existing active learning methods, as a better initial ranking increases the rate of learning for these models. As for stopping prediction, as we saw in the funnel diagram previously, most of the studies to be screened will not be relevant to the systematic review, so it reduces the workload required for screening. In previous research of others, there's a number of limitations that we aim to address in this presentation. For screening prioritization, we found that no methods exploit the structure of the Boolean query. And in general, methods rely on contemporary web search-based ranking in a Boolean retrieval setting, disregarding the nested structure of the query. As for stopping prediction, we found that only naive attempts have been made, for example, score-based cutoffs or continuous relevance feedback. To address these limitations, we apply coordination level matching to exploit the structure of the Boolean query for screening prioritization. And then instead of relying on any one particular ranking method, we use rank fusion. As for stopping prediction, we apply a gain-based approach which models how a researcher would screen studies by exploiting the amount of information gained from screening each study to predict when to stop screening. Next, I'll give a description of coordination level matching and rank fusion and how we combine these 2 ideas. Coordination level matching is a ranking method designed explicitly for Boolean queries. It's dependent on both the terms and the structure of the Boolean query. The intuition behind coordination level matching is that subclauses of the query are considered separate but related queries. Studies that appear in multiple clauses are ranked higher. However, we found empirically that rankings produced by coordination level matching typically perform poorly, as the amount of information exploited about the query is low. Note that coordination level matching can be weighted with ranking functions such as term frequency. However, these weighted coordination level matching models still perform poorly. Rank fusion, on the other hand, is an unsupervised method to combine multiple rankings into a single ranking. For example, you might have one query with many systems, and you want to combine these rankings for many systems into a single ranking. Rank fusion has been shown in the past to significantly outperform existing baselines by combining already existing ranking methods. Our contribution in this presentation is coordination level fusion. We present the intuition for coordination level fusion with two observations. Observation 1 is that coordination level matching ranks documents using the intuition that a document retrieved by many clauses should be considered more likely to be relevant. And observation 2 is the chorus effect of rank fusion, which suggests that the more ranked lists a document appears in, the more likely the document is relevant to a query. Coordination level fusion leverages these observations to further boost relevant documents higher in the ranking using the agreement from multiple ranking functions and the agreement afforded by the structure of the Boolean query. We perform rank fusion on several lists obtained at the lowest level of a Boolean query, a single keyword in a query. There is no structure here, so any contemporary ranking function may be used. We then apply rank fusion at each Boolean clause in the query to obtain a single ranked list for the entire query. And I'll now give a visual description of coordination level fusion and the process. First, several rankers are fused to produce rankings for each keyword in the query. This process is performed for all keywords in the query. Next, the fused rankings are fused again at the clause level. We use different rank fusion methods depending on the Boolean clause. The clause fusion is performed again for each clause in the query. The fused rankings for subclauses are then fused iteratively until the top level clause in the Boolean query fuses its subclauses. What results is a final ranked list of documents for a Boolean query. We also explore a gain cutoff using the final ranked list produced by coordination level fusion for the systematic review task of stopping prediction. Recall that the aim of this task is that given a ranking of the set of studies retrieved by the Boolean query, at what position should we stop screening? We model this task with an equivalent question. Given a set of studies retrieved by a Boolean query, what is the subset of studies which does not need to be screened? We model this using the intuition that researchers screening studies accumulate gain from observing a study. We approximate this gain as the score assigned to each study after ranking with coordination level fusion. And we tune a parameter to estimate the total amount of gain to reasonably stop screening. Now with the knowledge of how coordination level fusion works and the tasks that we're trying to address, I'll now present the results of our screening prioritization experiments. We perform these experiments on the clay tar 17 and 18 tracks. We use a total of 9 ranking functions at the keyword level, as well as query expansion. There's not enough time to divulge into all the detail here, but I implore you to go and see the paper for full details. We evaluate our experiments by comparing our coordination level fusion approach to the best 2 runs of participants of the clay tar 17 and 18 tasks. The 2 tables on the right-hand side illustrate these results. Our baseline is the ranking that PubMed, one of the most prominent literature databases, produces for queries. We find that overall, coordination level fusion is significantly better than the baseline PubMed ranker and also outperforms all of the participants in many of the evaluation measures that we tested. And here are our results for the stopping prediction task. These experiments were performed in the same data set, and we also compare the runs from participants to the clay tasks. The baseline in these experiments is the retrieval of studies without using any cutoff. Note that in this evaluation, we're more concerned with the set of studies retrieved and less concerned about how well ranked the studies are. In the clay tar 17 dataset, coordination level fusion outperforms all of the participants in many of the evaluation measures tested. And we also include the results in the clay tar 18 data. However, no participants submitted runs for stopping prediction task for this year. we find that using stopping prediction with coordination level fusion significantly improves precision with a trade-off in a reduction in recall. However, we found that this reduction in recall is within a tolerable amount. The main contribution of this talk is coordination level fusion. We found that it outperforms the state of the art for 2 different tasks. We also found that our method significantly outperforms PubMed's own ranking and participants to the CLAY-TAR tasks. We also performed a cost-based analysis, which found that using coordination level fusion can significantly reduce the costs associated with producing a systematic review with tolerable losses in recall. And there is a high applicability for this method to be used in the construction of rapid reviews. These are a form of systematic review that is performed quickly and less systematically. For future research, we plan to embed coordination level fusion into an active learning setting, to use coordination level fusion as a query performance predictor, to extend coordination level fusion by learning weights for different rankers, and to investigate different rank fusion methods to further improve the effectiveness of coordination level fusion. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Harris. Thank you so much for the second talk. Yeah, so now we open the mic for, maybe not the mic, the QA message box for our audience. If you have a question, please ask. Okay. Well, I have a question. Yeah,
Okay.
it might be a little bit, you know. All right. So I can understand that rank fusion will be very effective techniques. Yeah, in the very beginning, you state very clearly about the motivation, right? Yeah, more terms. It sounds like more matching, more terms, and more like ranking pipelines, the better. Yeah.
Yep.
And so you study the stopping criteria, right? So when you should stop to ending. So my thinking is that all this is actually based on assumption that those ranking algorithms are actually supply you with a good result, precision and top precisions.
Yep.
So what if that is not the case? So for example, if you are using, for example, it's just a Boolean retrieval, right? So until the last result, it could be still relevant, right?
Absolutely.
And it's not necessary, you know, the good ones will skew to the top positions, right? So if this underlying assumption is changed, and so how are you going to handle that?
So actually, out of the 9 different ranking functions that we explore in this work, some of them really help to boost these relevant documents up in the ranking, but you wouldn't expect them given the actual method. So for example, we found that one ranker which contributed a lot to the success of this is just ranking documents by their publication date. And so earlier documents come higher in the ranking list. And so that was maybe something that was unintuitive to us. But then when I thought about it, it kind of makes sense in that you're looking for the agreement across rankers. So even though you might have somewhat less performing or bad rankers, even if a single document that's relevant is boosted high in that list, and it's also boosted by other rankers, that single document, relevant document, is going to be boosted even higher. So I think it doesn't necessarily mean you should have only good rankers, but good rankers help. Yeah. And that's another thing that we'd like to explore, which is if you had, say, 100 different rankers, can you just learn weights to boost some rankers higher than other rankers? Because I think intuitively, some rankers will be better than other rankers, and you'd want to boost that ranker to in this process. So yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things for me to study here.
Oh, cool. Yeah, very well. Yeah, so like for your stopping prediction, yeah, so you're using a like a game-based method. Yeah, again, like the game-based method are assuming that, you know, when user kind of like read this document to consume this piece of information, and then you know, there's just a time ordering. Yeah, there's time ordering there. So is there any, I know this is like the most commonly like accepted and also very widely used utility model in IR, but is there any other things you want to, or other perspectives when you do your exploration in this research actually come into your mind?
So with this, in terms of the stopping prediction, we spent quite a lot of time actually thinking about how to do this task. And like I said, there's quite a lot of kind of naive ideas, like the score-based method or using continuous relevance feedback. We tried this gain method and it worked quite well, and there actually wasn't anything that came to mind to improve on it. I think it's definitely something that we could look at, but I think it's less important than the work that we're doing in terms of the ranking. Because I think if you have a better ranking, it's easier then to do the stopping prediction task.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I can't agree more. Yeah, I think you've done very successfully in the past 40 minutes to sell yourself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some potential employer in the audience. All right, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, so our third paper actually comes from the same advisor. It's a Guido's paper again, right? It's on counterfactual online learning to rank. So it's not a retrieval and ranking paper. And we have our presenter, Shen Yao.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, are you ready?
Hear me and see me? Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. I can
cool.
hear you.
I just share my slides. Click play. I need to remove the bar. Okay, it's in presenting model right now?
Yes, it looks perfect.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Sheng Yao. I'm same as Harry. I'm from the University of Queensland. I'm a first-year PhD student there. Today, I'm been presenting our paper, Counterfactual Online Learning to Rank. So in fact, this is my very first publication. So I'm glad to be here, at this very first online IR conference. Okay, firstly, I want to cover a little bit background of online learning to rank. So the traditional offline learning to rank method requires human label dataset as its training signal. It has been proved that offline learning to rank method is very effective. In fact, most of the modern search engine have used offline method to improve their ranking performance. However, the offline method has some obvious drawbacks. For example, training sets are always very expensive to collect, and there is a privacy issue such as labeling user emails is not allowed. Okay, apart from labels, there's another type of learning signal, which is the implicit user feedbacks. So one of the most typical implicit feedback is click. So the idea of online learning to rank is that we want to interactively optimize our ranking system only based on user feedback, such as clicks. The advantage is that there's no more human labeling efforts anymore, right? because there are countless clicks generated by a user every day, and they can be very easily logged. So however, the drawback is also very significant. The biggest drawback is that these clicks are highly biased learning signal. So one of the well-known bias is this so-called position bias, which says the probability of a document being clicked depends not only on its relevance, but also on its position in the result page. So this is because people tend to pay more attention on the top ranked documents, which means these documents are more likely to be observed by the user, so that more likely to be clicked, even they are not relevant. So you have to keep this bias in mind if you want to use clicks as your training signal. So the traditional online learning to rank method can deal with user clicks. So these methods are based on online evaluation, where interleaving or multi-leaving method is used to infer which ranker is better. So there is an example of interleaving. Basically, you have a current ranker and candidate ranker. So you use both rankers to generate two different result lists. And then you combine the two result lists based on the interleaving rules. And then you show the combined list to the user. So this online evaluation procedure can tell you which ranker is better based on user clicks. So if the candidate ranker is better than your current ranker, you just update your current ranker a tiny step to the candidate ranker. So this interleaving method can be easily extended to multi-leaving method, which allows you to evaluate multiple rankers within one user interaction. So the state-of-the-art method, the state-of-the-art online learning to rank algorithm is this PDGD, so this pairwise differentiable gradient descent. This method does not rely on online evaluation. Instead, it estimates its gradient using inferred pairwise document preferences. So you can think it is completely different algorithm. In addition to the online evaluation, there is another type of method can deal with clicks as well. So it's this counterfactual evaluation or counterfactual learning. This type of method can unbiasedly evaluate the new system from bandit feedbacks collected from old system. So this method treats rankers as policies that can sample documents from probability distribution to create the result page, and then use this inverse propensity scoring with important sampling trick to fix the probability distribution mismatch between the two systems. So this is saying that you can directly compare two rankers even though the learning signal is collected from two different probability distribution. So also you can think that the IPS score is a new ranker of the IPS score of the new ranker is the average cumulative rewards received by the old ranker, but reweighted by the important sampling term. So in fact, if you do the math here, you can find this IPS score is an unbiased estimator. So the motivation of our work is that can we replace the online evaluation method with the counterfactual evaluation, for online learning to rank tasks, because both methods is kind of doing the same thing. They just used to evaluate which ranker is better given user clicks. So we want to investigate if the counterfactual method can gain more benefits than the online evaluation. So now I'm going to explain all the steps of our design algorithm, the counterfactual online learning to rank. So when a user comes in and input a query to the search engine, generally the search engine has a candidate document collection associated with the query. So then we use our current ranker to compute document scores and then perform a softmax on them to get a probability distribution so that we can sample document to create a result page. And then we show the result page to the user. The user will make some clicks on it, and we're following the counterfactual risk minimization framework, which we assign reward 0 to the document that the user clicked on or the user did not observe, and assign reward 1 to the document that the user observed but did not click. You can think of this CRM framework is that we want to penalty the document that the user observed but did not click. It is saying that those documents are risks if you put them in the result page. So we want to minimize these risks. By the way, here we made an assumption that the user will always observe document from top to bottom in the result page and abandon the search session after the last click. So we can guarantee that the document above the last click have been observed by the user, and document below the last click are not. So in fact, this assumption is very common in online learning to rank task. So now we have user click feedbacks. And next, same as interleaving or multi-leaving method, we randomly generate some candidate rankers by shifting the parameter of the current ranker on its unit sphere in the parameter space. And we do the softmax again for all the candidate rankers so that we can have the probability distribution to compute IPS score of each candidate rankers. So now the winner rankers are those IPS scores smaller than that of the current ranker, because smaller now indicates those rankers have lower risk. So we just update our current ranker a tiny step towards the mean of the winner rankers. Okay, for experimental details, we compiled our method with 3 online learning to rank baselines. So this PIGD, probabilistic interleaving gradient descent, and this PMGD, probabilistic multi-leaving gradient descent, which are both using online evaluation, so the interleaving or multi-leaving method. So the only difference is that the PIGD is only compile 1 candidate rankers at a time, and the PMGD, which can compile multiple candidate rankers for each user interaction. And also the state-of-the-art method, the PDGD that I mentioned before. And we tested our method and the baselines on 4 commonly used learning to rank data sets. So the MQ 2007, 2008, they're a bit old and small, and the Microsoft dataset and Yahoo dataset, who are a bit more recent and large. So like other online learning to rank experiments, we did not test our method with real world users. Instead, we simulate user clicks based on click model. So here we have 3 different click models: the perfect click model, navigational click model, and informational click model. So the perfect click model simulates user will not click on irrelevant documents and will observe every document in the result page. So there is no click noise and no position bias at all. And the navigational and informational click model, which will give different level of click noise and position bias. Again, this is standard experimental setting for online learning to rank task. So for evaluation matrix, we use offline performance, which is the NDCG score of the final learned ranker on the test data set. So this metric is basically same as other IR tasks. And we also care about user experience during the training, which we evaluate by this online performance matrix. So this online performance is the cumulative NDCG score of the displayed result pages that the user observed during the training, but weighted with this discount factor gamma. So this gamma usually is a number b smaller than 1. So it weighs more on recent result pages and less for the later ones. So this online performance score can represent user experience. Okay, for the results, the first research question we want to answer here is, how does the number of candidate rankers influence the offline performance, for our method? The counterfeit is we conduct the experiments on the noise click model, so this informational click model, and we simulate 10,000 user interactions. So we first test when the number of candidate equals 1, which we aim to compare with the interleaving baseline, so this PIGD method. Remember, the interleaving method also compile only 1 candidate ranker for each update. So the purple line is our method, and the black line is the interleaving baseline. As you can see, our method is actually worse than the interleaving baseline. However, when we increasing the number of candidates to 49, the performance of our method significantly improved. So the yellow line is our method with the number of 49 candidate rankers, and the light blue line in the middle is the multi-leaving baseline, whose number is also 49 candidates. So our method is actually better than the multi-leaving and interleaving baseline. And then we test large number of candidate numbers from 99 up to 999. And we find that we can always get benefit by increasing the number of candidates. And our method can even outperform the state of the art, which is the blue, is the blue line among them. But our performance plateaued after 499 candidate rankers. So we keep the number to 499 for the rest of our experiments. So, and another thing I want to mention here is that the reason we only compare, we only do the 49 candidate rankers for the multi-leaving baseline is because the computational cost of the online evaluation becomes considerable after this point. So our counterfactual method does not rely on online evaluation. Instead, we just compute the IPS score of each candidate rankers. So the computational cost is actually linear to the number of candidates. As the result, we can easily compare a large number of candidate results. Then our second research question is that, what is the long-term offline performance of our method? So to investigate this, we're increasing the number of user interactions to 100,000. We find that the multi-leaving baseline perform much better with more user click interactions, but still worse than the state of the art and our method. Our third research question is that how different click models influence the online performance, the offline performance. So we did the same experiments on 3 click models, and we found that our method can always outperform the online evaluation baselines. And so the interleaving and the multi-leaving method and match the state of the art except for the perfect click model. So the top figure is the result for the perfect click model. Our model is actually a bit worse than the state of the art, but still better than the online evaluation baseline. Finally, our last research question is what is the user experience during the training? So the online performance. Our method is actually not doing so well, although it is always better than the interleaving baseline, but for multi-leaving and the state of the art, it is always worse. So the result, the reason for this is because our counterfactual method is using softmax to sample document from a collection. So there is a chance that the algorithm randomly sample a very bad document into the result page, which will hurt the user experience. In fact, you can make the softmax more deterministic by decreasing the temperature factor tau. This will give you less chance to sample a bad document to the result page, so that can increase the online performance. But on the other hand, it will hurt offline performance at the same time. So there is a classic exploration and exploitation trade-off. To conclude our work, we introduced a novel online learning to rank algorithm, so this counterfactual online learning to rank. Our method replaced the traditional online evaluation with counterfactual evaluation. By doing this, we can enjoy much better offline performance and much better computational efficiency, than the online evaluation. However, our method is still has a lot of room for improving the user experience. For future works, we want to investigate more about how to balance exploration and exploitation trade-off for our method to get both, to get good result for both online and offline performance. Then also, we're also considering to extend our work to reuse historical click data to have more reliable counterfactual evaluation. And so you can find all the experiment code in my GitHub. And also for more information about the paper, please visit our website. And that's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, great work. So any comments, questions from the audience?
No questions?
Come on, people. I see there's 97 of you here. 97.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right, we have a question.
Yeah. Okay, so the question is, what tools were used for simulating the clicks? Okay, that's actually, yeah, maybe I need to explain more here. So when we simulate user clicks, we actually, we actually simulate user clicks based on the learning to rank data set. So because, according the true relevance label in the learning to rank data set. For example, we sample a query in the learning to rank data set, and there are a bunch of labeled documents associated with the query, right? And we give the probability of a click based on the relevance label. So if the document is relevant, then the probability is high. If it's not relevant, then it's low. Yeah, that's how we simulate the clicks. Actually, like I said, it's very standard for online learning to rank. Okay, do I have
So there's another question. Comments on the terminology. The term user experience is used extensively in usability studies. As your studies actually user simulation. Your term online performance.
Yeah, I get your point, but the online performance, so the term is used in the community, so I just reuse it in our work. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Any more questions? There must be. We have like 97 people out there. Yeah, and I think now it's like what 10 a.m. in Europe, and it's about like dinner time in Asia, and about and it's still dark in America, I guess.
And 7 p.m. in Australia.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so it's your dinner time. All right, actually, I have a question about like, so importance sampling you use is like one of this core technique you use in your paper, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's about like two distributions relationship, right?
Yeah.
So how are you really using that in this like ranked list? You know, I mean, I'm asking some technical details here.
Yeah, cool. So the important sampling is aimed to discount the probability mismatch between two ranking systems. So this is useful for when you have a old system that you collected a bunch of clicks with the old system, and now you want to test if a new system is good or not. In the offline setting. So it's a kind of safe way to evaluate your new system, and this important sampling do the job for you. Like it can leverage the clicks in the old system to evaluate the performance of your new system. Yeah.
So how did you exactly use it in your system?
For example, here we use the our current ranker to generate the sampling distribution, right? The sampling documents, and then this candidate rankers is actually our new ranking system, and we want to test them. So these clicks are clicked by the current ranker, and these rankers are our new ranker. So we compute the IPS score, which is the function here. This is an unbiased estimator, for your new system, right? And this probability here is just softmax among the documents.
So are you generating some new click data, like fake click data for your candidate systems?
No, the clicks are all, there's not. Clicks are from the old system, the old rank.
From the reference system?
Yes. Right.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's very effective, right? And especially I'm very impressed that when So your system is really more scalable to include more candidate rankers. And
Yes.
I think that probably helps a lot to boost the performance. Yeah. Computationally, you're more powerful.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's great. So congratulations for
Thank you.
Such great research.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right. So I stop now. I stop share my screen now.
Yeah, I suppose so. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
So
Grace, you are muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, so our next paper is about argument retrieval. How interesting. And our speaker will be Lorik. Yeah, so let's have the speaker tell us what's the research about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello, I'm Lorik Domani from Trier University. And this work was done in collaboration with Patrick Neumann and Ralf Schenkel, and is about a probabilistic framework for argument retrieval, which rank arguments by their frequency and specificity. Before we start with the actual work, let me give you a brief introduction to computational argumentation. In this community, there are at least two major areas of research. One is argument mining, which deals with the extraction of arguments from natural language texts to a structured format, such as graphs. And the other is argument retrieval, which typically assumes there is a structured format of arguments and investigates typical information-seeking problems. For example, to find, to cluster, and to rank the best supporting and attacking arguments for a given user query. Now, given a standard user with a query, by now, conventional web search engines only retrieve unstructured documents, whereas an argument search system is assumed to perform all these mentioned tasks. And note that argument retrieval differs from text retrieval, as the best argument does not need to have any textual overlap to the query. And in this work, we intend to contribute to finding, clustering, and ranking of arguments. After the introduction, we will address the probabilistic framework for argument retrieval. In particular, a formalization and estimators for it. Then we will talk about the implementation as well as the evaluation setup and results before we conclude with ideas for future work. As we are talking about arguments, we need to define them here. An argument consists of a claim that is supported or opposed by at least one premise. The claim is the central and usually a short controversial statement. Like, for example, we should abandon fossil fuels. Its acceptance is either increased or decreased by premises. Like, for example, it is very expensive. Now, given a large corpus of arguments, what we want is to rank the best premises for a query without repetition. To eliminate repetition, we use clustering and work with representatives of clusters. And for the ranking, we define a probabilistic framework based on the idea of TF-IDF, which ranks premises by their frequency and specificity. While existing approaches very often rank the premises by their textual similarity to the query, we argue that convincing premises do not need to have any textual overlap to the query. For example, the claim we should abandon fossil fuels and the premise wind and solar energy can already provide most of the needed energy do not overlap at all. We will see this later in more details, but the short version is that following ranking principles for text documents, good representatives may be those that appear frequently with one claim, but infrequently with other claims. For the formalization, we need the following variables. Let C be a corpus of claims, and P a corpus of premises. We construct disjoint claim clusters and disjoint premise clusters. Claims as well as premises are clustered if they have the same meaning. Our goal is to find the best supporting premise clusters for a query. In other words, we want the probability that the premise cluster P is chosen as supporting cluster for the query Q. We will restrict the formalization to supporting premise clusters, as attacking clusters are defined analogously. So, we can visualize the definitions and the argument search system here. Given a large corpus of arguments, first we cluster the claims by their meaning, and then likewise the premises. Now, when a query comes in, all relevant claims are identified, as well as their associated claim clusters and all claims associated to these clusters. Then, all associated premises of all claims of all associated claim clusters are identified, their premise clusters and the premises within these clusters. Remember that we want to rank the premise clusters here shown on the left side. In other words, we are after the probability that P is chosen as supporting premise cluster for the query. But before we can calculate this probability, we must first take a view to other probabilities from which this one then results. That is the probability that the claim C is relevant to query Q. This follows the intuition that the more similar the claims to the query are, the more relevant are the claims premises to the query. And the other probability is that a user selects a premise among all premises supporting this claim. In simple terms, this means that the premise is the best. Here, we assume for simplicity that the user picks the premise for the claim independent from the query. So then we can calculate the probability for a single premise that a user chooses this supporting premise for the query. That is, by iterating over all claims and calculating their products. And it is now possible to determine the cluster probability for P by calculating the sum of all single premises of a cluster, which works because premise clusters are disjoint by construction. Note here that a supporting premise of a claim is only supporting the query if the query and the claim have the same stance. You can find a formalization and more details on that in the paper. Okay, this was the formalization of the framework. Now we come to concrete estimators. Remember that the system first finds the most similar claims to the query and then works with their directly tied premises. First, we consider an estimator for claim retrieval and then for premise retrieval. In order to estimate the probability that a claim is relevant to a query, we can use standard text retrieval methods. In our implementation, we use one standard method, and that is divergence from randomness, as it yielded promising results in the pre-study. For the premise retrieval, we estimate the probability that the user selects a premise from the claim among all premises by two frequency statistics that follow the idea of TF-IDF. One is the premise frequency. It means that a premise is ranked high if similar premises support similar claims to the query. And the other is the inverse claim frequency. In other words, the specificity. It means that a premise is penalized if it supports many different claims. We call the product of the two components together with a normalization PF-ICF. Note that there are concrete formulas described in the paper, but however, the following visualization should give you a rough idea how the estimators for premises work. Let us consider the here emphasized premise: it is very expensive. To calculate the premise frequency, we count how many similar premises support similar claims. We find these by locating the clusters and get a premise frequency of 4 because two similar premises support two similar claims. In order to calculate the inverse claim frequency, we count how many different claim clusters are supported by premises of this premise cluster, and see that 2 different claim clusters are supported by this premise cluster, which also forms the discount. Then we can calculate the probabilities of single premises and afterwards the probabilities of premise clusters as shown before. Okay, so much for the theory. For the implementation, we used the dataset from our prior work, which consists of more than 63,000 claims and almost 700,000 premises that were crawled and processed from 4 debate portals, such as iDebate or debate.org. We obtained the embeddings by applying BERT with the model large and vector sizes of 4096 for each embedding. And then we performed an agglomerative clustering, in other words, a bottom-up approach, and used the Euclidean distance, the average linkage method, and a dynamic pre-cut to obtain the clusters. With that, we were able to compute the probabilities for all premise clusters for a query and choose the longest premise as representative from each cluster. Note that the clustering of premises was approximated by using only a subset because of time constraints in this experiment. You can find the details in the paper. And for the evaluation, we used 30 queries on the topic energy with about 1,200 premises that were pooled by using standard IR methods such as BM25, language models, DFR, and so on, to depth 5 from our prior work. Then 2 annotators assessed the premises relevance to the queries on a 3-fold scale. After achieving an agreement, we obtained 389 very relevant, 139 relevant, and 667 not relevant premises. Then the relevant and the very relevant premises of each query were manually clustered by the meaning by the annotators in order to build the ground truth. As a baseline system, we implemented the approach of ARGS. This is an existing argument search engine that indexes premises together with the claims and uses a BM25F scoring model. Then we evaluated 2 subtasks for the 30 queries. On the one hand, the list of premise clusters retrieved, and on the other hand, the choice of a representative premise from each cluster. Because having 2 premises with the same meaning does not mean that they are equal convincing for a user. For example, consider the premises fossil fuels are very expensive and fossil fuels are very expensive in comparison to other alternatives. First, we visualize the ECIR evaluation approach for task B, that is the choice of representative. This evaluation approach is a simplified variant of alpha in DCG and intends to reward novel promises. The left represents the ground truth clusters and their relevance scores assigned by the annotators. 2 means very relevant, 1 means relevant. Not relevant premises are not clustered. Note that only premises with the same score were assigned to the same cluster by the annotators in order to reduce complexity. The right represents premises retrieved by a system, which can either be the baseline or our approach. Then each retrieved premise is assigned to its ground truth cluster. In other words, premise 6 to ground truth cluster 1, and so on. The resulting gain is derived from the ground truth cluster scores. Here, premise 6 is assigned to ground truth cluster 1, which has score 2, so its gain is 2. Premise 5 from ground truth cluster 3 has score 1. However, repetitions of the same cluster are penalized with gain 0, as the premise is not novel. Therefore, now the gain of premise 2 from ground truth cluster 3 is 0 and not 1, and so on. With these gains, we can easily calculate NDCG. And for the ideal gain, we simply pick one representative of each ground truth cluster. To evaluate a list of premise clusters retrieved, NDCG cannot be applied here because we do not have a result list of premises, but sets of premises. Therefore, the approach here is to generate all possible result lists from the clusters. In other words, for every combination, to compute NDCG for each result list as we did in task B, and to aggregate the per list values using either the average, the maximum, or the minimum. Here, we interpret the baseline as a list with clusters, each with one entry. And next, we come to the evaluation results. For the evaluation of task B, in other words, the evaluation of the choice of representatives, we see that our approach outperforms the baseline. Here, the longest premise is chosen as representative. We can also infer that our approach obtains higher NDCG values since premises with the same meaning appear less frequently. Moreover, the observed improvement of the baseline is statistically significant for NDCG at cutoff 5, which was tested with a 2-pair-sided t-test. The evaluation of task A, in other words, the evaluation of sets of premise clusters, also reveals that our approach performs better. And again, the observed improvement over the baseline is statistically significant. For the mean average NDCG at cutoff 5. Mean average NDCG means here the mean value of the average NDCG values for the 30 queries. And yeah, moreover, the results unambiguously underline the importance of clustering and even more the choice of the correct representative. If we always chose the best representative, then we always have the maximum value and vice versa. Okay, now we come to the end. In this work, we presented a framework for clustering and ranking premises that combines the probabilities for claim retrieval and premise retrieval. We saw that ranking premises by their frequency and specificity has great potential, but it is not the answer to everything, because so far it only uses frequencies. And including also classifiers that predict the convincingness of premises is inevitable. Further, we considered premises from debate portals, which are partially from moderated websites and are real-world opinions. But clustering and ranking premises remains very difficult even for human annotators, because sometimes posts and debate portals address several aspects or contain non-argumentative text. And therefore, future work needs to extract arguments in the sense of argumentation theory from posts. In other words, on the one hand, to detect argumentative and non-argumentative text bands, and on the other hand, to separate arguments by their meaning. Thank you for your kind attention. If you have any questions, yeah, do not hesitate to ask me now or later.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the wonderful work about this. I will call it higher purpose, it's better purpose retrieval, not just very simple, ranking model, but you retrieve for like the things with meaning, like arguments and with structure. So that's wonderful. Yeah. Questions. We can probably only handle like 1 or 2 questions. Yes, we do have questions. Well, you have a bunch of questions. So here we have a question from Steven. Yeah, could the clustering and premise selection be optimized?
I guess you mean to flag something like spam information or something, which actually happens in debate portals. And yes, I think one could easily write a classifier that flags these. Is the question answered?
I don't know. Like Steven, do you want to give some comments or something?
Let's say if, I mean, you can ask me later if the
Right.
question is not answered.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right, next question. The method is based on the assumption that clusters are organized by meaning. Right. However, there are ways like how clusters can be organized. For example, by length of the argument. How do you make sure they're organized by meaning? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we use the state-of-the-art BERT with 4,000 dimensions, and yeah, did the agglomerative clustering. Of course, we looked at the clusters to see whether it makes sense or not, and of course, you will never get an accuracy of 1. I can guarantee you this, but the clusters were not always perfect, but they were also not that bad.
Yeah, so we have a question from Alexander about the relevance degree of those premises. So how do you define what are very relevant and not relevant?
Yeah, maybe I go back here and then I can tell you. We followed the track standard regarding the premise relevance. In other words, the annotators assess the premise as relevant if it contains at least one relevant information nugget, but otherwise can be off topic. And it is very relevant if it relates fully to the query and has almost only relevant information nuggets.
Okay, so I see that we have like more questions, but I think there's another question asking about the accuracy quality of clustering. Probably already answered that. So I think we'll just answer the last question we want to answer here live will be from In Xiang. So if your evaluation like 30 queries used, did you consider using 50 queries to address the issue of search topic? Or query variability?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the manual clustering is unbelievably difficult because sometimes you have the perception that I mean, the posts and the debate portals sometimes address several aspects, and it was really difficult for us to assign the premises to clusters. Yeah.
Oh, all right. I think we will probably need to move on to next talk. So Lauric, yeah, it looks like there's a lot of questions. So that's very good, you know, feedback about your talk. So do you mind to answer, type your answer in the QA box? Then
I would be happy to answer.
That will be, yeah, we'll be very grateful if you can do that. So we'll probably have our live session and this QA session apart. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So we'll move on to our next talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's the last talk of our session. So it's about quantum-like structure in multidimensional relevance judgment. Yeah, I think Saga will be the presenter. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So am I audible appropriately?
Yes, everything's perfect.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sagar Rupreti. I'm a final year PhD student at the Open University in Milton Keynes, United Kingdom. This work has been done in collaboration with researchers in Italy, University of Padua, QUT in Australia, and my supervisor, who is also at Beijing Institute of Technology, China, Davi Song. So I'll just start right away. So most of us know about the history of relevance in IR. So In terms of relevance, we could broadly divide IR research areas into system-oriented and user-oriented. And whereas system-oriented research in IR ties relevance as an objective property of the query and document content. On the other hand, user-oriented IR viewed relevance as a cognitive concept, something subjective, but it was always harder to implement, especially because it's difficult to evaluate IR systems because of the variability in users and their judgments. So system-oriented IR, it standardized IR evolution by removing all the user context. But we know that in reality, a document could be both relevant, non-relevant, or partially relevant at the same time, depending on how the user's own context. In the past decade, we have seen that there has been a huge surge in online activities, which has enabled us to capture more context and like historical interactions, personal attributes, location, device, and people have been able to integrate this into relevance ranking algorithm. But the thing is, all these data points, they provide a static context. This context is already fixed before users interaction. We know IR is an interactive and dynamic process, and we would like to focus on another type of context, which is a dynamic context, which is something which will change the user's cognitive state, user's information need during information interaction. So, for example, a type of dynamic context could be the phenomenon of order effect, where it is quite prevalent in cognitive science and psychology, where different orders of presentation of information leads to different decisions or different opinions. For example, a famous Gallup poll was conducted way back, asking questions about two politicians. So questions like, are they honest and trustworthy? So depending on which politician was asked first or second, the judgment varied significantly different. Because once, if you are asking a question about Al Gore, after a question about Bill Clinton, the Clinton question sets up a context, and questions about Al Gore are answered in that with reference to the answer to Clinton. So in IR also, we have seen people have investigated order effects, where a different presentation of order of documents have led to significantly different relevance judgments. This all looks intuitive. User judgment and perception should be affected by what documents they come across. But these violate a fundamental axiom of probability theory, which is that the probability of conjunction of two events is same irrespective of the order of events, which also means that a joint distribution of all events exists. Now, this axiom of probability theories can be valid when events are objective, or events are they're like facts, like the velocity of a particle or the height or weight of a person. But in case of decisions, when we are modeling decisions using the same probability theory, then the order of decision will have an impact on the decision itself. So this is where the field of quantum cognition comes in, which basically is about providing alternate probabilistic models based on the mathematical framework of quantum theory. So this is not about proposing that the brain or is some sort of quantum system, or that. Got a question. Anyway, so the basic idea behind quantum cognition is that the cognitive states, they don't have predefined values, and the measurement doesn't only record the values, instead it creates the values. So a cognitive state could be a human, and a measurement could be asking a question. And so the answers may not always be fixed or recorded in the human memory, but it will be created at the instant of asking the question. So when it comes to IR, an interpretation of relevance inspired from quantum theory, quantum cognition, would mean that one cannot pre-assign the relevance labels like relevance, non-relevance, or partially relevant to the documents. Instead, relevance is constructed at the point of interaction of the user with the document. So if relevance was a pre-established objective property of the document, it wouldn't have been affected by a document seen before. And there would have been a joint probability distribution for all possible documents. But we see that things like order effect, context effects take place, and the relevance of a document varies quite a lot. So, coming back to the title of the paper, what we mean by a quantum-like structure is the representation of a system, in this case, a cognitive system, a user, using the mathematical framework of quantum theory in order to model and predict the experimental data. And this also involves a violation of the classical probability axioms. So we form the hypothesis that multidimensional relevance judgment has an underlying quantum structure which when subject to appropriate experiment design can exhibit violations of classical probability theory. Here you distinguish classical probability theory from a quantum probability theory. Specifically, we take one particular axiom of classical probability theory. So this is a very common, well-known axiom that it comes from set theory and Boolean algebra, that the conjunction of two events can be expressed in terms of the probability of the events and the intersection. And we could rearrange the terms and form an equality. And this experiment will test the violation of these equalities. This equality where these events A and B pertain to judgment of different dimensions of relevance. Specifically, we study dimensions of topicality, understandability, and reliability. And we ask users yes/no type questions. Like we can label them as plus minus. So for example, this equality, we can label it as a delta. And we can frame it in terms of yes/no answers to the different dimensions of relevance of a document. And the classical probability theory should predict that this delta is always equal to 0. So in order to calculate the values of these probabilities, we show a user a document and ask questions about yes/no questions about the different dimensions. So we ask the first question to all participants is asked about topicality, so that to prepare them in a common cognitive state with respect to the topicality of the document. And then we ask questions about reliability or understandability, so as to calculate these probabilities. And for the conjunction and disjunction probabilities, also we have a similar setup. We show a user the query and document and prepare them in a common state of topicality, and then ask a different combination of questions so as to calculate all terms in this equality. We use 3 query document pairs and a between subject design and recruit 335 participants using a crowdsourcing platform. So the queries are chosen from previous tracks in such a way so that there is a scope of interpretation and disagreement between users about what is a relevant document and what is not. Also, document snippets are designed to be shown to the users, and they are modified in such a way as to introduce ambiguity, because the more the ambiguity, the more variability in the user's answers. And for the conjunction and disjunction questions, we prepare statements with respect to understandability and reliability of different combinations relating to the U plus, R plus, etc. And we ask, in the questionnaire design, we ask users to, following query and document, they are asked to agree or disagree with a combination of statements. So for this case, the statements are whether it is easy to understand the information and whether the information is reliable. So this is basically a U plus and R plus situation. And if users click agree with both, that means the frequency of having U plus intersection R plus is incremented by 1. So we can calculate probabilities using a frequentist interpretation. Having carried out the experiment, we can tabulate all probabilities of all possible combinations for all the queries. And we find that the delta from the experimental data consistently different from 0. Using the mathematical framework quantum theory, we also predict what the delta should have been. We don't show the mathematics in this presentation, it's in the paper. But we find that the delta from the quantum prediction is also different from 0, and in many cases agrees with the experimental data. If there would have been a column of classical probability prediction, it would have been all zeros. So, so an explanation of results from the quantum cognitive perspective, why the violation is occurring is because the values of understandability and reliability are again not predefined, and they depend on the measurement context. So when we are judging U and R together, it is providing a different context than judging the understandability alone. Also, we find that some other violations of basic set theory are happening, that the probability of conjunction of events, the answer not understandable and reliable, is much more than the probability of not understanding the document. Also, there is a similar explanation why this is happening is because the judgment of R or judgment of U is affecting the other judgment. So one of the basic principles from quantum theory is that the measurement disturbs the system. So so this is analogous to the famous uncertainty principle. Also, we extend the experiment in the sense that we also ask questions about, we ask 3 questions regarding the 3 dimensions T, R, U, and also in another order T, U, R, to 2 different group of participants, in order to calculate these conditional probabilities, all these different combination of probabilities. So the idea is to compare the prediction of these probabilities using the classical or the Bayesian model and the quantum model. And for example, for a query, we find that most of the time the quantum and the classical predictions, the Bayesian and the quantum predictions, they agree with the experimental data, except a few times when the quantum prediction is closer to the data than the classical prediction. So here, because we have this experiment is carried out in the context of order of dimensions. So the prediction of the data also goes to show that the order of dimensions considered to judge a document also forms a context. The implications of the research to information interaction. One of them could be that, so we know that ranking algorithms nowadays, they consider relevance of a document not only as a function of that single document only, but all the other documents in the collection. But we also would need the ranking algorithm to consider the order of documents which the user will read, not only just the total number of documents. Also, order effects can bias opinion formation. For example, the order in which news documents are shown to users can influence their opinion about the events or personalities. Also, in sentiment analysis, order of showing negative, positive product reviews can influence the consumer decision. So basically, we could use quantum models to predict such cognitive biases, for example, the order biases in decision making. And so the conclusion, the key takeaway is that the relevance judgment, including the judgment of dimensions, should not be considered as a predefined attribute of the document, particularly when documents are subjected to ambiguity and or interpretation. A quantum suggestion is that we should consider instead a probability distribution over different labels, and not just a fixed label. We'll surely need an overhaul of the Cranfield methodology in this case. Also, order can provide a dynamic context and also a factor in the variability in users. And we can investigate these quantum cognitive constructs to maybe to improve existing ranking algorithms. So yeah, that's it for this presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for introducing us this very new, I think, cutting edge technology about like quantum. Yeah, and thanks for bringing the quantum thinking into information retrieval. I see that today you actually touch a very essential like topic in information retrieval is about the relevance. Yeah, almost all of our work is actually about the relevance.
Yeah.
So it kind of reinterpreted that from the quantum structure point of view. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's see what kind of questions we have. So let's see any questions from the audience. We started a little bit late for this talk, so we actually have, we still have like 3 minutes for this talk. Yeah. Yeah, so I have like questions. So your entire talk is like really, yeah, it's on a very completely different and new perspective into and to look at a very essential topic, relevance in IR, like I just said. Yeah. Right. So suppose that what you proposed today, yeah, it's correct. It's true, and people is going to use that. How do you think that will change our ranking algorithms?
Yes, thanks for the question. So one thing which I feel is, so even before the ranking algorithms, when we actually collect the data, collect the relevance judgment, we actually, even if we have 10 annotators, 10 assessors annotating a document, if 6 of them mark it as relevant and 4 of them mark it as not relevant, we still fix only one relevance label. Maybe we take the majority and of the agreements, and but we reject those who had disagreed, thinking it as noise. But rather, this could actually be a signal saying that maybe there is a possibility that people will, depending on their context, will judge the same document as non-relevant. So if instead of having a fixed label, classification label as relevant or not relevant, partially relevant, if we could instead have a probability distribution like 20% not relevant, 40% relevant, 60%, 40% partially relevant, then our algorithms, instead of flushing out again a classification label, could flush out a distribution of probabilities, predict a probability distribution, which could be integrated with the context in order to get more accurate predictions. So before the ranking algorithms, maybe we need to start with the data collection methodology to change that.
Cool. So you are suggesting not only like the retrieval algorithms needs to be changed, but also how we like collecting data. Also, right. Yeah. Like, and I remember like at one point you were talking about this kind of like Cranfield style evaluation, like track. Yeah, they probably need to change like the way they're doing it, right? Yeah. So can you say more about that?
Yeah, so as I said, instead of, so in Cranfield methodology, we have a fixed label of relevance label to each document, even before the user has judged it. So instead of having the fixed label, we can have all 3 labels at the same time with different probabilities. So, and depending on the user context, the label will be depending on the user context and not just one label irrespective of the context.
You know that in track, like actual track labeling creation, many of those tasks, they are actually, many of these tracks, they're actually creating their labels using a post retrieval pooling. Mm-hmm. So it's not like they already have these relevance labels ready. No, before they ask the system to participate, what really happens is, they have this participating system submitting a result, and then the track organizer will sit down and then look at, okay, so if 3 of the retrieval system says, oh, this is relevant label, then maybe maybe it is, and I will manually check.
The thing is, the system which says it is not relevant should not be maybe disregarded. Instead, we should have both labels, relevant and not relevant, and we should qualify it with the context of the user or the assessor. That in particular context it is not relevant, but in particular context it is relevant. So instead we have a probability distribution instead of a fixed label.
Yeah, I think your way is probably a more correct way.
but it is very expensive, because we would then need maybe a good sample of assessors in order to generate a probability distribution. So maybe if 100 people label a document, and then maybe 70 label it relevant, 30 label it not relevant, then we can have a 70% probability for relevance and 30. So it is a so this was in one of Stephen Robertson's work, this is talked about, but it's quite difficult to capture.
All right, I think we now have like 2 questions. Can you see that? Yeah. Do you want to answer it live, or you can let's try to answer live.
Okay, I cannot see. Maybe
you cannot see. Okay, so one question asked, why not redefine the sample space of outcomes in your probability space to be ordered sequences of relevance judgments?
Yes, so the thing is, in that case, we would need multiple sample spaces depending on different orders. So for each order, we would need and there could be a large permutations of orders. So, but in quantum theory, what it does is it provides a way to connect the different sample spaces. So because in quantum theory, we use vectors to represent probabilities, a vector space. And depending on which basis you represent the vector in, you can have different probability distribution. So different bases represent different sample spaces. So with the same dimensionality, you can have different bases. And without increasing the dimensionality or increasing number of sample spaces, you can represent all the ordered sequences. So in a way, we are redefining the sample space without increasing the dimensionality or increasing the number of sample spaces.
Okay, cool. Another question, I understand that the perceived relevance of documents depends on the way we're presenting it. Can we mitigate this issue by somehow directly evaluating the relevance of the list of results as a whole?
Yes, I think to some extent this will be mitigated. But again, in some cases still, there will be, even for the different relevance list, the document list, there will be, for different types of users, for different context of users, there might be different relevance labels. So still some context will be left out. So by evaluating the list as a whole, maybe the context of order is mitigated, but maybe there are so many types of context, even the background of the users, and also that will be left out.
All right. So thank you, Shaka. Thanks. So I guess that's the end of our session. And people, let's thank our presenters for this 5 wonderful paper. Yeah, thank you very much. I know you cannot hear it, but I know people are clapping. All right, so thank you very much. I think now let's take a break. And can have breakfast, can have lunch, can have dinner. Okay. Yeah. See you in next session. Bye-bye.
João, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Can you promote David Lousada, the next chair, to panelist?
Great. Yeah, will do. You're
you.
not allowed to do that?
No, I'm not.
Let me. Okay, I need to make you host. And okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I'm leaving.
It was all quite good.
Oh, thank you. It runs
Really
smoothly.
fantastic.
It runs smoothly.
Very smoothly. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I'm now moving you to attendee.
Yeah,
Okay?
please.
Thanks a lot, Grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So David, I will make you
or maybe it's easier for me just to leave the meeting first.
No. You don't need to leave the meeting. I will just change your role to attendee. David, you're now the host.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Do you see when you right click on people's icons, you have the move to attendee.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, David.
So one of the papers is missing, right? Because it was removed from the list, the first paper, right?
Maybe I didn't keep track of that.
Okay.
So the authors of this paper session, can you please raise your hand so that we bring you to the panelist role? David, you can now.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Bring them in.
Hello. Hello. My microphone working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, nice.
So we have Arthur, right?
Yes.
And Jenny, Jenny Sang. So who's presenting early detection of rumors on Twitter? So we have.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm presenting the early detection of rumors paper.
Okay, Jenny, you are presenting. Okay, excellent. Thank you. And we have Ufval Sarma, who I guess is presenting the last paper, Semantic Path-Based Learning for Review Volume Prediction, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Excellent, thank you.
So I have a question. The first paper on the list is not going to be presented. Will we move all the other papers forward, or we stick to the original schedule?
No, we move forward. So you will be the first presenter.
All right.
So any author from learning to rank images with cross-modal graph convolutions? Not yet.
Ugh.
So it may be good if all panelists mute their microphone. So only the author and the session chair are unmuted.
Okay, I think we have here the author. Yeah, so you can promote him. Yeah, we have the first.
I already did it.
Okay, excellent. So I think we can start, right? Because we have all the speakers ready, and according to the schedule, the plan was to start at 20 past 12, right? So this is David Losada. Hello from Spain. I will be acting as chair for this session. I hope you are doing well as we navigate this horrible crisis. But anyway, let's get into business. This is the Deep Learning 3 session. We have 4 papers that are being presented. You can see the papers in this slide. And the first presenter will be Jenny Zhang, who is presenting a paper on early detection of rumors on Twitter via stance transfer learning, which is a joint collaboration between two institutions in Australia and one university in the US. So you have the floor. I think we have to promote Jenny to present, right? David, can you do that?
Jenny is already a presenter.
So-
Jenny, you need to share your screen.
Okay.
And
Okay, yeah, yes.
everyone that is in the panelist have full control of their camera and microphone.
So just
Okay.
just one question before we start. There is an attendee with his hand raised. Sagar, you're not a presenter. So okay. So okay, great.
Security and privacy. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this. I'm having some privacy control, security and privacy. So I need to set this up to be able to share the screen. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
Sorry, I think I need some help here. Let me try. When I try to share the screen, it says system preference, open system preferences, allow Zoom to share your screen. So I want to share my screen.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to allow it. Yes.
Yeah, all right, let me try. I'm on the privacy security page and I can't really see, where's Zoom? Oh, it's here, sorry. Will not be able to record the content of a screen until it is quit. Okay, so it wants me to quit and then.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she needs to restart the Zoom client.
Yeah.
So let's just wait for her.
So maybe we can move to the second paper, maybe easier for all the attendees.
Yeah, perhaps we can do that. Perhaps I think Thibault, he's already here. So perhaps you can try to share your screen, Thibault, and do your presentation first.
Okay.
Okay, excellent.
Okay,
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Right, let me try to share my screen again.
Okay, let's make a final attempt.
I got a message said you cannot start screen share.
Okay, so I stop sharing.
I should ask Thibault to, yeah, please,
Yeah.
if you could stop sharing it. Thank you. Can you try now, Jenny?
Okay, try again. Oh, I think this time it is working.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Excellent.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Finally, sorry for the late start, but anyway, let's get it on the way. So I'm Jenny Zhang from RMIT University in Melbourne, Australia. M is for Melbourne. So this is the paper co-authored with Lin Tian, who is my student, and jointly with Professor Yan Wang from Macquarie University, Australia, and Huan Liu from Arizona State University in US. Okay, so the title of our paper is Early Detection of Rumors on Twitter via Stance Transfer Learning. So first, a quick introduction. So rumors spread very quickly on social media. I think, you know, in the current situation of the global pandemic, we have rumors spread about various information. And the platform, the social media platform specifically, we are focusing on is rumors on Twitter. So we can see here, source tweets containing unverified information propagate very quickly on the social network, such as Twitter. Okay, so as an example, the negative consequence that these rumors have, or sometimes misinformation that is contained in rumors, have huge impact to the public. So the example here is saying in 2013, Associated Press Twitter account was hacked, and there was a tweet about 2 explosions rocked the White House and the president was injured, and it generated within a few minutes, very quickly, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average Index dropped quickly, and the S&P index drops very quickly as well. So we can see the huge impact that rumors can have on our life. So some background on rumor detection and manual fact-checking websites. Say I have listed 2 there, Snopes.com and emergent.info, but there are many other fact-checking websites, and they check the rumors and manually, and which yearly is a very costly and time-lagging approach. And the machine rumor detection is very desirable, but most studies are not focused on early detection. And of course, there are a few exceptions, but the majority of the studies are not focused on the early rumor detection. We will discuss related work on the next slide. But the main reason why early rumor detection is challenging is because at the early stage, the obvious signals for propagation, which are very useful for detection, are not there yet. And also the user metadata within the short period of time of after the tweet publication is not complete yet. So that's why early rumor detection is a challenging task. On the other hand, I must say it is very desirable, because to prevent the negative impact rumors generated on the social media platforms, so it's very desirable to achieve early detection. So in terms of related work for machine rumor detection methods, and according to the approach, we can classify the approach, the existing studies into 3 approaches. So the first is mainly based on the content, by analyzing the textual content of the tweets and to detect rumors, because the language patterns in there is very obvious, say, because people would say, is this true or what? You know, when they make comments about tweets, and the language contains signals for rumors and the veracity of information contained in the tweets. And the second approach is using features other than the language features, other than the contents. Say, various features can be used, for example, user profiles, users registration age and number of followers. Basically is the trustworthiness of the users, of the Twitter users. They contain information for people, for machine learning models to identify rumors. And the third approach is propagation based, looking at the propagation path of different types of information, and rumors can be detected. And this are the 3 types of related work on rumor detection. So our motivation for early rumor detection is based on our observation and also on existing research that shows that the public, the crowd, respond immediately to information on Twitter with different attitudes. So the crowd actually has intelligence, and their attitudes contain information that we can employ to detect rumors. So that's our motivation for early rumor detection, because the early response from the public contain the information, the signals for us to detecting rumors. So we aim for early detection and verification, the verification of the veracity of rumors on Twitter through the analysis of attitudes from the comments by the crowd, which are readily available. So that's our motivation. And specifically, we focus on 2 research questions. First, we want to see if attitudes from the crowd can be exploited for effective rumor detection and also verification of the veracity of the information in the rumor tweets. Secondly, the second research question, we want to learn representation via deep learning, the representation of the different attitudes from the comments, the public comments towards the tweets, so that we can learn the representation to detect rumors, but without costly human annotation, because we don't have the readily available human annotation on the attitudes of the public towards the tweets. So here is this picture here, this diagram illustrates our approach. So we can, here there's an example tweet there. It says, Walmart donates $10,000 to support Darren Wilson and the ongoing racist police murders. Okay, so this tweet attracted comments from the public. And you can see here, we have the comments from the public. The first comment is saying something like, links, please, haven't heard of this one yet. And in the bracket, we also have indicated the number of minutes. So this is 3.8 minutes after the initial tweet, and comes this public comment. And if we go in this order, so you can see here, the next comment comes in 8.83 minutes. It says, do you have proof of this? So you can see the different comments come very rapidly, immediately after the tweet publication. And actually these different colors of the comments are indicating the public's different attitudes. And these comments in yellow indicating people's questioning or neutral attitude towards this tweet. And this comment, on the other hand, in blue, it says, please tell me this is a lie. So obviously, someone is really against this tweet and is saying this can't be true, this must be a lie. And this, someone else, this comment in green is someone who is favoring this tweet, who is saying, agreeing, he says, why doesn't that surprise me? So that he believes this tweet. So you can see here, we see different attitudes from the public towards the tweet, and there is inconsistency in their response, okay? So that's what, the motivation and for our approach. So the inconsistency in the response from the public, the inconsistency in attitudes from the public towards the tweet contains signals for us to detect rumors and verify the veracity of the content of the rumor tweets. Okay, so that's our approach. But how do we do that? The challenge we face is we do not have labels for the attitudes of the from the public, and we don't have those labels. Without the labels of attitudes, how can we achieve effective learning? So our approach, as is shown on this diagram, is we use an external data resource, which is the semi-eval stance data set. It has the people's stance in tweets towards these topics. Like what is shown there is, say, like an example about Hillary Clinton, and then the tweets has information, have tweets with labeled attitude towards this topic, Hillary Clinton. And we have a few other four targets that contain tweets about the different targets. So with this external semi-eval stance data set, which contains labeled stance or attitudes, then we can learn a stance detection model. And however, these are stance labels of favor, against, or neutral. It doesn't contain the consistency of different stance towards the same target. So we did a step of data augmentation. From the augmented data, we can learn a attitude detection model, which actually focus on the label would become the consistency of stance among tweets. Once we learn this model and we transfer the knowledge making to a rumor detection using tweets and the comments. And for rumor detection, we not only do detecting rumors, but also verify the truthfulness or the veracity of the content of the rumors. So you can see here, we have four labels. We have non-rumor, and we also have veracity of the rumors, which we have true rumor, false rumor, or unverified rumor. So that's the whole idea. So with external labeled data source, not on the task that we're doing, but we can learn the knowledge, train a model, and transfer the knowledge for rumor, early rumor detection and verification, making use of tweets and the public comments. So that's our approach. So our model is we combine deep learning and transfer learning to identify rumors as early as possible. And we propose two end-to-end early rumor detection models. Our first model is making use of stance in combination with a CNN plus a bidirectional LSTM model. And our second model is a BERT-based model where we employ the most recent language model BERT to learn the representation of attitude representation and from comments together with tweets for rumor detection. So let's look at the details. So the first model, the stance CNN plus LSTM model. So what we do in this model is we learn the attitude representation for each comment via the transfer learning from external stance labels, favor, against, and neutral. And then we transfer the knowledge into a CNN plus LSTM structure to learn high-level pattern representations for attitude variation across different comments. And then finally, a cross-entropy loss is used for rumor detection and verification. So this diagram here actually shows the overall architecture. So you can see here, we train a CNN with the semi-eval data set with stance labels, and then the parameters are transferred into the CNN stance representation, and the tweets with comments as in a separate network structure It is a combination of CNN and by LSTM. For each comment, it is paired with original tweet, and together with the CNN stance representation through a pooling mechanism. And finally, we look at the sequential patterns because it is a list of comments. We combine it together using the by LSTM structure and together with a cross entropy loss. And finally, we do the rumor detection and verification into 4 classes. Okay, that's the first model. And our second model is a BERT-based model where we directly model the stance consistency, the contrast of stance and attitudes in tweet comments. So you can see there we have the contrast of different types of attitude. So we combine against with favor. So we paired a pair of content, a pair of content, a pair of tweets, and say favor. So we have formulated, I think, from the 4 types of 3 types of attitude labels with all the combinations. For every pair of tweet, we learn a representation for attitude contrast, and then we apply this. We apply a first BERT model. It is learned to learn the stance contrast representation for all the user comments for a tweet, and the knowledge that is learned from the BERT model is combined, transferred into a rumor classification model, again, a BERT-based model, so that using the source tweet and stance representation transferred from the first BERT model, combine it together for rumor detection and verification. So as what I said earlier, in making the, in doing the data augmentation, we formulate these training labels, say, for example, against and against, against and favor, against and neutral, and favor and neutral. So we pair these up so that we can learn the stance consistency or attitude consistency representation from all the comments for a tweet. So here is the structure of our model. So you can see here from the source data of SEM-eval, we generate tweet pairs with pairwise stance annotations for stance consistency. And then we train the stance classification model. Actually, it is stance consistency. And this representation is input together with the original Twitter post, together with the comments, and input into the second BERT model. And then finally, it is trained to to identify and verify rumors for each for tweets and their comments. Okay, so next is experiments and results. So we evaluated our models on 2 public domain Twitter datasets with the 4 labels. So you can see here we have non-rumor, false rumor, true rumor, and unverified rumor. And in this data set, we have the source tweets and the number of comments, and the earliest comments come in within 1 minute, and also the propagation of different source tweets. It can run for a relatively long time. Here are the stats for the 2 data sets. And for evaluation, we evaluate our proposed methods using accuracy and macro F1 on different types, on the 4 types. And first, to give you an idea of the early comments for tweet posts. And so you can see here, over 50% of the comments appear within the first hour, within the first 60 minutes. And over 80% of comments appear within the first 100 minutes. So which is saying the public respond very quickly to tweets, to different types of tweets. So early rumor detection from the readily available comments on tweets is feasible. Okay, so here are the baseline models that we compare our models against, and we have the classical SVM model, which was proposed in CIKM 2015. It is an SVM model with handcrafted linguistic features from tweets and comments. And the second baseline approach is a model that was proposed in 2018. It is a multitask learning neural model for combining stance and a rumor classification. And the third baseline approach, it was a piece of work that it is a recurrent neural model that is using the sequential structure of relevant posts and employing, I think, gated recurrent network, a recurrent network. And another baseline is it is making use of the propagation information again, and it is making use of the tree structure for information propagation for rumor detection. So here is some results, and you can see here our StanceBERT model achieves the best result in terms of macro F1, and also the F1 for each different label for consistently and compared favorably and consistently better than the other approaches. And even the Stance CNN plus LSTM model achieves statistically significant result than the baseline models. And we also look at the performance of the different models in terms of the early detection performance. So we want to see how quickly different models converge with time lapse. And this blue line is our StanceBERT model. You can see that it is relatively stable and converge quickly, and in terms of the within the first hour, and there isn't too much variation. On the other hand, this in contrast, if you can see this
Jenny, I'm sorry
line,
to interrupt you, but you have to quickly finish, okay? We're running
all
out
right,
of time.
I will run quickly. So you can see here, because it relies on the propagation information, so it needs some time to converge. All right, so on this slide, you see how stance helps. That is saying, using the stance information compared with our stance, our BERT model without stance, it can also improve the performance significantly. And here, this is also a visualization of the utility of stance for rumor detection. So I quickly sum up. So we proposed stance transfer learning models based on user comments for early rumor detection. And we have shown that the language model BERT is able to extract conceptual features from user comments, and stance detection from user comments is a very effective approach to help early rumor detection. And for future work, we will investigate other types of information other than the contents. We have only been, to achieve early detection, we have only been using contents, but we would like in the future to investigate other features. And that's all. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Jenny. We are a bit late, but we can try to answer one or two questions. You can use the question and answer button. So let's see if we have any question from, yeah?
People can also raise their hand and speak. Okay, if they prefer.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Jenny, for your presentation and for your interesting model. I have a question, just a small question, or maybe you can consider it also as a suggestion for the dataset.
Yes, please.
Twitter 15 and the Twitter 16 datasets, probably they are maybe not the last version of the dataset that has been used in Roma Reval 2019. So it would be nice also to test the model in the last dataset. And also there are many proposed model, I mean, has been proposed for the task. So maybe also to compare your result to the result of that dataset, or to test your approach in that dataset, it would be also nice to, yes, to have, you know, how good really in the, I mean, last version of the dataset.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. So can I just clarify what dataset, where is it published, the dataset you're talking about?
In Semival shared task in 2019, there is a shared task called Roma Reval.
Oh yeah, yeah. We know the earlier version of Roma Eval, but I will definitely check out Roma Eval 2019, the shared task, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So any other question? So about the evaluation, you show these plots with the time and the F1 performance. So is this the standard way in this task to evaluate early detection, or have you considered other possible metrics to combine delay with accuracy or F1?
Because we focus not only on the overall accuracy, but the precision for each class. So that's why we use macro F1. And this diagram is just to show that, you know, how the different models perform in terms with the lapse of time, because the purpose is for early detection. So I would say a short answer to your question is yes, this is kind of evaluation for early detection.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, thank you, Jenny, again for your presentation, and we can move now to the next paper, which is going to be presented by Thibaut Formal. So you can unshare your screen now, and I think that Thibaut will be able to share his screen and present his paper on learning to rank images with cross-modal graph convolutions. Thank you.
Is it okay? Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Thibaut, and I'm a PhD student between Naval Labs Europe and Sorbonne University. I'm very glad to present our paper on learning to rank images with cross-modal graph convolutions. So it's a joint work with our colleagues Suyol Lee and Gunit Cho from Naver Corporation, the company which operates Naver Search Portal, the first search engine in Korea, and Stéphane Cléanchamp, Jean-Michel Renders, and myself from Naver Labs Europe, the European Research Center of Naver since 2017, located in Grenoble in the south of France. So an overview of the presentation. So first, I will introduce our motivation for this work, and then I will describe our approach and our model called DCMM. And finally, we will discuss experiments and results. So first, the motivation. So all this part is driven by the underlying question: can cross-modal pseudo-relevance feedback, or PRF, be reformulated in a graph neural network? So we'll first introduce cross-modal PRF, and we will see how it is related to diffusion in a graph, and how we can make a parallel to graph convolution networks to extend the approach. So we are interested in the image search problem, where we want to retrieve a ranked list of images with respect to a text query.
So images are actually associated with some text, typically extracted from the image web page during indexing. So it can be the title of the page, image caption, and so on. And this text can provide useful features for ranking. And so we consider a standard two-stage ranking architecture, and we focus on the re-ranking part. So how did this work start? So some works introduced cross-modal pseudo-relevant feedback a few years ago. So it goes back to 2008. And basically, it extends PRF for multimodal objects. So in our case, image and text. And it works pretty well in practice, the same way PRF is still a strong baseline in ad hoc IR. And for instance, people from our center won a 2017 Image Clay Challenge using this technique. So now I'm going to briefly introduce the cross-modal PRF we would like to extend, and then we will make the parallel with graph convolutions and how we can use it to generalize the approach. So the idea is rather intuitive and it's better understood with an example. So remember, we want to rank documents that are composed of text and image with respect to a text query. So let's say we have the query Lisbon. The approach is a two-step process. So in the first step, we use a text ranker to identify top K documents with respect to the query. So here K equals 3, and it is a hyperparameter of the method that needs to be set. And in the second step, we will use the visual parts of these documents as a proxy for the query visual representation. So let's say now we have a new image to rank. Its score is just a simple weighted average of visual similarity with respect to these top documents. So it's very easy to understand. And it works well, but there are some limitations, especially because training is not end-to-end. So the approach basically consists in taking any existing visual similarity and text relevance models and plug them into the PRF formula. But they are set or trained independently beforehand, and they are not optimized jointly. And this is our starting point for this work. Can a model learn to do this cross-modal propagation from the data? And so we can see that the approach takes into account graph structure information, and actually it can be seen as a diffusion process in a graph and has later been compared to random walks. So we want to formulate the problem in a supervised manner using graph convolution. And more precisely, we refine our initial question: can cross-modal PRF be reformulated in a graph neural network? So before introducing our model, just one slide on graph convolutions for people who are not familiar with it. So generally in graph representation learning, the goal is to learn embeddings for node in a graph that can be used for downstream tasks. For instance, node classification. And the general idea is that each node will use its neighbors to update its representation. And for instance, if we take the GCN propagation from Kipf and Welling, the representation for a node at a given layer is obtained by summing a linear transformation of its neighboring nodes up to a certain normalization, and then apply a nonlinearity. But what's the link with our problem? So remember, the goal is to re-rank a set of documents, which are bimodal objects composed of text and image. And the idea is very simple. We consider each set to re-rank as a graph, where nodes contain learning to rank features and edges are defined using visual similarities. So let's say we have a query and a first system that retrieves a candidate set. So we build a graph representation for this set by putting learning to rank features on nodes and defining the connection between these nodes with a k-nearest neighbor graph based on visual similarities. So here k equals 2. And so the way we build the graph takes into account both text and image part of the objects. And once we have the graph, we will feed it to our GCN-like model that will output a ranked list of images. And so now I will describe our model inspired from these ideas called DCMM for differentiable cross-model model. So step 0, we feed the learning to rank features on nodes to a basic MLP encoder. And this will be the input nodes for the convolution layers. And then we stack one or several layers of cross-modal graph convolution. So we can see that it is a straightforward extension of GCN, where we add an edge function G that depends on visual parts of objects. and which give the strength of connection between two nodes in the graph. So it is some sort of edge weight. And we tried two simple variants for the edge function. So just taking the cosine similarity between ResNet representations, which we refer to cos version, and a simple parameterized dot product, which allows to learn a new simple metric between images that can be used to filter nodes during message passing, which we refer to edge. And so we see that the convolution takes into account both text and image features. And after the convolution, we obtain a new representation for each node in the graph, which, remember, are images we want to re-rank. So then we just project each node to a final ranking score. And actually, during our experiments, we found it was beneficial both for training and performance to keep a separate pure learning to rank branch, such that the final score is a combination of cross-model propagation and standard MLP-based learning to rank that are jointly trained. So that way, the upper part of the model is just a standard learning to rank model. And we can also show that the unsupervised cross-modal similarity introduced at the beginning of the presentation can be written as a very special case of our model, and you can look at the paper for more details. But our approach is more general because we can use any number of learning to rank features on node, propagate several times, and so on. And finally, we can train the model with any ranking loss. We obtain the best results with a pairwise loss, even though the model is listwise by design, because an example in the batch is the whole candidate set to re-rank encoded as a graph. So this is good because we have a model that generalizes the cross-modal PRF, and now let's see if it works. So before continuing, one quick remark. So our goal for this work was to check if it was actually possible to generalize the cross-modal PRF using graph convolutions, and if training such model could lead to obtain at least similar performance. That's why we compare two very simple baselines on two small data sets. But why is that even interesting? We know that the cross-modal PRF is a good method. So for instance, it performed well on several image clay challenges. So if we manage to train a model that does at least the same, then it is already a positive outcome because we can only improve. So our baselines are motivated by simple questions. So the first question we can answer is it useful to use image feature? So it is a rather obvious question, but anyway, we'll compare to an MLP-based learning to rank model. The second question is the one we are really interested in. Can we at least be as good as the unsupervised cross-modal PRF introduced in the beginning of the presentation? So we will compare to this method. And the third question is it useful to learn the propagation end-to-end versus using it as a feature? So here we just want to compare to the first learning to rank baseline augmented with the cross-modal PRF as additional feature. So I will be very brief on this slide, and please refer to the paper for more details. So we use two data sets in our experiments. The first one comes from an image clay challenge from 2017, where the cross-modal PRF achieved the best results. So the goal is to re-rank 300 images per query from default Flickr ranking algorithm. The second data set, which we call WebQ, is an annotated sample of 1,000 queries from Naver image search engine. And here the goal is to re-rank 50 images per query. So you can see that we work on two relatively small data sets. And we kept things simple and restrict ourselves to a narrow set of learning to rank features for the nodes. And we use ResNet representation for images. And we do cross-validation and standard hyperparameter tuning. So now let's discuss the results. So for simplicity, we only report ECIR2020 in the slide, but conclusions are similar for other measures. And we will report the result for the baselines and the two simple variants of our model, so DCMM cos and DCMM edge. So the first question was, is it useful to use image features? And obviously the answer is yes. So even the cross-modal PRF beats significantly the learning to rank baselines, and it's the case for all the other models. So then the second question was, can our model beat the cross-modal PRF? And we can see that on both datasets, the 2DCMM version obtained better results, but with significant results only on WebQ. So in the case of the media eval dataset, using the cosine version for the edge function leads to better results. While in the case of our query sample, parameterizing the edge similarity function between images leads to the best results. So this may be due to the fact that the media eval images come from Flickr and consequently are less noisy and more aligned with the one from ImageNet. While in the second case, images are more diverse and noisy, and it is actually beneficial to learn a new metric in order to better filter during message passing. And the last question was more a sanity check, and no much surprise around here. Our two simple approaches managed to beat this baseline, suggesting that the model is able to learn more interesting mechanisms to propagate features. So a quick remark regarding the number of parameters of our models. So you can see that it ranges from few hundreds to few thousands, which is very light compared to more advanced techniques like joint embeddings, and which allows to train on smaller data sets with, for instance, annotated relevance judgments, which was our setting. And you could argue that these data sets are actually quite small, but we have experimented later on a larger data sets, and all the conclusion still holds. So now let's conclude. We managed to both extend cross-modal PRF using graph convolutions and train a model that got slightly better results. So we achieved our goal. And to the best of our knowledge, it was the first approach using GCNs for re-ranking. But there are still many interesting things to explore. So for instance, the number of neighbors in our input graph is currently an hyperparameter we tune. So instead of setting this hyperparameter, we would like the model to be able to choose which node to select during message passing. And for this, we could use attention, similarly to graph attention network or transformer. But in order to learn richer models, we will need bigger data sets, and we can actually exploit click logs, but then we face new challenges, for instance, dealing with position bias and so on. Just a remark, we are currently working on releasing the code. I've put all the references here, and thank you for your attention. Don't forget to check our website if you are interested by job or internship opportunities. And thank you again.
Thank you, Thibaut. We have time for some questions.
Okay.
So you can use the
sorry.
Q&A.
So, Muhammad,
yeah.
you can speak now?
Yes.
Yes. Is it online or is it an offline process, the feature extraction and the neighborhood calculation? How do you do that?
I'm not so sure I understand the question.
When you send the query Lisbon, for example, and then you extract some features from images and then compare the nearest neighbors, right? All these things happen online, or how is it?
I mean, for our experiments, we can do everything offline because we just have to compute representation for images and compute the similarity graph, and then extract learning to rank features. But then it's true that if you want to deploy the model online, you have to be careful. Because the thing is that, so the approach is a bit dynamic because you consider the set, I mean, you consider the set to re-rank as a whole. And so all the graphs depend on this set. And for instance, let's say there are new documents that are retrieved by the first ranker, then your graph might change because you have new images. So if you want to do everything offline, maybe you need to compute this graph on a daily basis, for instance. But it's true that it can be difficult to do it online.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question? So you've mentioned briefly experiments with larger data sets. So
Yes.
I was wondering, I mean, have you tried to analyze the, the relative behavior of all these variants with different size of training data?
Yes, so actually I have some results on a larger data set. So we use, so it's very similar to our query sample we use, but here we have almost 6,000 queries. And it seems that the approach, I mean, it still works well. So it's true that we could also experiment on a much larger data sets, for instance, data set like Clickture or things like that.
Yeah, but here, for instance, what is the proportion of train cases with respect to the test cases?
What do you mean? Ah, okay. So, I mean, when you have, we always do cross-validation. So.
Okay, but what kind of cross-validation?
So we did a 5-fold cross-validation, and I think it's standard split like 80-20%.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, thanks, Tibor, for this very nice presentation, and we can move now to the third speaker, Arthur, from Delft University in the Netherlands. So you have the floor now to present the paper Diagnosing BERT with Retrieval Heuristics.
Yeah, let me share my screen first. Okay. Okay. Is everyone? Can everyone hear me? See my screen? Everything's fine.
Yes. Yes. Everything's perfect.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. So first of all, hello everyone. I'm Arthur. I'm a PhD at TU Delft with Claudia Hoff. And this is our paper Diagnosing BERT with Retrieval Heuristics. First of all, I'm sorry if you hear a baby crying. I have a newborn at home, and I don't have full control over it yet.
No worries.
So let's start with this. Historically, a deep learning for ad hoc retrieval was not very good. So if you see this plot by Young et al. From CIR last year, we can see that, well, a lot of people have tried to make deep learning work for ad hoc retrieval, but it didn't work very well, especially on track style data sets. Like this is for robust, and we didn't have a lot of increase in performance until late 2019. And this is sad, because if you see deep learning, how it is currently performing in a computer vision, and it just didn't catch up with information retrieval at all. Until kind of suddenly BERT came along and everything changed for ad hoc retrieval. BERT and other language models have completely changed how we do ad hoc retrieval. So it is pretty similar to what a convolutional neural networks did for a computer vision, like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. This is a plot from the track deep learning track from last year. That you can see that clearly neural language models completely dominated it. Like it was by far the best models that anyone used, and it is basically the new state of the art for ad hoc retrieval. So the question is, why did BERT change that? Like what BERT does that other models don't do that makes it so well, that makes it work so well? One way that we can approach this, that we have this decades of known axioms that we have been, as a field, we have been in development for decades, that say how a good model should behave, or rather, what kind of rules should a good retrieval model follow to be, well, good. So let's talk about these axioms, some of these axioms that people have been proposing for the last 15 years or so. We picked 9 axioms that can be separated into 4 different categories. So we have term frequency axioms that basically state that, well, that basically state that if you that TF and IDF matters, which we have known this for decades, right? TF and IDF matters. We have length normalization that basically states that, well, long documents should behave in a way or another. We also have semantic term matching axioms that tells us that terms in the document that are semantically related to the terms in the query that should also change how we rank the documents. And finally, we have term proximity axioms that basically tells us that if a document has query terms close to each other, that this should also change how the ranking works. Let's go a little bit deeper in some of these axioms. We have a full breakdown, mathematical disclosure, and how they work in details in the paper. But I just talk a little bit about these. The idea is that if BERT is better, and we basically know that it is better for ad hoc retrieval, it should follow these axioms, right? We've been developing these for decades, and it should be good. It should follow these. And these axioms are, and the axioms that we picked, there are plenty more, but we picked 9 of these, and these are the ones. So we have TFC1 that basically states that if a document have a lot of query terms, it should increase the document score. This is kind of obvious, right? If a document has a lot of terms that in the query of the user, it should have a higher score. TFC2 says that term frequency should have a diminishing increase on the score as TF grows, which means that if we add more terms, more query terms to a document, it should not increase linearly. Like it should have a diminishing return if we add a lot of query term document query terms to the document. And M2DC basically says that IDF matters. So if the query has a term that is really rare, and that term is the document, it should have a high score. We have these 2 axioms, LNC1 and LNC2, that talks about how a long document should behave. LNC1 says that if you add a bunch of non-query terms to a document, it should decrease the score. So we are basically watering down the relevant terms in the document. LNC2 says that if we duplicate a document, making it twice as long, the score of this document should not be lower than the score of the document, of the original document, of the non-duplicated documents. We also have, for semantic term matching, have these 3 axioms. SCMC1 says that if we add query terms to the document, if you add terms to the document, they are closely related to the query terms, not exact matches, but semantically related. That should also increase the document score, which makes sense, right? If you add terms to your document, they are closely related to the query terms for the user, that you have a higher score. SMC2 says that, well, okay, this is true, but if you add an exact term, so if you add exactly the query term to the document, that query term should be at least as important as a semantically related term. SMC3 says that if we add more diverse terms to a query, to a document, so if you have more terms on a document that are diversifying that document but still related to the query, that will also increase should increase the score of the document. And finally, we have TP that basically says that, well, if you have 2 query terms in the document that are pretty close together, they should matter more if these 2 query terms are far apart, which makes sense because that's why you have things like n-grams, for instance, or bigrams. That we know that if 2 query terms are close together in the document, it should increase the document score. Okay, so how do we do this? We follow the idea proposed by Renings in ECIR last year, that is to create what they call the diagnosis data sets. This basically allows us to measure how well a model follows these axioms, how well it adheres to these axioms, treating the model as a black box. So this is really useful for us to know, okay, is this model following what we should expect that it is following? For that, we are using the Track 2019 Deep Learning Track dataset. It is basically the largest ad hoc retrieval dataset that we have available today, I believe. And it has 3.2 million documents. So I think it's pretty big. What you do is that we first index these 3.2 million documents using INDRI, and then we use each of these 1,500 test queries to retrieve this using INDRI's QL model, and then we have the top 100 documents for each query in the test data set. For the axioms, what we do is that we relax and extend these. Again, if you want to understand better what that means, you can go to the paper, but we're basically making them feasible in a real life scenario. We extend and relax these. We have a modified version of the axioms. And then you go through the top 100 documents that we have retrieved, and pairwise, we see, okay, which pair of documents, which tuple of query document and document fulfill these axioms, or are fulfilling the other premises of these axioms. And for some cases like LNC2, we have to create fake documents to do so. And with these, we have these diagnosis data sets that are pretty, they're like just these tuples of query document that we know how a good model should rank them, or how a model should rank them according to these axioms. How does these look like? These are some statistics of these data sets that we have extracted. So you can see that it varies a lot in size. So we have things like TFC2 that have a little bit over 10,000 samples, or LNC2 with a little bit over 7,000 documents. And they also vary a lot in how many instances have at least one relevant document. So if you see like MTDC1, we only have 11 samples that actually contain a relevant document, while LNC2 have over 130,000 samples. This doesn't mean a lot for us because we don't care about relevance specifically, but we care if these axioms are being fulfilled or not. And this is a really interesting thing, that most of these axioms does not follow relevance, which is interesting. It already tells us something about what is to come. So that says that these axioms do not agree with relevance, which is really interesting, at least for this data set. Okay, what we are measuring against. We are using a BERT model that we implement this using actually the steel BERT that is basically a lightweight version of BERT. Have pretty close performance to the original BERT, a vanilla version of BERT. We are actually re-ranking the top 100 documents from INDRI. So it's not feasible yet to do a full rank on every single document, but we are re-ranking the top 100 documents from INDRI using the steel BERT. We do this standard thing that we just concatenate query and document using the separated tokens. And we are cutting up our documents to up to 512 tokens, so we can fit in the BERT model. And in the end, you get the CLS token, the embedding of the CLS token as an input to a fully connected layer that classifies if a document is relevant or not. So then in the end, you have a new top 100, and we want to check how many of these ranked samples are following what the axioms says. We trained this with 10 negative samples with the trained data set from this data set. And of course, the code is available at GitHub if you want to take a look. Okay.
3 minutes.
So what does this look like? What does these results look like? Well, first of all, it's clear that BERT is really good. the NTCG and MRRs are clear that BERT works really well and it can rank documents really well. However, when we talk about the axioms, we find some really interesting things. First of all, BERT is basically random regarding the axioms. It doesn't care about the axioms at all, which is a really interesting find. So I want to highlight two things here. First is LNC2, that BERT not only ignores everything, but it also reverses everything. So BERT is not only ignoring the axiom, it's actually doing the inverse of what the axiom is saying. We have two hypotheses on why this is happening. First, that BERT never saw any duplicated docs in training. So basically don't know what to do with these. If you train BERT using this, maybe it could change this a little bit. And also the question is, should a duplicated document really be the same as a non-duplicated document? I mean, if you duplicate the document, maybe you should score it lower because it's just saying the same thing again and again. But again, it's just a hypothesis. You can look deeper at these. Another thing that I want to highlight here is this. Semantic term matching. One would expect that BERT is really good at semantic matching, but it is not true, at least not for this data set. What we think is happening here is that first, synthetic matching is more important because that BERT follows a little bit more the FC1. So basically, synthetic matching is more important. And actually, that the glove embeddings that we are using to measure this is not the same as what BERT is capturing as similarity, which tells us that it brings the question of what BERT calls similarity. What BERT says that it's similar to something semantically similar is not the same as what glove is doing, which can also bring more questions further. Okay, so the take-home messages. First of all, BERT and other performance models is really good at raw retrieval performance. However, it does not fulfill basically any axiom that we currently have. And also, axiom performance does not correlate with retrieval performance. So if an axiom, if your model fulfills the axioms, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to have a good retrieval performance. And that says that the current axioms are not enough for analyzing BERT, and it's a performance in probably other deep models as well. So we should be looking into new axioms and new types of axioms that better correlate with raw performance in retrieval. And of course, these are results that comes from one data set. It may not hold for other data sets, but still is a really strong indication of that. So thank you very much. Please stay safe, stay home if you can. If you have any questions, please send me an email, send me a tweet or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. We have actually some time now for perhaps a couple of questions. Actually, Camilo already wrote a comment in the chat. Perhaps you can read it and answer to him. He was concerned about the terminology, I guess. Can you read his message?
Yes, it's in the chat, right?
Yeah.
The terminology used is a bit strange from an NLP perspective. Metrics like the FADF and derived from both VSM models, whereas the language model BERT is way more complex than that. And presumably captures way more information, but it's more expressive than high completion. Yes, of course, that's the main idea, right? He's basically saying that what BERT is capturing is more complex than Bag-of-Words models, which is true, and that's the main idea. The things that we have been based our field in a traditional statistics of corpus for years, for decades. And BERT comes and changes this. BERT is basically saying that, okay, this Bag-of-Words assumption that we have been holding for decades is not entirely true. It's not, or at least it's not the whole story. It's actually, we have more to that, more semantic things that BERT is more capable of capturing. Yeah, I think that's what I want to say about this.
Okay, any other question?
Yes, we have two people with their hands raised. So Craig, your question? You can speak now. You just have to unmute your microphone.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes,
you can.
Okay, thanks for the nice talk, Arthur. So I took a couple of questions. The results that you showed were for the document ranking task.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So I was trying to match them up with the overview paper, and I was seeing NDCG values of 47 and 51 for 10 and 100 for like the BM25 baseline. So the likelihood baseline seemed a long way from that.
You mean the difference between, can you still see my screen?
So yeah, I can see the screen. The
Yes,
NDCG of 0.26 is a long way from BM25 according to the overview paper.
You mean the overview from the track?
Yes.
Yeah, this could be a lot of things. First, we're not using the test data set because it was not released at that time. That's a big thing that is definitely playing a part here. And also this could be pre-processing because it has to change a little bit of the data set to make it fit in BERT. So we're actually cutting the documents to fit. It didn't change much. The result, the numbers is still hold, but this could also be playing a part here.
Okay.
But I think the main thing that we're using is basically a different data set.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Understood. So my second question was that I think at ECIR in Paris there was a paper with regularization based on the axioms.
Yes.
So and that paper improved. I think it was a Corby and Bashkar and Nick Craswell. That paper seemed to improve some pre-BERT models by regularizing them by adding additional documents that matched up with the axioms, right? So
yeah.
How can you contextualize your results with respect to that? I mean, do you think that axioms would help then?
Yeah. So that paper was really interesting. Something that it did was it was also using BERT, was using Duet, if I'm not wrong. It is another additive model. And they actually changed the loss function for Duet to incorporate some axioms, right? That was the main idea. What I think is happening there is that, okay, we now have, giving this edit results, we have two different things that we can follow. The first one is, can we extract things from this BERT models or Duet models, whatever, and bring it back to traditional models? That's one way that we can move forward. The other way that we can move forward is that how can we actually incorporate these axioms into deep models? Because they make sense, right? These axioms, they are really intuitive and they make sense. They should hold more than they do here. And what I think that what the main idea of their work is to do this. Like, we have these axioms that we know that should be good, but these additive models do not follow them. How can we force them to follow them and see if that helps? And in fact, it does help. What could be happening is that for specific documents that BERT's failing, if you just use the axioms, it should work. It could work. And what I think it could be happening on that paper is that by incorporating the axioms into a DIP model, they're actually making these hard documents for BERT easier because it's forcing the model to learn what the axioms say. Mm-hmm. So I think that is one interesting way to actually move forward with this.
Okay, thank you.
Does it make sense?
Okay, we have another question from Muhammad. Perhaps Muhammad, you can unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you for the very nice presentation.
Thank you.
The question is about the training of BERT. Do you train it yourself? If yes, can you share your experience?
Yeah, so we actually used the BERT pre-trained. So we implemented this with the Hugging Face Transformers package, which is really good. And what we actually did is we used that and we fine-tuned it using the MS Marco dataset. It's a track dataset. In our experience, it took with 10 negative samples, it took using 4 or 5 GPUs, it took about 2 days, 1.5 and 2 days to train this. It could be way faster if you use less negative sampling. You could get a pretty similar result in the end. But it was, again, the code is available and it's not that hard to follow. I believe it's really straightforward to train it and to use it in any situation.
Okay. And we have a comment from Bruno Martins in the chat about the use of these actions instead as regularization approaches for model training. So if you can briefly comment on that.
Yeah, so Bruno is asking, do you think that the ideas advanced in the context of axiomatic retrieval being instead of used as a regularization approach for model training? I think it's similar with what Craig asked, is that if you can use these axioms to actually improve our current deep models. And it's pretty interesting, and I think it's doable, and I think it's actually a good idea. Because we have been developing these ideas for decades. They make sense, they are intuitive, and if we can somehow force our models to learn this, maybe we could have even better results. And that ECIR paper from last year shows exactly that. They're not using BERT, they're using Duet, but still is a deep model that was made even better by somehow applying these axioms to it.
Okay, there is another comment by Stefan, but perhaps you can discuss this offline because we are a little bit late and we need to move to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Arthur. The presentation was really interesting and inspiring. So we need to really think about, the role of actions in the future. And let's move now to the last paper in this session, which is going to be presented by Ujjwal Sharma on semantic path-based learning for review volume prediction. So you have the floor.
Yeah, I hope it's full screen and visible.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Ujjwal Sharma, and I'm going to be presenting semantic path-based learning for review volume prediction. This work was done with my supervisor, Stefan Rudinatz and Willemijn van Dolen. Stefan is a computer scientist, Willemijn is from marketing. So we're trying to attack a problem that's somewhere in between, but we also got a lot of contribution from Marcel Waring and Joris Stemmers. The broad idea, or the driving idea, was, can we really predict restaurant success, or can we predict some kind of indicator for the success of restaurants? And well, to actually think about this question, we have to start with the question of what is a restaurant, as we can see it from the sources that we have available. And I took the screenshot from TripAdvisor. This is the data that's available for a restaurant in Amsterdam. It looks like a mishmash of data, and that's what it is actually. It contains data that's very multimodal in nature. There are images, there's text about people talking about the restaurant, there's geographical location, there are a bunch of quality indicators, and then there's price range with categorical features like meals, cuisines, what kind of food is being served, and those kind of issues. So there's a lot of heterogeneity, a lot of multimodal data present here. And even within the notion of restaurants itself, similarity can exist on multiple dimensions. You can say restaurants that are similar are closer in space are similar, geographical proximity. Restaurants that are visually similar or have a similar high-level look and feel are similar, or maybe it's just the way people talk about them, the things that they like in them. And each form of similarity is a specific view of these interactions. Visuals bring out something else. Proximity brings out something else. And each of these views is, in a sense, complementary. So this has been a very long journey in multimedia retrieval to actually model these kind of systems. And there has been a lot of work that has actually attempted to model this in terms of graphical structures. For example, the earliest work was GCAP, which tried to model it, tried to learn correlations between arbitrary modalities by actually learning stationary probabilities. And there's been work on actually generating visual summaries for geographical regions using a similar pipeline. But more recently, there's been a stronger move towards actually learning representations for the nodes themselves in the network. This could be in a way shallow embeddings, as is possible with deep fork or node2vec, or these could be trained end-to-end, like Kip and Welling do with graph convolutional networks. And this is the idea that we take as our basis. So the broad idea is that within this network of restaurants, can we actually learn these attributes? Can we learn a real world attribute from these restaurants? Can we build representations that are informative enough to learn one of these attributes? And we do this by actually, of course, collecting that data, but more importantly, embedding it into a structure that aids in retrieval of these characteristics. We use a multimodal graph-based structure to do that, and explicitly extract bimodal graphs, so graphs that only contain the restaurant with another modality. And we build separate representations for all of them. Finally, to bring all those views together, we use an attention-based model to fuse them, as I'm going to show later. And the central to this entire idea, of course, is restaurants. So this graph is going to have restaurant nodes. We also have nodes for the kind of cuisines that those restaurants serve, the meals that they serve, features, price. All of them are instantiated as nodes into the network. Of course, we also add location, because that seems to be important. We bin restaurants into regions within the city, small neighborhoods, and we try to actually join them to their neighborhood nodes. Of course, we also have image features, which are extracted from user contributed images, and user review features as well, which are document vectors for reviews added by the users. We also have users as nodes in the graph to bring together some restaurants that might be liked by certain users. So this is more or less what our network looks like. Here are nodes in the center are restaurants. They're connected to I, which are feature vector nodes for images. We have document vector nodes denoted by D. We also have attributes, which are kind of categorical in nature, just maybe a restaurant that serves Chinese food, so a common label. And of course, we have location. So we have nodes which signify where it is. We have two kinds of linkages in this network. We join restaurants to their attributes, but we also introduce similarity links between modalities where it is possible to do so. For vector valued modalities like images, location, or documents, we can add those linkages as well. And what this presents us with is an extremely multimodal graph. Doing a standard random walk over this graph would lead to mixing up of all kinds of semantics. For example, to images being similar is not equivalent to a restaurant having a certain image, which is kind of denoting the look and feel of that restaurant. So more recently, metapaths have kind of emerged as being a very popular means for injecting semantics into these walks. So broadly, it is a path over the network schema where you can actually encode composite relationships between node types. So you, rather than actually do purely random walks over any possible node types, you try to transition between node types of certain nature. So in this work, we try to restrict our walks over some specific metapaths that we chose by talking to a few domain experts in the field. And those are primarily centered around the kind of attributes in the network. For example, the restaurants serving similar food could be similar cuisines could be similar. Restaurants having similar facilities, Wi-Fi, wheelchair accessibility could be similar, or they could be similar if they are in the same price range. But the more interesting thing is that we can also, through the usage of these metapaths, actually provide second order relationships between venues. For example, two venues being at two locations which are more or less similar, which allows us to actually expand the range of how we can actually, the venues that we can connect. And finally, we also join venues where image features happen to be similar. So For each of these metapaths, the idea is to execute random walks with uniform sampling. We don't bias them like Node2Vec, and embed them separately using a variant of the heterogeneous skipgram function that is in the paper. So I'd recommend check that. And this more or less represents the idea. So each subgraph captures a specific semantic relation between restaurants and an attribute modality. And the idea is to sample random walks purely from that graph and to train these shallow embeddings separately. But we also focus on generating embeddings with two specific properties. One, they only encode similarities between restaurants and one other modality so that semantics are not mixed up, but we also only optimize for a very short range context. The idea behind this is in red, you have restaurants, in blue, you have cuisines. Over walks, you can actually move very quickly over nodes and end up at, for example, you start from an Indonesian restaurant and through a series of transitions end up at McDonald's. If you're optimizing over large context windows, you can place these two nodes together, which is not the idea. We did experiment with this and the semantics do get messed up. So we try to keep it small. And each bimodal embedding is capturing interactions between restaurants and the single modality. But what we would ideally like to do is to predict with this. And IR community for a long time has had an idea that most of the prediction power of these fused representations is very strongly task dependent. So what works for the task that we do here might not work for something else. So there must be a way to actually meaningfully compose these specific view-based representations into one joint representation. And for that, we leverage ideas which relating to attention-based fusion. We train an additional attention module in addition to our embeddings with our embeddings. And we specifically learn weights to actually realign and reweight every embedding before fusion. And once it's fused, we can then use a simple regressor to actually predict the review volume, which is a continuous valued variable. It can be 0, it could be like 5,000. So the idea is not to allow a very extremely competent regressor, but to make sure that the embedding contains as much information as possible. So this attention module is jointly trained with the mapping we have for our embedding. And well, how does it work? Let's have a look. So for our experiments, we collect 3,500 restaurants in Amsterdam. We additionally collect 168,000 reviews, 215,000 images, and 7,000 users approximately. For our embeddings, we rely on unbiased random walks. We make 80 walks per root node. Root nodes are constrained to being restaurants. We also keep the walk length at 80 and the dimensionality at 48. And the idea is to evaluate our performance on the number of reviews received by a restaurant. Well, let's check how we do. So in the initial part of this table, the idea is to actually check the performance of each metapath specific embedding on the prediction tasks. And, since this is regression, we'll be measuring coefficient of determination and mean squared error. And these methods are more or less similar to the baseline that we have from metapath to WEC, which uses separate paths to actually make those predictions. And our best modality actually predicts with an coefficient of determination of 0.4. Price also happens to be a very strong metric that has a bearing on the number of reviews, as you can very well expect. But some vector valued modalities are weak. We're going to discuss the reason for why this happens just shortly. We then move to a simple concatenation of every modalities, and that provides a strong increase in the predictive performance. So we go from 0.4 to 0.62 with merely a simple concatenation of the modalities. But if we do allow for the attention weighted module to compute those weights, the coefficient of determination is 0.7. So there's a significant increase over just merely concatenating those individual representations. And one of the most important observations here was that metapaths with nodes containing categorical attributes perform significantly better. The idea that is behind this is that we have there's a huge disparity in the number of nodes that we have available for each of the attributes. For categorical attributes, more or less we have, for example, for cuisines, we have around 50 nodes, but for images, we have an extremely high number of nodes. We do try to reduce the number of images per venue by actually performing k-means clustering and using cluster centers as representatives, but it still leads to number of venues star k number of nodes for that case as well. So the idea is that in those walks, it sometimes becomes increasingly hard to sample all the images and to build a representation, semantically relevant representation where things that are actually closer end up being closer because they're seen very infrequently. So that's what we think is a very strong reason for that being a weaker modality. But taking all metapaths together can significantly improve the performance. It's quite high over simple metapath to vec-based baselines, and attention-based models also give a significant boost over the concatenation baseline. And this approach seems to be capable of handling weak or noisy modalities appropriately. That's what we believe gives it the edge. And finally, metapaths are a very interesting semantic interface for working with these kind of complex interactions. They're easy for domain experts to specify. They're easy for us to encode and capture these interactions. And bimodal embeddings do capture correlations between two specific modalities, but they do tend to not capture the complete picture because they are bimodal, and a fusion of information from complementary modalities is probably the best way to learn from such networks. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ufval. We have time for some questions.
Yeah.
Yes. Any question? So can you comment a little bit on efficiency? I mean, in terms of training and test?
Definitely. So there are a few advantages of using these random walk-based methods, and that's scalability. So every specific embedding in this case can be pre-trained separately from other embeddings. So it does not rely on that. And at inference, because these are shallow embeddings, retrieving the embedding is merely a lookup task. You just want the embedding corresponding to that restaurant, and it's already pre-trained. We also experimented actually with graph convolutional networks, and the problem does become a bit unfeasible in those cases because the adjacency matrix becomes prohibitively large with every conceivable kind of node, and it becomes very hard to actually work with those. So I think on the scalability perspective, these approaches are better because the fusion is simple and the embeddings are more or less fixed. So I think that's a good state for this model.
And you collected data from restaurants in Amsterdam, right?
Yeah, we listed ourselves to Amsterdam. We wanted to start with the city that we are a part of. So it's the home effect here, but the idea is to actually not just extend it to other cities, but also to extend it to other kind of use cases. Here, the idea was just to see whether we can actually build embeddings that can predict, that can capture these kind of relations, because as long as you don't capture the entire network, the entire semantics of the network, these review volumes are a very strong characteristic of the restaurant. It varies very dramatically, and it has a there are very few restaurants with very high ratings, and then it
Yeah.
varies dramatically. So it doesn't have a very fixed nature. So the idea was good embeddings would have captured those kind of interactions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So any other question or comment? Okay, thank you very much. This was the last paper of this session. So as I said before, I hope you are doing well with this crisis, and let's hope we can meet again soon in one of these upcoming sessions in ECIR. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. And thank you, David.
No problem. It was a pleasure.
Sorry?
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, the pleasure is ours. I mean,
okay.
I will just now share my screen.
I'll go for lunch now, which is lunchtime in Spain.
Yeah, here I'm in Portugal, so it's also lunchtime.
Okay, bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye, see you.
Hello, Joao.
Hi, Stefan.
How is it going?
Hi, Stefan. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Good, good, good.
How is it going?
Well, I think it's going quite well. I think it's quite good, everything.
Super. Yeah, so yesterday went well in the doctoral consortium, and I heard good things, so you must be doing things really well.
Well, thank you, thank you. We had a glitch, but luckily it was solved quickly, I think. So that's good.
The workshop attack.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you dealt with it well, so well done.
Actually, I think Ingo solved everything. Just a quick reminder, Stefan, of all these things. So we are the panelists. And we should have the authors now.
Yeah, so two authors might be here already. There are two more people in here.
So these are the authors.
So there should be.
And we are live on YouTube.
Okay, good.
This is live. This is being streamed now.
Cool.
Everything that we are saying and showing is being streamed to YouTube.
Wonderful. So we're just before the next session, and you're right. We expect the 5 speakers to come along. So there's Gustavo and David.
Yeah, David may leave in a while. We'll move him to attendee. And Gustavo is helping us.
Okay.
Yeah, Gustavo, you there? Hi. Yep. Good, good. And so can the authors raise their hand? Good, good. Good, so we're still missing a couple. More than a couple. So I will be here, but I will switch off my video, okay?
Cool.
Viva, tá João, então. Boa.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Stefan Rüger. It's my great pleasure to open the session on Deep Learning 2. And I believe the speaker of the first talk will be Jagriti Sika. And the talk is Learning-Based Methods for Code Runtime Complexity Prediction. Looking forward to that, and over to you.
Yeah, so should I start?
Yes, please. Can you share the screen?
Just one sec. One second, what's happening? So can everybody see my screen?
Crisp and clear, perfect.
Awesome. So I'll begin. Hi, everyone. My name is Jagriti Sika. Today, I'll be presenting a talk on learning-based methods for code complexity prediction. My co-authors and the other people involved in this project are Kushal Satya, Yaman Kumar, Shagun Uppal, Retrieval, Shah, and Roger Zimmerman. And this work has been done in collaboration with Adobe, Midas Lab, IIIT Delhi, and the National University of Singapore. So let's begin. Hold on. I am unable to change the slide for some reason. Oh, okay. Yeah, so what do we mean by complexity of an algorithm? By complexity, we mean time complexity, which is time complexity is commonly estimated by counting the number of elementary operations performed by the algorithm, supposing that each of those operations takes a fixed amount of time to perform. So in the code snippet that you see on the right, if I assume that every element search or every iteration in this loop takes a fixed amount of time, then in the worst case, this particular module takes O of n steps to run, if n is the size of the array. So since complexity can be dependent on the distribution of input, we always talk about worst case time complexity, which is the maximum amount of time required for inputs of a given size. So it's the worst case, it's the upper bound. So it makes sense that way, you know, and we use the big O notation to give an upper bound on the running time of an algorithm. And also one thing to note is we are only interested in the order or rate of growth of running time. As you can see from the chart on your left, the order of growth for O of n square is the highest, and for O of 1, it's the lowest. So that's all we care about when we want to talk about complexity or performance of an algorithm. Now, complexity computation is an arduous task. So even for experts, even for people of programming background, given any code, it requires a subtle analysis and comprehensive knowledge of algorithms to predict time complexity with high fidelity. It's definitely a challenging task for beginners of programming and definitely for laymen. Therefore, we want to automate computation by means of automatic complexity prediction. So I think the code snippet on your right will make this very clear. So for novices of programming, this simple in-order traversal of a tree, computing the complexity of this seems almost incomprehensible at first. So in order to ease that task for everyone, we want to automate that process. Now, why did we choose to pursue this problem? In one word, performance. So time complexity is used to estimate the performance of an algorithm, and performance is important. An algorithm can accurately solve the problem, but if its performance is bad, it'll take forever to execute on a machine, even on moderate size inputs. Thus, performance is an important criterion in evaluating the quality of a program or an algorithm. And also, complexity prediction can be used in the automatic evaluation of code submissions on coding platforms such as Codeforces or Topcoder, and also in online courses. At the industry level, it can aid in static analysis, whereby we can integrate these solutions with the IDEs and inform developers on how optimized their code is, thereby enabling more efficient development of industry level solutions. Now, one general question that arises is, why do we have to use time complexity for performance estimation? Why not just use execution time of a code? It's definitely a more tangible metric. It is directly computable. Then why go for time complexity? So the thing is, execution time of a program is machine dependent. It depends on a number of factors, such as what's your operating system, hardware, processors. If during the execution of your program, some other process interrupted the execution. So overall, it is not a good measure of the efficiency of algorithm. Also, if we were to use execution time, every program needs to be executed for a large sample of inputs in order to be able to compute worst case execution time. Therefore, we choose to go for time complexity. It is a theoretical concept. It has a theoretical foundation, and there is no need to execute the code. We usually consider one algorithm to be more efficient than another if its worst case running time has a lower order of growth. Simple as that. So an O of n algorithm is almost always more performant than an O of n square algorithm. Now let's see our approach. Mathematically speaking, it is impossible to find a universal function to compute the time complexity of all programs. In fact, Alan Turing's proof to the famous halting problem actually concludes this, that it's not feasible to have one single program be able to predict or compute the complexities of all other programs. Therefore, we feel like learning-based approaches are definitely the right way to go in, so that we can have an approximate solution of complexity given a piece of code. So we have modeled this problem as a classification problem, and we have devised solutions that classify any given piece of code into the following classes of complexity: O of 1, O of log n, O of n, O of n log n, and O of n square. 5 complexity classes. And then further, for classification, we train using two kinds of features. First of all, we use hand-engineered features, and secondly, we use code embeddings. And just as a note, currently all our implementation has been done on Java source codes. So while the methodology is extensible to other languages, currently Java is what we have used. So let's see. Now the first hurdle in this was that before our work, there was no publicly available data set with a complexity annotation. So for our task, we had to create our own data set, and to the best of our knowledge, we are the first ones to have released a publicly available code complexity annotated data set. So for dataset collection, we have collected source codes from Codeforces, which is an online programming platform. Our dataset currently consists of 932 Java source codes that are annotated with corresponding complexity classes. On the right side, you can see the distribution of the corresponding complexity classes amongst the source codes. Now, the sampling of source codes has been done based on data structure or algorithm tags, so that for the most common algorithms and for the most common modules, we already have the complexity classes in our data set. So this is done to ensure that we have a good variety of complexity classes in our data set. Okay, now we have only taken 5 complexity classes. So one question can be, why only those 5? Now, the reason is that for the most part, modular codes will have complexities comprising of these many classes only, for the most part. Also, during our dataset collection, we realized that for other classes, the data that we were able to scrape or find was very, very sparse. So we have currently stuck to these 5 complexity classes as they already cover a large variety of algorithms. The annotation has been done manually by programming experts with a bachelor's degree in computer science, and each code was analyzed and annotated by 2 experts in order to minimize the potential for error. And since calculating time complexity of a program comprises well-defined steps, the inter-annotator agreement in our case was 100%. So that's it about dataset. Let's move on to our first approach, which is feature engineering. So we have identified 28 features manually. And on the right side, you can see a list of those features, of some of those features. And we have used the Eclipse JDT plugin to traverse the abstract syntax tree of each program. And then on top of that, we have trained several machine learning classifiers on these features. Now, the reason we chose these particular features like number of methods or conditional loop frequency or number of loops is because these features capture the fundamental constructs that comprise any piece of code. These features are the building blocks of a program. And also, since these constructs are present in all programming languages, so they are language agnostic. Now let's detour for a bit and see what abstract syntax trees are. So an AST is a tree representation of syntax rules of a programming language, and ASTs are used by compilers to check codes for accuracy. Thus, an AST can capture relationships between variables, methods, and programming language constructs, and in a sense also capture some of the semantics in a code. So that makes it an ideal choice for us to choose them for feature generation. Now, on your right side, you can see a sample abstract syntax tree for a linear search algorithm. So there are different types of nodes, such as on the top, you have a method declaration node. In between, on top of the red subtree, you have a for each statement. So in this way, all of the constructs of the language and all of the constructs of a code are related in the form of a tree. Now here's a sample code snippet to extract nested loop depth. All we do is we use Eclipse JDT plugin to extract the AST, and then using the AST visitor class, do a depth first search and visit every node in the abstract syntax tree. So as you can see, for max depth calculation, all we have done is every time we enter a while statement, we increase the depth by 1. And similarly, all the other features have been extracted without much of manual or tedious work, just by programming these little modules. Now, the density plots of features across different classes are given for number of loops and nested loop depth. So what these tell us are pretty much, they confirm our intuition basically. So for number of loops, we find that the mean value of the number of loops in code increases with the increase in complexity. And on qualitative analysis, we find out that in case of O of n complexity, one loop is being used in code for processing the inputs, and the other loop is being used for computing the solution to the problem. As we move towards O of n square codes, there is often one nested loop in the code, and one loop is being used for input processing. Hence, it has a peak centered at a frequency of 3. So basically what these density plots do is they confirm our intuition that number of loops and nested loops are important parameters in complexity computation, thus giving us some confidence on the features that we have selected for training. The second approach is to generate code embeddings. Now, just like we have word embeddings to capture the context and semantics of different words, here we compute code embeddings to capture the context of different programs. And we do so by computing code embeddings for the program's AST. And we use the graph-to-vec algorithm to generate the code embeddings. Let's again detour for a bit and see what graph-to-vec is. So graph-to-vec is analogous to doc-to-vec, which predicts a document embedding given the sequence of words in it. So given a set of graphs, graph-to-vec learns a delta-dimensional embedding vector for each graph. So the terminology here is that every graph is represented by 3 variables, n, e, and lambda, where n are the nodes of the graph, e the edges of the graph, and lambda is basically a labeling function. So it assigns a unique label from alphabet L to every node n. So graph-to-vec extracts nonlinear substructures. More specifically, it extracts rooted subgraphs from each graph. It then uses skipgram model for learning graph embeddings. So the model considers a subgraph Sj occurring in the context of graph Gi and maximize the log likelihood. So basically the essence of what it does is it captures the non-linearities and the non-linear relationships between the components of a graph. And since an AST is a graph, graph-to-vec was an ideal choice for us, that we can simply model AST as a graph and then generate embeddings and learn relationships from it. So label in our case would be one of the node types in an AST. For instance, if it's a for statement, if it's a method invocation, expression, etc. For our AST representation, we use graph-to-vec to generate 1024 dimensional code embeddings. And we train the SVM classifier on these embeddings. Now let's see our results. So of all the algorithms we ran it on, the first approach, hand engineered features, the maximum accuracy is obtained by random forest. And the SVM accuracy, which we will use for comparison with the second approach later, is 60.83. For the second approach, we use two kinds of node labels. No need to be concerned about those here, but we obtain the maximum accuracy of 73.86. As you can imagine that it's not a very high accuracy, the results are quite moderate. So in order to get more insight of what might be going on, we perform few data ablation experiments here. The first of them is label shuffling. We shuffle the class labels in our data set and then train our model again. And if the accuracy doesn't drop by a lot, that means that the model has been learning just about any random cues. It hasn't learned anything specific to the complexity itself. The second one is method or variable name alteration. So all we do is we change the method or variable names randomly, as here we have done binary source to method name 1. The only reason for doing so is that complexity inherently does not depend on names. So if we want to test if our model is robust to names. The third thing we have done is we have replaced input variables with constant literals. So if the complexity of an algorithm was O of n and I replaced n with a random literal, then complexity should be reduced to O of 1. The fourth experiment we do is we remove graph substructures that may be instrumental to the complexity computation. So in this case, on the code snippet on right, you can see that I have eliminated this for loop entirely. So we randomly eliminate these kinds of substructures from codes, and the expectation is that the resulting complexity should change and the model should be able to predict that. Now let's come to the results. For label shuffling, as you can see, Graph2Vec has a bigger drop in accuracy compared to feature engineering, showing that it is learning better features. It is learning complex relationships. Then for method or variable name alteration, we can see that the accuracy is 84% of what it was before. So pretty good, our model learns that. For the third test, accuracy drops by a lot, which highlights a limitation of our model, that we are not able to learn that input variables are what are associated directly with the complexity computation. And for removing graph substructures, you can see that it is able to calculate the accuracy is quite well. So now coming to limitations, of course, our data size is small, the accuracy is moderate, and the code for AST extraction is language specific. Also, as we saw in the last slide, replacing variables with constant literals does not change the prediction to O of 1. So that is a major limitation of our current model. In future, we believe if we increase the size of dataset, we should be able to see some improvements. We can extend the dataset to more programming languages and try more MLDL models. We believe a publicly available dataset and baselines established in our work can lay the groundwork in the area of automatic complexity prediction. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this talk. It's quite an interesting problem, I have to say. And while I wait for hands to raise for questions, let me ask the first question myself. Okay. It's an interesting problem. So what is a good application area for the solution that you offer?
Okay, so the biggest sector to tap into would be education, because complexity is what is taught to just about every programmer to see the performance of their algorithms. So online platforms such as Code Forces or online courses that require submission of programming assignments can do an automatic evaluation of the code submitted by participants and give them feedback on whether their algorithm was optimized or not. That's one. Secondly, for professionals, we can integrate these kinds of solutions within the IDE itself. And whilst the programmer is writing that code, we can inform them whether their code is optimized or not. So this can be an additional pointer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's an interesting application area. So what do you do about correcting those mistakes that your network does?
Okay, so right now our biggest challenge is when we replace input variables with constant literals, it is not able to determine the change in accuracy as well. So our current hunch is that 932 samples, data points, is not a very big size. So we want to first of all increase our data set and then try and train on a model, because what we did was we tried in training on half of the sample size of what we currently have, and the accuracy was even worse than the current results we have. So the direction would be that hopefully increasing data set size would enable it to learn more of those complicated relationships.
Okay, good. So now I need help from the host, from the organizer, to tell me whether there is a question from participants. I haven't seen a raised hand. Okay, so unless there is a question, I would suggest that the next speaker gets ready, which I believe to be Robin Brockia, on inductive document network embedding with topic word attention. And so is there a question somewhere?
I think there is a question, yes, for.
Okay. Oh, there is now, okay, now I see as an open question and answer. Right, so there's an anonymous question from the audience. Have you thought of using production rules instead of nodes for the AST representation?
So currently we have not, and we didn't feel the need of doing that, at least as an initial baseline, was because AST in itself captures those production rules inherently.
Okay.
So we're kind of relying on the model to do that for us.
Right. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, good. So, so I'm asked to pass on the thanks of the of the person who asked the question, and again, many thanks from me for the fantastic talk you gave. Thank you, and a round of applause for you. So, and that brings me to the next speaker, Robin, who I invite to open the camera and share the screen.
I'll stop sharing then.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so can you see the presentation?
Very well, thank you.
And can you hear me well as well?
I can hear you well, and I'm hoping participants can also. If not, please let it know to me in the chat, which I will monitor.
Okay.
You've got 15 minutes and then 5 minutes questions.
Okay. So today I'm going to present our paper, Inductive Document Network Embedding with Topic Word Attention. And this work was done with Adrien Guy and Julien Velsin. Okay. So I'm going to introduce the field of document network embedding, and then I will talk a bit about related works. Then I will explain what our model does and how we evaluate it. And finally, I will show some experimental results before concluding this presentation. So document network embedding derived from network embedding, and the idea is to learn low-dimensional representation of documents where we have links between these documents. Okay, so example of this kind of document network are question and answer website, the scientific literature, and social media. And what we want to do with this kind of data is, for example, classify the documents, predict new links between these documents, or maybe cluster them, and so forth. So in this paper, we will have ND documents. Each document will be composed of words in a vocabulary of NW words. We will have an adjacency matrix describing the network, which will be called A, and X will be a document term matrix describing the words in the document. And the things I'm going to talk about in this presentation are a novel attention mechanism, which we call topic word attention, that allow us to represent some textual content by using some latent topic. And using this topic word attention, we build a document network embedding called IDNE, which leverage the links of the document to train the parameters of the topic word attention. And also we are going to talk about the evaluation of this algorithm. And one interesting feature that we want to evaluate is its capacity to induce new representations for unseen documents. So for documents that are not part of the original network of documents. And also we will talk about the interpretability of the topic vectors that we learn and the word vectors that we learn. You can check the code and download it and use whatever you want in it on my GitHub page. So about related work, we have like this free document network algorithm that we use for our experiment. The first one is text associated deep walk. So it's a model that extends deep walk to deal with textual attributes. We have graph-to-Gauss, which is an embedding method that embed each node as a Gaussian distribution instead of a vector. And they do this by passing the node attributes through a nonlinear transformation. So basically the attributes of the node can be textual content as well. And finally, we have GVNR, which is a matrix factorization approach for document network embedding, and which is inspired by GloVe. So about attention mechanism, I'm sure you heard about the transformer, which introduces formalism for attention mechanism. So they applied it to neural machine translation, but later on we had BERT, which applied it to several NLP tasks. And the main idea, I won't go into detail, but the main idea is to contextualize words given their surrounding words. Okay, so it's a kind of a word-to-word attention mechanism. And one example of such word-to-word attention applied to document network embedding is Cane. And Cane, they are using convolutional neural nets to introduce what they call a mutual attention mechanism to identify the reason why documents are linked together in a network. And the difference in our paper is that we are not proposing a word-to-word attention, but rather a topic-to-word attention mechanism. And the idea is to learn some global topic representation. And then for each document, we want to contextualize this topic representation given the words in the document. So our method, inductive document embedding, the main overview of it is like that. What we want to do is to train our topic word attention by using pairs of document attributes. So here we have some sparse and high dimensional inputs. We transform them with our attention mechanism. Then we produce some dense and low dimensional representations. And the parameters of the topic word attention are learned by using the network structures. And we do this by defining a probability of two documents to be related or not related. I will explain that later. And the only parameters that we aim to learn are the word representation W and the topic representation T. So let's first talk about the topic word attention, and then later we will talk about the learning parts from the network. So the topic word attention, basically what we have is a bunch of NT topics, topic vectors. And for each document, we can represent them as bag of word embeddings. So WI is a lookup in W, which are the all words in the vocabulary. And what we want to do is to produce for each word in a document I, a distribution over the topics. To do so, we compute the dot product between each topic vector and each word vector. And we get some absolute similarity scores between the document, between the words and the topics. And then we use a normalizing function, which is called G, to actually have some nice distribution, which are positive scores and summing to 1. So if we resume this matrix calculation, we create some attention weights, ZI, given this formula. And then what we are doing is we compute topic-specific representation for the document by multiplying, by actually averaging all the word vectors of a document with these attention weights. And to compute these weights, instead of using a softmax, which is the case in the transformer, we use a rectifier linear unit followed by a column-wise normalization. And finally, the final document representation is the sum of all the topic-specific representation of that document. So now that we explained how we can transform a xi to a di, and now we are going to talk about how we learn from the network. So to learn from the network, we define first a binary matrix between the documents from the network adjacency. And this binary matrix will have a 1 if two documents are linked together or if they share a neighbor in the graph. And otherwise, they will be considered as not related. And then, given the model, we define a probability of two documents to be related to each other, and we define this probability by the sigmoid of their dot product, of the dot product of their representations. And given this matrix and this probability, we can compute the log likelihood of delta given our model parameters. And what we wish to do is to maximize this log likelihood. In practice, we do this by using mini-batch stochastic gradient descent with Adam. And we, of course, don't do this for all the possible document pairs, but rather we sample only 5,000 balanced mini-batches in which you have 16 positive examples and 16 negative ones. The positive pairs are drawn according to the number of paths between two documents of length 1 or 2, and the negative ones are uniformly drawn. Okay, so now let's talk about the evaluation. What we do as a, let's say, traditional evaluation in network embedding is we do some so-called transductive evaluation. So we have, for example, for link prediction in network embedding, we have a graph and we will remove some of the links in this graph. From this subgraph, we generate embeddings for each one of the nodes. So the nodes here are documents. And then what we do, we apply link prediction using these representations by predicting some existing links and some non-existing links. For classification, we do almost the same thing. So we learn embeddings from the entire graph, and then we use some part of it as training to train a logistic regression over the labels. And then we use the other parts of it to classify the nodes. What we want to do in this paper also is to evaluate the ability of a model to actually produce some new representations for some documents that were not part of the graph. So what we do to evaluate this, we simply discard some nodes from the network. So we have a sub-network resulting, and we train our model using only these nodes. So in this example, representation for D5 and D6 will be missing. And then we will induce representations for these two nodes just by using the textual content in it. So not considering that they are part of the network. And then we do link prediction based on the connections that were removed from the network. For classification, we do exactly the same thing. And we will learn from the nodes that were not removed from the graph, and we will predict on the nodes that were removed. Okay, so in our case, for example, for inductive document network embedding, inducing new representation, we simply use the sparse and high dimensional representation of a text. We apply the topic word attention on it, and we get a new representation, DI. So the dataset that we use to make our evaluation is a scientific publication network. One is extracted from the New York Times, and we have titles associated to each one of the articles, and two last one which were extracted from Stack Exchange, where users can ask questions and answers, and so we create links between answers and questions if they are written by the same user. And New York Times is quite interesting because its density is very high and the number of words in it is pretty low. So I will show the experiment results. The first result I'm showing is the transductive classification. So what we see is that JVNRT is actually performing pretty well on New York Times, sorry. And the reason why is because this model actually average word vectors, and this is a technique that actually works well for very short textual content. But in any case, our model performs pretty close to state-of-the-art performance every time. For the Stack Exchange networks, our model performs pretty well on all datasets, and it's interesting to see that some of the other baseline have very drastic decrease in performance sometimes, and it's not the case for our model. And now I'm showing the inductive classification and inductive link prediction. So what we do is every time we remove 20% of the nodes in the network, and we learn representation with that, and then we induce the new representation for the 20% of the document that were hidden. And what we see is that our model is actually very performant for predicting new links with out of data documents. And it's very close to state-of-the-art results for classification, where JVNRT is actually pretty good. So last experiment result I'm showing you, and then I will be running out of time, is if we can interpret the topics that are learned. So we train our model on Cora by using six topic vectors, and then we show the word vectors that are the closest to the topic vectors. And what we see is that in Cora, we have these kind of labels, so case-based, genetic algorithm, neural network, and so forth. And we see that some topics are really actually close to these labels. For example, topic 4 is about genetic algorithm, and topic 1 is really about case-based algorithm. And also one interesting thing is that the absolute norm of each word vector represents if they are discriminative or not in terms of community in the network. So the largest norms are about genetic, network, neural network, so forth. And some words like calculus, which is very used in any kind of these expertise field, are actually not discriminative. So they have a very low norm. So in conclusion, our model is quite robust. It achieves really good scores on all tasks, transductive and inductive tasks. And the learned topic and word vector are interpretable. And for future work, what we would like to do is to study the impact of the choice of delta on the topics that are learned. For example, if we use some structural similarities instead of a community-based similarity, we might obtain very different topics than what we have shown before. And the second thing that would be interesting is to study the applicability of the topic word attention to other NLP tasks, because this little brick here is actually something that we could use for any kind of NLP task. So thank you for listening, and I'm done.
Well, thank you, Robin. That was a fantastic talk, quite interesting. while questions are getting ready in the audience, I was interested in the types of errors that your network make. Have you had the opportunity to do an error analysis?
So what do you mean by error analysis?
Well, you look at cases where the network fails, and then you try and figure out, is this a big failure? Would the application that you have in mind fail in that case? So what's the consequence when the network gets it wrong? What happens then?
So I didn't do a proper error analysis. The only thing I know about by playing with it is that when you don't have enough topics, so when you fix the NT number to maybe 6 topics, sometimes you can get some very messy topics where you don't actually see a very specific kind of topical words in it. And then if you use too many topics, you just get redundant topics. So you don't get useless topics, but you get sometimes multiple times the same topic. So that's the only kind of behavior I know about this model.
Right. Okay. So thank you for that answer. Max Berendorf has a question, and I'm happy for him to ask the question with a microphone open. Is that a possibility, or should I read the question?
You want me to write it to tell it? Why do you use ReLU with column normalization instead of softmax? So that's a good question. So we did not have any problem of dead units, and actually it's you get some words that always end up with with zero attention weights, basically, and that's actually something that works pretty well. So if you initialize your word vector and topic vector randomly, then they all have attention weights that are positive. And then the more you train, the more some words are just completely dead. And that's not something that affects the performance, because these words are actually useless to identify the communities in the network. But the thing is, ReLU, I don't know how you say it, but the rectifier linear unit provides some much more meaningful topics than the softmax one. So that's the only thing that's actually the best thing that made our choice to be this one. Then the performances are the same.
The questions come in hard and fast, and I'm afraid I can only take one more question. And this is a question by Yasha Moshfeghi. Have you tested your model performance against LDA?
So we didn't test the performances against LDA. The only thing I did is to let's say qualitatively compare the topics we get. And I think one of the most useful thing with our model is that there is no chance that you have some let's say useless topic where you have the words the, a, or some meaningless words. So that's the thing, because you train it from the community structure of the network. You force the topics to actually fit the meaningful words that are actually discriminative, which you don't have with LDA. With LDA, you can have some any kind of.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Well, there would have been more questions, but I'm afraid time has run out. So thank you very much, Robin, for this fascinating talk. And I invite the next speaker, who I believe to be Jibin Liu, to talk on VGC and BERT, augmenting BERT with graph embedding for text classification. Your show.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Can hear you well, yes.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Super.
So is this all right?
Well, you should get in full screen presentation mode, as I see the next slides and the comments.
Oh, so okay, you see my notes?
I see your notes, yes. So
Okay.
you want the full screen. Maybe you need to share a different window.
Okay. Wait a moment. So like this. Is this all right?
I don't see your screen shared at all.
Okay. So is this all right?
This looks great. Yes.
Okay.
So I still see. Is this all right? But it's all very readable. So okay, start.
Okay. Okay. I will start. Okay. Hello, Stefan and everyone. My name is Zibin Lu. I come from University of Montreal. I'm now at the Rayleigh Lab. I'm happy to present my paper, which is a bird augmenting bird with graph embedding for text classification. And in my talk, I will cover these 4 key points: introduction, related work, our method, and experiments. The first part is the introduction. We all know about the general text classification task, and it can be used to classify sentences in a specific domain for some purpose. For example, classification of use reviews, emotion classification, offensive language classification, and so on. And in any classification task, we have to extract the useful information from the text. The information can be related to words that express important semantic meaning in the given domain, or the way the sentences are structured. Such semantic and syntactic information is extracted from the text at hand. We call it local information. In addition to local information from the text, we also have general knowledge that are related to common sense and domain knowledge. For example, an expression may not express an obvious sentiment, can tend if we look at its words. However, if we know the language, we may know that it may express a specific sentiment. Such general knowledge may not be directly observed from a text. It may add useful information to the classification task. We call it global information. So let me give an example to show how the global information can help. Suppose we have a movie review. Although it's a bit smug and repetitive, this documentary engage your brain away few current films do. This review contains both negative and positive opinion appear in this sentence, but the positive attitude away few current films do expresses a very strong view of the innovation of the movie in an implicit way. The implicit sentiment is not easy to recognize if we only rely on the words in the text without using general knowledge about the language. In fact, our knowledge about the language can tell us that a very few current fields do hint a sense of innovation, which is a strong positive opinion. This implicit relation can be recognized if we do a global analysis about the language. The goal of our work is to find a way to recognize the implicit relations from a global analysis and to combine the relation with the local information from the text. Our proposed approach is based on DNN with self-attention. In particular, BERT has been shown to perform well in different NLP tasks, including text classification. This model is able to extract the use for local information, including both semantic and syntactic information from text. To enhance the BERT model, we create a globe graph to express the possible connection between words in a language. We use the graph convolutional network to extract global application-specific language information. Finally, the local BERT model of the text is combined with the global GCN in our approach called the VGCN BERT to leverage both local and global information for text classification. So let me talk about some related work. As our approach is based on BERT, I will present briefly BERT, but I will not go into its detail because it is well known. But tries to build representations for words and sentences using transformer, which is a multi-layer, multi-head self-attention mechanism, and the power of the BERT is due to the use of spatial mask language model, which asks the model to predict the masked words. It's also trained to predict the next sentence. So BERT is pre-trained on a large number of texts. The pre-trained BERT model has been found to perform well in text classification. However, just like other deep learning models, such as DNN, CN, and RN, BERT mainly focuses on local consecutive word sequences. It's difficult for BERT to capture the global information about the relations between words in a language. And a graph can contain any type of relation between nodes. If we construct a graph for the vocabulary of a language, then the graph can be used to encode possible relation between words in a language. This relation can be further integrated through GCN. The power of GCN is that it can create representations of nodes by leveraging the connecting in graph. And this illustration shows the principle of text GCN model. They use a graph that contains word nodes and document nodes. Through several iterations, GCN can create a presentation for nodes by aggregating the neighbor nodes. In this case, the nodes can be a word, a word of a document. So at the end, a document representation can aggregate the representation of words it contains gradually, and the word representation can also aggregate the document in which it appears. So also the information from the neighbor can be incorporated into representation. GCN does not take into account the word sequence information from a text. Although the words are used as a bag of words, as a consequence, the same representation will be created for the following two reviews. Skip work to see it at the first opportunity, and skip to see it work at the first opportunity. We know that the sentence expresses different opinion. And there have been several studies trying to combine BERT with GCN. The first combination model is for medication recommendation task. Basically, this model contains two modules in series. It first applies GCN to obtain representation for items. Then representations are then input to a BERT model to further connect them. This model does not take into account the word sequence in a sentence. It's not very suitable for text classification. The second combination model is also for recommendation task. This model also contains two modules, but in parallel, one trained with GCM and other with BERT. Although GCN and BERT are both used, not interaction is allowed between them. For example, the information in a GCN representation is not used in the operation of BERT. So in our work, we propose a model in which GCN representation and the BERT representation can interact. This is the main difference with the existing work. So I will introduce our method in 3 steps. First, build a vocabulary graph. Second, design the vocabulary GCN, and finally integrate GCN into BERT. So to leverage both local and global information, then the first question is how to represent the possible connection between words in the language in a domain. For the purpose, we use the lexical relation from an application-specific text. We extract the word co-occurrence relations from the text. And then we build a vocabulary graph using normalized point-wise mutual information, the MPMI. We use large windows to correct the co-occurrence statistic because we wanted to extract more global background information. This is different from the small window size usually used for word embedding. Once MPMI is calculated, we only keep the word pairs that have a value larger than 0, i.e. a high semantic correlation. So once the vocabulary graph is built, we propose a vocabulary GCM model to build representations of words. We call it VGCM or WGCM. So why do we need a new GCM model? Because the traditional GCM uses inter-document graph. You see on the right side the equation of GCM. A-doc is the Laplacian matrix of the document graph, and this equation performs the convolution operation between the documents. The traditional GCN is transductive. This means it has to include the test set during the training phase, and also it can use cannot use a mini batch training. So in our case, the graph only contains words, and the VGCN is an inductive learning model, and this is the equation for our VGCN. In fact, it implies the same form of GCN as before, but due to the nature of our graph, the GCN on our word graph can be simplified into this form, and the complete VGCN model for classification is shown below. Now we can use mini batch for the training. In this formula, M is the mini batch size, V is the vocabulary size, H is the hidden dimension, and the C is the number of classes. In this slide, we see how we degraded and transformed the original GCN for documents and words into VGCN for word graph. Our graph is simpler with homogeneous nodes. This makes it possible to use mini batch training. Now, the third question is how effectively combine the VGCN model and the BERT model. I will now present the basic operation of BERT because it is well known. So I will not describe how VGCN is combined with BERT. We just described how VGCN work. Given a sentence, we will obtain a graph embedding. This is a graph embedding for it by combining all the words through a word graph. In the word graph, we connected the words in the sentence with the words that are related to them, i.e. by MPMI. The graph embedding is obtained through this equation. So E is the dimension of the word embedding. Then we create a BERT to incorporate the graph embedding into it. This is the illustration of our VGCN BERT. The BERT used for text classification task can be basically divided into 3 parts: word embedding, transformer, and the last FC layer. In the input, we add the graph embedding to the word embedding and before the transformer. So the transformer layer will work with both types of input. And in the combined representation, word order information is considered by traditional BERT, and the global relation between words is captured in graph embedding. Through the multi-layer attention mechanism, and the local embedding and the global graph embedding are fully integrated. And
excuse me, I think you need to wrap up pretty soon if you want to take questions.
Okay.
There's not much time left.
Okay, I will finish in 2 minutes. So this is experiments. This is our data set and experimental setting. So, and this is our evaluation. We use the weighted average F1 score and micro F1 score on the test. And you see, this is the result. And this is, we did a visualization, and this is the example before. And you will see the BERT predict long, and it focus on the word like do and this, and our VGCN BERT can incorporate the boundary innovation, and the attention property is high. So this can explain the problem. Okay, so thank you. Any questions?
Well, thank you. I'm afraid we need to find the next speaker now.
Okay.
So there might be question and answers that are typed, and then you can type the answer. Jibin, many thanks for your talk. And we'll now go to the next one.
Okay. If you have the question.
Yeah. So if anyone wants if anyone's in the attendees wants to type a question for the question and answer session, then
okay, thank you.
will be happy to type.
Yes, thank you.
Answer. Okay, thank you. Wonderful talk. What do we do about the next speaker? Do we have the next speaker here?
Hi, Stefan. I've been monitoring the speakers, and they were here at the beginning of the session, but they are not anymore. So,
okay.
But the next speaker after that, Vishwash Batra, is. So perhaps we can start with him.
So do you want me to take the next talk right now, or should we wait until the time when Vishwash Batra would be speaking?
I think we should proceed with the next talk, and if and after that, if the authors appear, we can go with them.
Okay. Good. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Vishwash Batra. He reports on variational recurrent sequence-to-sequence retrieval for stepwise illustration. And if I may say so, I particularly look forward to this talk because some couple of weeks ago, I examined Vishwash's PhD, which he passed with flying colors. So many congratulations, and I look forward to your talk, Vishwash.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you well, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
15 minutes and then 5 minutes questions, please.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll share my screen. Hi, can you see the screen now?
Afraid not.
Sorry, I think it says I have to quit the app to give preferences to screen sharing.
So normally there is a screen share button. Have you tried that? Is that? So you have been made a panelist, and you should have the. Yes, you're on now.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, I can see the screen now. You just need to go into full screen mode.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm presenting this paper on variational recurrent sequence-to-sequence retrieval for the problem of stepwise text illustration with my collaborators Aprajita Haldar, Yulanhi, Hakan Ferhatus Mamaglu, George Wojatsis, and Tanaya Kuha.
Just a note, you're still not full screen mode, just you're aware.
Okay. So is it full screen now?
Well, no, but carry on. So that's good enough.
Okay. So basically we start with the introduction to the problem, and then I introduce the model and the data set for this, and then we talk about the experiments and the results, and finally we do a study on the error analysis. So we address and formalize this task of sequence-to-sequence cross-model retrieval, where we have a sequence of text messages which we take as the query, and the goal is to retrieve a sequence of images that best describe and align with this given query. So it's an extension on the traditional cross-model retrieval task, where there's been a lot of literature where every image and text pair, if there's a paired image text pair, I mean, they're treated independently, ignoring the broader context. So we look at the literature. There are lots of classical approaches. There's canonical correlation analysis between different cross features. There's been LDA trained for this problem. And recently we've also seen some deep learning models like deep belief networks, some CNNs, deep metric learning for this problem. The main contributions in this work is that we formalize this task, we propose this new model for this task. It's inspired by variational recurrent neural network model, although it's been also studied for the task of machine translation. But this is the first work that studies it on a cross-domain task, namely images and text.
Sorry to interrupt your presentation, but we are not seeing the correct screen when you are in full screen. So perhaps you could proceed just passing the slides.
Okay, sorry.
We are still on the overview slide.
Sorry, what slide do you see now?
Now contribution slides.
Yeah, I'm talking about this slide, yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, and we construct this new stepwise recipe data set, which has a total of 10K recipes, and so there are a total of 67,000 image text pairs that can be aligned to 10K recipes. All right, so this is a little bit of a formal introduction to the problem. So we have a set of sequences, and each sequence, as I said before, consists of paired image and text representations. Any text representations can be used in this formulation, but we'll discuss what kind of text encoder and image encoders we use. So the main focus is to consider this problem by three aspects. That we obviously want to use the power of the previous text passages. So we want to somehow encode the contextual information of all the previous and the forthcoming text passages. And we want to capture the semantics of the images retrieved. And this way we want to learn the relatedness between each text passage and its corresponding image. So for the text encoder, we use a bidirectional GRU to learn the hidden representations of the text passage. And finally, we concatenate the two hidden states to get the text representation. So they're uninitialized in the beginning. It's a fully trainable network. For the image encoder, we generate the vector representation of an image using a pre-trained modified ResNet. So this is from Marin et al. 2019. I mean, sorry, it's not here, but it can be found in the paper. So they train a recipe model on the images with the recipe. So we use only the CNN part of the model. To incorporate the context, we feed all the BiGRU encodings into a top level BiGRU, because so it makes a hierarchical GRU for the text encoder, and we assume the hidden state output of each text passage in the global context is this, and we use an attention mechanism to calculate the final hidden state for the text passage at the time step t. So the context vector is a weighted sum of all of these hidden vectors. So at the tth step, tth time step of the text sequence, when you're trying to retrieve the tth image, you get the BiGRU output ht, which is also combined with the context vector. And so they both try to infer the latent topic z at the time step t. So using this z, there are two prior networks that define the prior distribution of zt. Conditional, it's similar to the idea of VRNN, where the zt distribution is conditional on the previous z's. So these are the two distribution networks that are defined. Finally, to generate the image vector conditional zt, so obviously it will depend on all the z's in the previous time steps. This models the probability of retrieving the ith image, and there's a reconstruction loss that we define for the image at the time step t. So the overall loss function is actually the sum of the hinge loss and the generation loss. Because we are trying to minimize the distance between corresponding image and text pairs. So we also define a hinge loss function between similar between the gold standard image representation and the generated image representation. So this is how the search process is carried out with this time step-wise hinge loss function, with alpha as the margin parameter. And S can be any similarity function. We use a cosine similarity. Finally, this becomes the overall objective function where you have the reconstruction loss for the image and you have the hinge loss with a smoothing weighting factor, and you sum it over all time steps. So this is the overall picture of the model. You can see that in the tth time step, you encode the text passage, and then you get the C, the context factor, and which is used to infer the latent topic at time step T, which is used to retrieve the image IT. So then I discussed the stepwise recipe data set. It's constructed from 3 websites. So we use some standard, we make the assumptions that to do the pairing of the image and the text pairs, that the distance between text and image in a HTTP document denotes some semantical meaningfulness. So it just shows one recipe from the data set where we show some of the steps, that gives the text instructions of some of the recipes. These are some of the statistics of the total number of recipes and the total number of images and the number of words. For the evaluation, we do both automatic and human evaluation because it's quite a hard task. So we look at the recall of the correctly retrieved images, and we also conduct a visual saliency based recall where we use the pre-trained CNN to classify the images, and we look at the correct matches to say if the images are same for the visual saliency based recall. So these are the overall results for the VRSS and some of the non-context models where you do not treat the previous and the forward text passages. So you only treat each image text pair in isolation. And so this gives the recall, the story recall, and the visual saliency recall. So story recall is something where you, if the image is retrieved from the same story, you mark it to be a correct match. For the human evaluation study, we count the number of votes from some human evaluators, and we see the majority voting scheme for the gold standard, and the images retrieved by the VRSS and the images retrieved by some of the previously published non-context models. So this is just a error analysis visualization of the images retrieved by the non-context and the context model. So we do the error analysis study in 3 aspects. We look at the, because we've got the human annotations from the data set. So we look at the images that were annotated correct by both context and non-context, or when the non-context images, both non-context and context could not perform, or when context could not perform but non-context were still marked correct by human evaluators. So I think that's pretty much it.
Hey, fantastic. Thank you for keeping to the time, and interesting talk. I ran out of questions during the PhD Viva, so now I rely on the audience to ask questions. So you can either type into the question and answer box or raise your hand and get in contact with Vishwas. So we're waiting for questions to come. There's one by Yasha Moshfeghi.
Yeah.
So have you used your model on any other application other than recipe retrieval?
Yeah, in fact, we've extended this problem to a more broader domain, because here we only discuss images from recipes related data sets, but we also study this problem on a children's story data set where you have storybooks for the kids, and you have storylines. So it's a similar type of problem, although there are also, so we're studying this model on also more broad applications, but the results are not that great. So yeah. So,
okay, so what do you mean not that great? So if you
yeah, I mean, because on a broader domain, because the images can be from a wide variety of, it could be large set of images. Because for this this model, we had to, so basically, I think it works more on a restricted domain data sets. We see that it's still possible to get some meaningful images, because the task in general is quite hard. So I mean, recently we've also looked at incorporating some sort of knowledge base to, for the problem of children's story illustration. So by relying on some sort of knowledge base, we find that, it improves results.
Okay, fantastic. So there is a question then by Hamza Abad. For the output images, are they generated by the model or selected from an image set?
Yeah, so the model generates an embedding. We retrieve the nearest image in the image set that we have. So it's not a generative model, it's a retrieval based model, but it can also be extended for the task of generation. We did try some generation, but it doesn't generate, so it retrieves the nearest image from a image set.
Excellent, yes. Okay, so any more questions? So I see no questions in the question answering mode, and have participants raised their hands? Don't see that either. So now, Gustavo, do we have the speakers of the fourth talk?
Apparently no. I've been searching for them in the participants list, and no.
Well, okay, so in this case, let me thank you again, Vishwash, for a wonderful talk. And let's thank all the speakers in this session, which would be Yagriti, Robin, Jibin, and Vishwash, for a fantastic session on deep learning with interesting applications here at ECIR. Well, so this then, I suppose, closes the session. And unless there is an announcement by the organization, this is it. And I would look forward to seeing everyone at the keynote at 4 o'clock Lisbon time. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks a lot. Stefan?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a side note because we have here
We're still streamed, are we not? We're still live on YouTube.
Yeah, but it's just a parenthesis. We have here the grandfather, the father, and the child of us in Zoom now.
Oh, in Zoom. Is that right? Grandfather,
Yes.
father, and child. Gustavo. I did not know.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Stefan.
Great to meet you, Gustavo.
Gustavo is helping us from CMU. He's now in CMU, so he's been working since 4 a.m.
Oh, fantastic. What a dedicated PhD student. Yeah. I remember in my days, I actually also had pretty dedicated PhD students, but I'm not sure whether, Joao, whether you got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to...
No, not 4 o'clock. The time zone also helped.
Yes,
so,
of course. Yes. So this will be an early night for you, Gustavo, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely.
Yesterday, Vanessa had a fantastic keynote in our doctoral consortium, and she delivered the keynote at 6 o'clock, her time zone. So hat off.
Yeah. Chirag asked us to be a little bit later. Otherwise, he would give his talk at 6 a.m. His Karen Spark Jones talk. So
wow, yeah.
we changed because we want a good talk for that, of course. Anyway, so we are streaming.
Wonderful.
So I will cut this bit afterwards.
Great. Yeah, so I think it all went well. This was, one paper didn't show up. It's unfortunate, but what can you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but the author was here at the beginning of the session because I brought everyone into the panel, but he may have had some technical problems and he lost the connection.
Yeah.
Everyone was here.
Yeah.
Anyway, wow.
Anyway, yes, these are the difficulties of online conferences, and
yeah.
Well, this was a good paper, so I really enjoyed the session. Thank you for all the organization, Joao.
Thank you very much for sharing this session.
And Gustavo, great to meet you. Bye-bye.
Likewise, Stefan.
Hi, everyone. Chirag. Can you hear me, Chirag?
Yeah. Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me, see me?
Yeah, yeah, and I can see your beautiful background.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm standing, right in front of the Space Needle and the mountains behind me.
Hello, Shirag.
Hey, Pablo, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, Udo, your background frightens me, Udo.
Hello. Yeah, it does. It does frighten me as well, because I don't know where to sit. That's a problem.
How are things going so far?
Pretty well. I think all good.
I joined a workshop yesterday. It seemed to be going well. I mean, other than the obvious kind of the challenges of, well, you can't see everybody who's in the room, and
yes,
but
yes, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Have people been tuning on YouTube streaming?
Yeah, in the morning. Right now, I haven't checked. Let me see.
I checked it out. It's slightly delayed from when you enter the room. I have multiple screens open, so I had both open. So one's a few minutes behind.
So currently there are 40 people on YouTube.
Okay.
But it's delayed, like Jan just said. So we are still 5 minutes before the actual start. Okay.
Yeah, and what's our timing here? Because on the schedule it says 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. But I know at some point you told me it was 1 hour, 20 minutes session.
No, on the schedule I have, it's 4 to 5:20.
Oh, I don't know.
There may be a glitch in the program.
The Google Calendar.
Yeah, the Google Calendar.
So 5:20, including the
oh, I see.
The coffee break. So it's probably 1 hour plus 20-minute coffee break. Is that possible?
Okay.
How long, Chirag, how long were you planning to talk for?
I mean, I think I'll keep it within 1 hour. So maybe 50-minute talk and 10 minutes question answer. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, it's the last session, so there's nothing after. So we don't have much to do at home. So
Pablo, speak for yourself.
You do us a favor if you can continue.
No, I think, yeah, no, I understand that. I think, but I still want to be mindful of people's time. You know, sometimes you're actually busier at home than if you're at work or so. Well, we'll see. I mean, if there is a discussion, I can always continue. I don't mind. But of course, we can also let people. I mean, and I'm sure people will drop out as they want to, right? I mean, we're not holding them, so at least we shouldn't feel bad for.
Should we give you a sign when we are into single-digit figures so that you can then stop?
Sure. Actually, I can see the number of participants, right? Is that?
You see that, yeah. Okay.
So yes. Well, I mean, the single-digit participants will be you guys. Just so when it's only you guys, I can definitely stop talking and we call it wrap. It's too bad. It's it's early morning here. Otherwise, we can all have drinks.
What is it, like 8 a.m. or
it's
9
8 a.m.
8 a.m.
And thank you for accommodating that, because I think the original plan was 6 a.m. for me.
6 a.m. That's right.
So,
That's right.
but you know, so, I mean, yesterday I gave a keynote to the bias workshop, and that was 7 a.m. for me. I think 7 a.m. is still okay. 6 a.m. would have been, yeah.
By the way, in the chat window, Jörg just told us that everybody's listening, so maybe we should say hello to everybody out there, or you should say hello to everyone out there.
Oh yeah, I guess people are.
I think I warned everyone already about that. Everyone that is here, I guess.
But it's working. Numbers are going up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Joao.
Yeah.
Do you have a feature that enables gallery view? Is Rui asking.
Gallery view. Hold on, I will talk to him.
Udo, nice of you to dress up, as promised.
You should see my shoes.
Oh, I did.
You get a hint of it.
Yeah. I agree, shoes should be included in the proceedings.
So Udo, I'm going to stop sharing, and you will take the lead now.
Okay. But you will hand over to Chirag, right?
Wait, do you want me to start?
No, let me start first.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Udo, you can share the screen if you want, and then you need to hand over to Chirag.
yeah, I don't have any slides. I'm just,
Good.
So yeah, thank you very much. It's an honor for me to stand here, or in fact sit here in front of all of you, all the 147 attendees, to have the honor of introducing this year's Karen Spark-Jones Award winner. And I should say the Karen Spark-Jones Award winner of the year 2019, because the winner always gives the keynote speech at the ECIR conference the following year. So I have lots of notes in front of me, but the good thing is I can keep it short because we all know Chirag. So that's a good thing. But I still want to give you a little bit of a background on the award, and also some short words about the process and why Chirag emerged as the winner. So first of all, the award was established in honor of Karen Spark-Jones, who many of us here know. And even for those people who don't know her, they probably have to do with things that she's been working on over a long period of time, because she's probably considered one of the small number of people who have played a major role in both information retrieval and natural language processing for many, many years, introducing key concepts such as IDF in information retrieval. And we decided, well, the British Computer Society Information Retrieval group, and with the support of Microsoft, decided to set up an award to honor her. And that was actually 10 years ago that this award was first handed out. And it's been very successful 10 years since then. And if you look at the award winners, you would see that these are all really key figures in the field, either information retrieval or natural language processing, or both. In terms of process, I would say, well, I would talk longer about it, but I want to keep it brief. That's why I just talk a little bit about process. What we do is we ask for nominations to be submitted, and then we put together a panel, and the panel then independently judges the applications, and then we get together in the end and decide who should be awarded the Karen Spark-Jones Award. And the panel is traditionally, and again this last year, composed of a mix of people with a background in industry, in academia, natural language processing, information retrieval, gender balanced in terms of geographical region. So we try to be as balanced as possible, and you can look at the names of people who have served on the panel over the years on the homepage. This year it was a particularly tight race, and that also means that Chirag can be very proud to have emerged as the winner, because it was pointed out by several reviewers, and in fact I can quote one of them here without naming him or her, saying, "I found the nominations very strong this year. It was hard for me to decide between them. The strongest candidates all have significant points in their favor." And that also hints at why Chirag eventually emerged, because Chirag is one of those people who is not simply very strong in his research, but comes with all the boxes that you can tick. So research, very strong. Citations, just look at his Google citation record. Funding there, books. Last one just came out in April this year on data science. But also things like mentoring activities and doing service to a community, being co-chair of CHIR, being the co-chair of ECIR, and all these things. And these are essentially the contributions that make up this rounded profile that we expect from somebody who wins the Karen Spark-Jones Award. Because what the award actually says is just Eligible, open to all NLP IR researchers who have no more than 10 years postdoctoral or equivalent experience. And the criterion is to have endeavored to advance our understanding of NLP and or IR through experimentation. So I would go on forever, and I have marked up a lot of quotes that people have provided in the nomination process, but we only have about 50 minutes, I think. So maybe I just pick one, maybe just one quote from one of the letters of support. Like Karen, Chirag Shah is a creative and productive IR scholar, active leader in the IR community, and mentor to students in our field. And I have many more of these quotes here, but I think I stop there. If somebody wants more of those, I'm happy to continue later on. But for now, I would say it's again, it's an honor to be here. It's my third year as chairing the panel, and I will hand over to Jochen Leitner, who will be running the show for the next 3 years. And after the question answering session, he will also have a few words on the process for this current cycle. But apart from that, I would say over to you, Chirag, because I know we will be hearing a lot about interactive IR and task-based IR, user profiles, and so on, all things that you are known for.
All right, thank you so much. Let me start sharing my screen first. I hope everyone can see me and my screen, and I'm sure the organizers, the panelists can warn me if something is not working here. But let me start by saying thank you, Udo. That was a very lovely introduction, and I'm kind of like blushing here, hearing all these things. And at the same time, I'm kind of intimidated by your background. And this is the price to pay for doing this virtually. I would have just liked to take that and put it away and not be intimidated by this award, especially in the light of all the comments that you shared. So, but thank you so much. Before I start, I want to actually start by recognizing the unprecedented times that we are in, and the way we are kind of all coming together. And especially want to point out the great contributions that the organizers of this conference have made to make this conference possible. So thank you guys for putting together a whole new conference within a 1 month's time. It's not an easy feat to bring us all together in this environment to still make this conference possible. So that's incredible. I want to start, of course, by thanking a number of people, including the British Computing Society and Microsoft, for sponsoring this award. It's a great honor. It's a great recognition, and I'm very thankful for the sponsors, as well as, of course, the award committee for putting together a lot of work. As Udo pointed out, sometimes these things are hard, and you have to make a lot of decisions, and it's not easy. It's a lot of work. So I want to recognize their efforts. Also, personally for me, my nominators, my letter writers, thank you for saying all those things, sometimes things that only my wife and my mom recognizes. And it's so nice to get this kind of external validation. But of course, this doesn't happen by just one person doing this. So I've been incredibly lucky to have wonderful mentors, colleagues, and students over the years. Some of them are actually tuned in now to this talk. So you know who you are. Thank you so much for helping me through this journey, and you still continue helping me. So I can't thank you enough. And of course, my family. So in addition to my mom and my wife, my kids who are currently at home and kind of affecting my productivity, but they are helping me with my curiosity and creativity, and those are just as important as our experimentation and productivity in general. But above all, I want to recognize Karen Spark-Jones, and as a towering, as an inspiring figure in our field. I actually had a small encounter with her, and it happened right at the beginning of my career when I was a master's student going to my first ECIR. That was 2004 in Sheffield, and some of you who were there might even remember that. It was not only my first ECIR conference, but it was also the first conference, major conference in which I was presenting a paper. So I was on this paper, I was the first author on that paper, and it's happened, the presentation was right on the first day in the first session, the very first thing. It was right after the keynote, and it was in the opening session, and that means everybody attending the conference were there. There were no parallel sessions. So I was already intimidated, scared of doing this presentation. And in the meantime, I was learning about all this big names in the IR, and Karen was one of those. And I was introduced to her, and it was sort of like you meet this goddess, right? And how do you kind of even think about it, right? When you're just starting out in the field. Now, I gave my talk, and as I finished, the first hand that rose was of Karen Spark-Jones. And so you can imagine my reaction. Like my heart sank in my chest. I was like, oh my God, what kind of questions she's going to ask and how, right? So before even she could ask a question, I was already, and I can't remember what exactly she asked, but it was along the line of, well, this is all well and good, but we did this 30 years ago. So what's new here, right? And I don't remember what I answered. But at the time, I was only focusing on what I had done and what I was presenting, and not really seeing the meaning behind that kind of question. And that kind of question only became meaningful to me in the years that follow, as I moved to being a PhD student and moved to being a faculty, and then have my own students to kind of advise. These kind of questions are very important, to be reflective, to be cognizant of all the things that have come before us, and recognize that we are standing on the shoulders of these giants like Karen Spark-Jones. And so I'll quote Karen here. At the same time, even if the current retrieval environment is new, it is important to understand the message of past research and not to invent old wheels, especially square ones, right? And so knowing your history is just as important as knowing new techniques. Because often we are just reinventing the wheel, and sometimes that's a good thing to do, but sometimes that actually goes against the flow. And so here, when I want to talk about task-based information retrieval, it's something that I have recognized, many others have recognized, very important topic in the IR, but we have to be careful that it's not something that some of us just came up with, suddenly realized that, hey, people should be paying attention to tasks while working on IR problems. It's something that our giants in the field have already been talking about for decades. They've talked about it as a problematic situation, recognizing that people are not seeking information just because they want to do that, but they're doing this in the larger context of accomplishing a task or a goal. And in the last few years, these things have been around for decades, but in the last few years, we've started seeing more formalized treatment of this idea of, hey, people are working within some context, and while we've always known that, let's try to characterize it, model it, even quantify it if we can. So there have been conceptual leaps in the last decade or two about creating frameworks or classification schemes, models for tasks. And with the increasing amount of log data we are able to get, the behavioral data we are able to get, it's been shown that, this task, we can actually understand it. We can model it. We can connect it to human behavior, user behavior. We can predict different aspects of tasks. So a lot of recognitions have happened in the last few years, but again, they're built on top of what great scholars for decades have been saying and doing, but now we are able to do that in different light and different colors. Now, why think about task? Well, because I believe IR is more than keywords and documents. Not to say that keywords and documents are not important, but there is more than just that. Specifically, we need to think about, well, when somebody's doing querying or questioning or just looking for information, but who are they? Now, what are they trying to do? Where are they doing? In what context? What strategies they're applying, what they're not applying, and more importantly, why they are doing. So these questions are just as important as trying to understand that question or query or that need that you see being expressed. So let's take a couple of examples quick. Imagine you are looking at people in a sort of a fake problematic situation of escape room. Hopefully everybody has at least played escape room or at least heard about it. You get locked into a room and you need to solve some puzzles to get out of the room. So you can think about who are these people? You know, what are they trying to do? Where are they doing it? How they're doing it and why? And you realize that these, if you're really trying to understand what's going on or trying to help, even if you're not trying to help, if you're trying to understand, you need to answer these questions. Otherwise, if you've never heard about escape room and never seen, and if you see this group of people doing something in this confined space, you may be puzzled by what's going on. But once you start answering this question, the situation becomes clear. Right? I'll come back to this escape room idea later. Similarly, if you look at the web search, again, you can ask similar questions. It's the same set of questions, right? But the answers may be different. Who are these people? What are they trying to do? Where they're doing it? How they're doing it? And why they're doing this? So the point here is, if you really want to understand what's going on and use that understanding to help people, well, you need to be able to answer these questions, the basic questions. And so the idea for this task-based IR is that we understand or consider this IR interactions, whether it's query document, question, answer, conversation, as a part of a task that's being done by a specific user in a specific context, right? So there's something behind this that we need to understand that. And what do we get by understanding it? Ultimately, where we want to go is really bring that intelligence part, which is being able to help people in a proactive, in a very personalized way by understanding this task, the user, and the context. So therein lies the meaning of my title for this talk, that I want to talk about task-based. That means that incorporates a task, but also the person doing the task and the context in which this task is happening. I want to talk about providing help that's customized and possibly proactive. So that's the intelligent part. And also emphasize that this help is, of course, here in this context is a retrieval or recommendation, but we can think about this retrieval recommendation beyond just documents or passages of text or other multimedia. A good help sometimes could also be a question. So rather than an answer, a question back to the user, that could also be a good help or clarification. So it's all kinds of things that could go into that help. So the way I want to get to it is to show that there are these kind of tasks that we can do. The first one is to, and what we have done in terms of studies, first one we've done is trying to understand some aspects of the task, right? So specifically what people are doing and how they're doing. Going beyond to understand the intentions that they are using, why they're doing what they're doing. And then finally trying to bring who they are to this knowledge of task and intention in a comprehensive model. And I would also discuss some of our efforts to take things out of this online context to also try to bridge to the physical context, right? And so this is kind of an attempt, or it's a starting of the work to try to start answering the basic questions. Now, I'm not claiming that we've actually achieved all of these things. These are, as you'll soon find out, these are all imperfect steps, right? But they're in the right direction to ultimately get us to that objective of having a smart system that provides, that knows about the task, the user, the context, and being able to offer help in a way that hasn't been possible so far. So let's just jump right into that. I'll start by first explaining how we did some efforts to understand the task. And the way we were doing it is, let's use the behavioral signals, what people are doing, what we can observe, and use that behavioral signal to see if we can figure out the kind of task that they are doing. Right? And we wanted to do that by, of course, you look at the whole session in which people are working when they're doing the task and say, well, if you have all that behavioral data, can you figure out what task they were doing? But of course, that's not as useful because now the task is done. So we also wanted to see what would happen if you only take partial data and see, as people are doing the task, can we still predict the kind of task that they're doing? So we designed some experiments, and most of the things that I'm going to describe in this talk are going to be some kind of a user study. So here we designed an experiment where we had a user study where we give people two different tasks. One was copy editing task, where there are these two facets of the task, goal and product. The goal facet was specific, which means they were asked to look for something specific as opposed to vague or amorphous. And product, what they will generate was a factual product as opposed to being creative or intellectual. And then there was another task where the values for these facets were different. The goal was amorphous, so it wasn't very clear, very defined what they had to find. And the product was intellectual, means they had to bring in their own kind of creativity to construct the final answer. Right? So two different tasks with different facets, and here are experiments. By the way, in some of my slides, you will see in what you see here in the bottom right corner notation that indicates where this work was published. So if you're interested, either you can look it up or ask me later, and I'll be happy to share those papers with you. So we had two data sets. One, we actually conducted a user study with 40 users who did those searches on those two topics that I described before. And then we also use a session track data. Right? And what we were doing is for both of these data sets, we had this behavioral features or the object or information features like query length, dwell time or search engine result page, dwell time on content page, number of pages visited, things that people did, those kind of features. And the idea here is to predict if the given task had a specific goal or amorphous goal. And the given task was trying to generate a factual product or intellectual product, right? So this is a classification task essentially, but that allowed us to kind of predict what kind of tasks people are doing. And so this was kind of more straightforward, where you build a bunch of classifiers, and turned out that multi-layer perceptron gave us the best accuracy, around 70%. Not as great, and we can certainly tweak these classifiers to improve. But the important thing here is what we learned is you could do just as well as a whole session data as with the first session, first topic, first query segment, right? So in other words, you didn't have to analyze the whole session to figure out what kind of tasks people are doing. You could just look at their behavioral data within the first query segment, and that just gives us as good information about the nature of the task, right? So in other words, the nature of the task is reflected in people's behaviors right from the beginning, if we can capture the right kind of data and build a model. So that was kind of encouraging. Again, not a perfect, not a conclusive thing, but it was a good first step. Now let's move on to the next one, which is trying to figure out people's intention, which is hard. I mean, as many philosophers have told us, including in IR, that it's one of the most important things you can learn, and it's also one of the most difficult things you can extract. But in the last few years, we've seen some works that give us some promise that you can actually use some behavioral data to try to figure out this intention idea. And so we say, okay, well, let's work on it. So what we did, once again, we designed a user study where we first wanted to have people do their own annotation about their intentions, right? And so if they're doing search, and if we can ask them, why are you doing what you're doing? And have them actually tell us, and use that as a ground truth to see if we can figure that out ourselves using their behaviors, right? So here's what we did. We have the system called Cogmento that's a very versatile system that allows us to do all kinds of user studies. In this case, we configure Cogmento so that it would let our users do their searching, collect all kind of log data, but also record their screen. And then what we did, so we give these people kind of a task. They did it for about 20 minutes or so. And then we played this video back to them. And as you can see here on the left side of the screen, it's just a screenshot, so you can't see the video. But that's where they can have that video played out that shows what they just did before. And on the right side, you see there's this kind of a column that has different intentions. There are actually 20 intentions. You only see some of them. And so we asked them to mark each any of the intentions that were present when they were doing that search. So we're kind of playing this for them so that they can recall what they were doing. And then we asked them essentially, why did you do this? What were your purposes? And so we asked them to kind of annotate those things. So we had 40 participants for this. They were all brought in from journalism major. They are undergraduate students. We brought them from journalism because we believe the tasks we were giving them are journalistic tasks. They're investigative, exploratory research kind of thing. And we wanted to make sure that our participants understood those. Each of them came for 2 different sessions. For each session, they work for 20 minutes to do their searching. And then we played that video and asked them to do annotation. So that took another 20, 30 minutes. Overall, we ended up with 693 query segments, right? And each of these query segments were labeled with 20 possible intentions. So now we had some ground truth. It's a very fine grain, right? And we knew about the task because we designed the task. We knew the facet value for goal and product. And we also could extract all those behavioral features that we used before. And then what we're trying to do, again, it's a classification task where we use 2/3 of the data for training and 1/3 for testing. And what were we testing? What were we trying to predict? What were we trying to classify? We were trying to classify the presence or absence of an intention for a query segment. So here are the results. In the left column, you see the list of our intentions. There are 20 of them, right? In the second column, you see in how many of the query segments they were present, right? So somewhere in the middle, you see intention find specific, and that was present in 57% of the query segments. So it was in most of the, or many of the queries when people did that, as opposed to evaluate duplication. That's somewhere in the 1/3 of the top. That was present in only about 7.5% of the segments, right? So that kind of gives an idea. The last 2 columns are 2 different baselines. And the middle column indicates the prediction accuracy for our system, where we use the behavioral data, right? Behavioral signals to predict present or absent of a intention. And so you can see in almost all the cases, those things lead to the highest accuracy. Now, the accuracy values vary a lot from 60% to 94% or so. But the important thing is we're able to predict or identify intentions at a fine grain level using behavioral features, right? So this is actually also, it's a very difficult problem to figure out why people are doing what they're doing, and doing so at a fine grain level with 20 possible intentions. So these are also promising results. Now, let's bring in the idea of the person who's doing the task. So we figured out some way to incorporate task. We figured out some way to incorporate intention. Now, bring it all together to also include who's doing this task. Now, again, reflecting back on the literature, people have talked about this all this time, right? That it matters who's doing the task. It affects how the task gets done. It matters what their motivation or intention is. It matters what their background and so on. So we kind of already know this. So there are theories, but now we wanted to do this empirically. So how do you do this? Well, we went with what's called path model. So what you do in path model is you represent your concepts like this, like task is a concept, a person's background is concept, behavioral signals is concept, and then you indicate how you believe there to be relationships, right? So task affects behaviors, okay, draw an edge there. A person's background affects their intentions, okay, draw an edge there, and so on, right? So you can express your theoretical beliefs or things that you found before from the literature or from your own experiments in some kind of a model like this. And you can also put edge, the weights on the edges. And you can also kind of play around with this to say, well, what if we remove this edge? What will that model look like? What if we add this edge, and so on? But of course, this is all theoretical. And we believe that this explains what really happens, but does it really? And that's where we start to apply this kind of model to the actual behaviors data that we have to see how well it can explain what's going on, right? And so what we did here, we took data from the study that I just described, the intentions study, because it had all kinds of data. It had data about people's intention, data about the task, data about people, right? And then you build different models. So in path model, there are two extremes. One is saturated model, where you connect everything with everything, right? So this is expressing the belief that everything affects everything else. And then the other extreme is independent model, where you believe that nothing affects nothing, right? So everything is independent. And then you have the full model, which is our belief from the theory or previous experiments. And then, of course, you can create all kinds of combinations. They say, well, let's just have intention and behavior affecting each other, or behavior and experience affecting each other, and so on. Right? So you can create all kinds of different models with different combinations. But then the question is, which of these models can explain what's really going on? So then you have data and you try to fit the models to that data. And the way you evaluate it is to look at the goodness of fit, which is what we did. So here in the bottom two rows, you see the baselines, the saturated model and independent model. The top row is the full model. And then the columns are essentially different information criterion that describes how well the model fits, right? And so you can see, again, I'm not going to point out that one is better than the other. At least we know that the baselines are not good. But then which model is the best? Well, it depends on which goodness of fit criteria you want to believe in, right? And so I will leave it up for that interpretation. But as you can see by many criterion, the model that we had the belief in based on theory, based on our previous work, based on other scholars' work, that seems to be giving us, the best fit to the data, that's able to explain what's going on in by most of this criteria. So that's actually kind of, again, encouraging. And now the question is, so what? So we are just confirming what we already knew from the theory. Does it add anything more? Well, yes, because now we can start having something more specific than just, task affects behavior. We kind of already knew that. But now we also discovered that there's this intervening variable called user characteristic, right? So yes, task affects behavior, but we didn't think about the intervening variable and specifically what part of that user characteristic variable, that their general search background, their topic familiarity, and their perceived difficulty. So these are the things related to a person that end up being intervening variables for task affecting behavior. So now you kind of start having a more specific kind of connection, right? Things that we already knew still hold. And again, so part of this modeling experimentation is to confirm what we believe, which we can, but then we can also get more specific. So in this case, let's say task product, the nature of the product that the task is asked to generate, affects people's browsing behavior. That's something that we believe before, we can confirm. But now we also come out with, if you really take a look at this, what happens is the nature of the task affects the perceived difficulty that the user has. And that affects the number of pages that they visit. So now we start to kind of pinpoint specific part of user characteristics, specific part of user behavior, and how things are connecting, right, in a more specific way. And this becomes very important as we move to the next thing, which is let's get out of this. Let's get out of this online world and see if you're talking so much about people. Well, people are people if they're sitting in front of a computer or they're moving around in the world. Is there really a link? So there is this idea of foraging, which has been around for a long time. And it's not just about IR or people. It's actually an animalistic behavior where animals move around in locations to collect different resources and for survivability. Our ancestor did that in the hunters-gatherers time. Now we kind of don't do the same way, but it's an evolutionary thing. It's probably still ingrained in us. And in some ways it still comes out. So people in information retrieval, information science have studied this in this information foraging theory, where it's been shown that people actually exhibit this foraging behavior when they're browsing and searching for relevant information. So there's this kind of a metaphor. And we said, well, metaphors aside, can we really use this idea to connect this key element of people, right? So people are the ones who are doing the search, but people are the ones who are living their lives in a certain way. There's got to be something more like deeper about people. So what do we do? Well, we did some studies. We recruited 31 participants, so that's not a lot, but we had them do a lot. We brought these participants to our lab. We gave them a fitness tracker, a Fitbit. We install an app on their phone that will track their location, and then we just let them be, right? So for the next month, we just let them live their life, and we were tracking their location, we were tracking their physical activities. Then we brought them to our building, set up 1% at a time. And we had set up like this treasure hunt game in the 3 floors of the building. And we let them kind of move around that physical space for 30 minutes, looking for clues, looking for treasure. Then we locked them into an escape room. I told you I'll come back to escape room. And unlike the traditional escape room where you have a group in the whole room, we did only 1% at a time. And in the room, they had to solve some puzzles, informational puzzles, look for information, evaluate information, and find the clues, get the key, get out, right? And then we took them to our interaction lab where we gave them different search tasks, right? So we had their geographic movement data. We had their physical movement data within a building, within a room, and then online search browse things. We also had them do all kinds of questionnaire, personality tests, spatial ability tests, risk and time preference. We collected a ton of data about them. When they were in this first month time, when they were just doing their geo exploration, every week we would show the map to them and show all the places we had tracked them. This was also for their privacy, so they could actually, just aware of the kind of data we're collecting about them. But we also asked them to annotate, so they could indicate that this is their home, this is their kind of workplace, this is a friend's place, and so on. When they came back and we had them do the treasure hunt, we put Google Glass on them so we could record everything that they were looking at. So on the left side here, you see some of the shots from their view as they were looking at things, right? As they were moving around that space. On the right side, you see the schematics of the 3 floors of that building. The blue rectangles are what we call information patch. And actually, this is the terminology used in information foraging literature also. That means there was some door or wall or window where there's some poster, some signs, something with information on it. So it's an information patch, right? The red circles indicate a place where participants stood or explored for some amount of time. So they were kind of gazing information, right? There's an information patch and they're paying attention to that or at least exploring. Right? So this is the way we encode it. This is the way we all the videos that we had to analyze. Here's some shots from escape room. As you can see, we had books and posters and other informational artifacts that the participant had to browse around, look at the clues, and ultimately unlock these boxes to find the key and so on. So lots of data still analyzing, but there are some interesting findings. We found that people who are risk averse, they issue fewer queries, right? So that's kind of mildly interesting. Now you're connecting people's personality in general to what they specifically do in an information retrieval situation. People who are short-term impatient, they would rather have one cookie now than 2 cookies later. They settle for less novel information. Again, connecting personality to the way people search and browse. More interestingly, if we look at how people live their life in geographic movement, right, for that 1 month, use that data to model them, and then use that model to connect them to somebody that they should collaborate with. In almost all the cases, that team, that collaboration ended up doing better than randomly pairing people, right? In an online search environment. So now think about this, you're using information about how people are when they move around in the physical world, using that to figure out who they should collaborate with when they're doing online searching, right? So this is kind of interesting. Now we are starting to connect these 2 different domains in a way, but that also tells us that there's something inherent about people. There's something about them that transcends different domains, whether there's physical domain or online domain. And there lies a very profound kind of finding, to me at least, that all this time we believe that task affects people's behavior. And people have shown, many scholars have shown that, our own work has shown that. And that's true. But what we found in our case, so we actually had people divided up in, based on their geographic movement information, we categorize them as explorer or exploiter. People who kind of like to move around more, go to more places, versus people who kind of are loyal to the same places that they keep going. Those fundamental behaviors, we thought, well, it's intrinsic, it's kind of fundamental to a human to who they are, and that will have impact on how they do the task, right? And that was true. So people who are more exploration friendly, they did good in exploration friendly tasks in online work. People who are exploitation friendly, they did well with exploitation friendly tasks. But because we knew that the nature of the task affects how people behave, we also anticipated that no matter they're exploration friendly or exploitation friendly in the physical world, when presented with an exploration friendly task in the online world, they will adjust to that. And so they did. So that proved that, yes, the task affects people's behavior. But surprisingly, a few people did not do that. So if somebody was really exploitation friendly, which means they would go into details about something, rather than just exploring a lot of things, and they were given an exploration friendly task, rather than adjusting to the nature of the task, they continued doing who they were, which is keep going deeper into something rather than going for the breadth, right? In other words, their personality was so strong that even when the task demanded them to change that behavior, they wouldn't do that. And so the thing that we learned, came out learning, is that yes, the task affects behavior, the nature of the task, but so does who the person is. And sometimes who the person is, their personality, that overcomes even the nature of the task. They would rather fail than change their own personality to just match the task. So this was a profound kind of understanding for us that, yes, we already believe that who the person is, what the task is, that kind of affects the behavior, but we never thought that there will be this kind of sometimes even conflict, right? But that's kind of an important thing. So where we are now, so we now have good ways to find all this connections of tasks, people, intentions, Okay, what do we do with that? Well, ultimately, we want to go to this place where we can provide this proactive help, because now we just know so much about them, about the tasks that they're doing. Can we help them in ways that we haven't been able to so far? And that's where this line of research that I've been pushing for the last few years called information fostering. So, and that's where we start becoming more intelligent, smarter, and not just simply fixing things as they break, but actually helping people even in a proactive way. So what is it like? So this is where I had this kind of a grand vision, this movie Minority Report. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend watching it this week, especially when you're stuck at home. It's a good entertainment. It's a sci-fi movie directed by Steven Spielberg that is set in the future where we have the ability to see in the future, detect a problem, and stop it before it happens. So detect a crime and stop it before it happens. Of course, there are all kinds of ethical and moral dilemma with this, where if you stop a crime from happening, what proof do you have that it was going to be a crime, right? But put that aside and say, well, can we do something like this? So rather than solving a crime after it happens, can we stop it from happening altogether? So that's where this new idea comes in, where typically what would happen in a search is there is a problem, you make suggestion, fix it. But in an information fostering approach, it's sort of like the GPS in your car that has information about traffic, right? So you're driving, there's no problem. Down the road, there is an accident, your GPS knows it, and it gives you a different route before you get close to that accident. So you never get to see the accident, you never get to encounter the problem, you just take a different path, right? And so that's sort of the idea of information fostering approach. So I'll quickly describe some preliminary experiments we did and what we found. We got data from different user studies. We developed a new theoretical framework for extracting and using behavioral features in exploratory search. And what we're trying to do is using this behavioral signals, trying to figure out if down the road, and down the road means 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, will there be any issues on this trajectory that the user is on? And it turned out that with good accuracy, we could actually predict that problems ahead, right? So that was kind of important, because there are two problems here. One is being able to predict that there's going to be a problem down the road. And second is, if you do that, finding a new path for the user. So for that new path, we did some simulations. And if we found there's going to be a problem down the road, then we would suggest a different path for the user based on some other users' behaviors and offer that path to the user. And assuming the user takes it, we showed that that path actually ends up being better than the original path, right? In terms of the depth and the breadth of information coverage because of that. So there are some preliminary experiments, again, a lot more to be done, but it was interesting to kind of see that once you start knowing enough about the task and intentions, and also who the person is, and start bringing it all together, you can actually do things like this, that you can actually go ahead and see what things could happen in the future and make proactive recommendations, make proactive help, suggestions, right? And that's just one application of this. Once you know enough about a user and the tasks that they're doing, the context in which they're working, you can start helping them in ways that wasn't possible before, right? Because that allows you to also help people when they're not even asking questions, when they're not even issuing a query, right? So that's actually very interesting, very, very useful. But of course, there are lots of limitations. Some of them actually, so the things that I describe here are rather simplistic, the kind of tasks, the kind of users, the kind of context, right? Most of these were in a control setting, right? And so that's very different than what happens in reality, where people are doing multitasking, they are distracted, they're doing multi sessions and all kinds of things. We are also ignore, for time being, the scale, the privacy, and the fairness issues. Actually, my lab has done some work in that, in those things, which I'm not describing here, but for time being, for this, we're kind of almost ignoring those issues, right? In addition, there are philosophical challenges here, right? So as it shows in this movie, Minority Report, and again, this is my second recommendation to you that please watch that movie if you haven't, and if you have seen it, watch it again. There is sort of this self-fulfilling prophecy that it's going to be bad because you say it's going to be bad, right? And so how do you kind of avoid that? You know, you're kind of changing the future in a way. And so how do you know that the original future was going to happen anyway, right? And that kind of causes a circular thing in the way you evaluate, because if you're using the same metrics for building the model as well as for evaluating, well, that's kind of cheating in a way, right? There are also this danger of making snap judgments. So many of the things that I described, we want to be able to use as little data as possible and make the prediction as quickly as possible. But maybe if you had only waited a little longer, things would have changed, things would have improved, but we would never know. And so there's also danger of making this kind of a bad decisions with snap judgments. Of course, there are all the host of privacy and ethical issues that I barely mentioned, but these are kind of bigger challenges, more than just experimental setup, more than just the data sets and so on. That being said, I think we still should care about this. We should still do this. Of course, we should do it responsibly, but here are my reasons for doing it. One of them is really driven by where things are shifting right now in the IR, right? So we start seeing this shifting of modalities. In the last decade, we saw it shifting to mobile devices and smart devices. Now we're starting to see it shifting to intelligent agents that are embedded into our speakers, our cars, in all kinds of ways. And I think about this as three phases. The first phase was about reliable voice recognition and retrieval, which I think we are pretty good. We have pretty good voice recognition and pretty good retrieval for those queries or questions. For the most part, there's still work to be done. The second phase is where we start turning the single interaction, single turn to multi-turns and have conversation that happens in a context where you really start having this question answer conversation. And that's something ongoing, but we still have some time to go, at least next 2 to 5 years. The third phase, which again has kind of started, but it's going to take longer to get to a meaningful place, is when these things start getting integrated into our lives. They get embedded into our tasks we're doing, and they're also proactive. So this is where a system is able to help us even when we're not asking for help. Right? It knows enough about us and the kind of tasks we are doing that it can provide kind of suggestions that we can never ask about. Right? But more importantly, these kind of work, I see it as actually having a more profound impact on our society, because even though we have tons of information, all these wonderful tools, it hasn't benefited people equally. There are still issues of people with information illiteracy. Right? There are still issues of misinformation. There are still issues of people blindly believing in a search engine, not realizing that there are all this clickbaits and fake news and all those things happen. So we need better tools, better ways to educate people, to help people. You have to think about that. If there are a lot of people who are, encountering information for the first time, online information on their mobile devices. This is, I'm talking about a lot of rural areas, right? So there are, while we assume that people have high-speed internet and all the tools and they know how to query and question, and well, not all the population in the world actually have that. So we need these smarter tools to help people who don't know how to ask questions, because people still don't know what they don't know. And so if you're relying on them giving us a query or question and then us helping them, well, that's just not going to happen. So I believe there is kind of this general idea of, yes, tasks and goals are important to address, and that's where we should go next. We know that in all the work we've done, seen in the last few years, not just myself, my lab, but also many other scholars, that we can use this behavioral signals, other contextual signals to model task intention in users. We of course need a lot more work. We need to focus on multitasking, multi-session, better integration of these things in our everyday life. And there are lots of applications for this. Finally, I want to, and this is where I kind of zoom out even more and give sort of this bold statements, which of course you can challenge me on, but that's what the opportunity is for me right now, giving this keynote. I believe it's the responsibility of this community to make information work. We are not the ones who are generating all the information, but it is our job to make that information really available, really working for the society at large, right? Because just having a ton of information is not enough. You know, the question is, how is this actually helping us, you know, to achieve the next stage of our evolution to advance our society? And if you look back at, again, thinking about Karen and how she at least inspired me to be reflective. If I think back and think about how we, decade by decade, we've done this, right? So before the 1980s, the prominent model was, if you needed information, you go to a librarian, ask for, and you have this like a reference interview, right? You know, you don't just say, here's my query or my question. No, the librarian is going to ask you like, okay, well, why do you need this? How are you going to use it, right? This is the kind of things that now I'm talking about, that, hey, we need to understand the task people are doing. We need to understand the context in which they're working. We need to understand who they are. Well, people did that. There are people who are trained to do those, and even now they're trained to do so. We're just not using them as much. But before the 80s, people, this was that was our model. But then we started moving things online and connecting things. So now we could just go to this online place. We didn't have to go to a physical place to access that, right? And as this online information became more and more, we started developing these tools. So again, having information is not enough. You also need ways to use it to make it to your benefit. So we had librarians, we got the search engines. In the 2000s, of course, tide shift, and now we start having massive amount of the social media influx, news streams and social media streams, right? And so there's, again, a ton of information, and we had to adapt to that. It actually changed our behavior. It changed the way we access and make use of information, right? In the last decade, we started seeing a lot of this insurgence of mobile and smart devices and intelligent agents. And I'm putting the smart and intelligent in quotes because it's debatable how smart and intelligent they are. And of course, my colleagues in AI will strongly disagree that these things are smart at all. But these devices have made it possible for us to access information in ways that wasn't possible before. And especially, as I say, a lot of people in the rural areas, this is their first time actually getting connected to the internet, actually having all this information that for decades we have touted for, right? And so I think where we're going now in the next, we're just at the start of a new decade, is that we're going to start seeing more of this keyword-based boxes kind of disappear or become less prominent, and more of the embedded system, right? Where we're just talking, we're just having conversation. We're not doing text. We're not even, it's a gesture-based, it's augmented reality, where our needs are expressed in not keywords, but in what we are doing, how we are doing, right? And so we have this task integrated smart systems that are aware of our context, that are embedded in the things we're using, and they're not relying on us asking a question or having a query, but they're proactive, they're actual smart, right? So I think that's where, and again, I'm biased, of course, this is my view, but that's where I see things going. And this is going to require conceptual leaps. This is going to require us to do more than just incremental improvements on things. And so that's where I want to quote Karen to end my talk here. Well, we need to stake out the ground much better than we have done so far, to be able to drive useful roads through the enormous jungle we are currently just viewing on day trips from the outside, right? And so looking back and looking forward, again, thanks to Karen, I've been reflective about this. The things that we want to do, they have been around. It's sort of like we're going in circle. We're going back to the time when we were able to go to a reference library and have that reference interview, the librarian who would kind of ask us these questions about who you are, why you want this information, how you want to use it. We're going back to those ways. We're just doing it in different ways now. But those ideas, those concepts are just equally valid and actually even more important now. So that's where I see the next decade going. And I'm excited to be part of this, and I'm excited to be continually inspired by Karen and other towering figures in our field. Once again, I want to thank the organizers for allowing me to be here today, for organizing this conference despite all the difficulties and the hardship. Thank you again to Karen and the Karen Spark Joan Award Committee for honoring me with this. I'm very humble, I'm very honored, and I want to thank all of you for attending this talk, no matter in which time zone you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Am I live now? Hello. Okay, so thank you very much. There was a nice demonstration of the interdisciplinarity that you are working in, and it was pointed out by both the people who supported you, but also the panel. So we can ask people to give us some questions. Could I just abuse my my power here and ask you a first question? Maybe just a very brief one, pragmatic one. I wonder how the coronavirus situation has maybe impacted you in two ways. One is user studies. You will probably find it much more difficult to run them. On the other hand, it's perhaps a catalyst for all this collaborative search that you talked about.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. So a couple of my students have run into this problem right now just as they were doing their dissertation studies. And so quickly they had to adapt to the situation where they have started turning their user study, and typically in which they would be bringing people to the lab, which of course is not possible right now, to doing remote studies where they would either be able to see, kind of have a remote, what the remote IT help would do is to have a remote login to your computer, or have the users remote login to their computer to do the task. And so they're quickly adapting to that. And I think that's going to have some impact going forward, because once we do these kind of things and develop methods and tools for doing that, I think it could serve us well even in the future when we are not locked down because of the pandemic. So I think so that's sort of a silver lining here. For the collaboration, I think it's interesting that again, this is kind of resurfacing as people are working online in space. So whether it's for the professional work or for just personal kind of a things, there's a lot more work now being done online, and that again calls for better tools for collaboration. And of course, what we saw years ago, that we still lack those kind of tools, and then people just kind of default to what they know better, which means lots of emails, and then trying to somehow work through some other tools like Slack or Teams that they know. But I think there's still room for improvement for true collaborative kind of systems.
Okay.
But it's sort of like, I would quote somebody who was who works in the accessibility space, that suddenly everybody is now talking about accessibility because we are all kind of in a way disabled because of this lockdown. But hey, the issues of accessibility have always been there. But because there is a smaller community, the rest of us didn't pay attention to it. But now the rest of us are in the same kind of a space. Well, now we are kind of resurfacing that issue. So I think this issue of collaboration is similar, at least in my opinion.
Okay, thanks. So let's just go through the questions and answers that we have listed here. So the first one was, will tasks be different based on vertical, for example, shopping, cab finding, accommodation, booking, Airbnb?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Will the tasks be different based on the type of vertical that you're looking at?
Yes, absolutely. So I think specifically, if you think about shopping, for instance, even within shopping, people may be doing it. There could be different tasks. So there is a spear phishing task, right, where you know what you want and you just want to go get it as quickly as possible. to the other extreme, which is window shopping, right? So you're not actually looking to buy anything, but you're just kind of browsing around. And so these are very different tasks, and the kind of support you would provide to those are going to be very different, right? And there's things in between. There are confirmatory tasks, so you've already kind of decided what you want to buy, but you want to just make sure that you're getting the best deal and so on, right? So you can imagine even within one vertical, there are going to be different kinds of tasks. And yes, so the kind of support you provide them is going to be different. So I think, yeah, if you're really trying to do that within even a given vertical, you still need to identify the subtask or the category of the task that people are engaged in. And I think that's where the notion of intention comes in, right? Because if you're only looking at the behavioral signals, they're limited, right? So you're only looking at their clicks and queries and browsing time and so on. But how do you extract the why they're doing what they're doing part from that? And that's the challenge part. But yeah, it's actually very important, because you can imagine providing different support based on learning about what they're trying to do and why they're doing.
Okay, thanks. I have to apologize for all these people who have questions and who have raised their hands. You're so popular, you are flooded with questions. I should also say on the chat channel, there are lots of clapping hands. So let me just pick one other question from the question and answering box, which is from the one and only Martin White. He asked, many users are querying in a second or even third language. Have you considered the extent to which this might affect the prediction of intent from the first query?
I'm sorry, actually, can I get to the question answer myself?
Yeah, you better.
Many users are querying in their second or even third language. Yeah, so I think this is an interesting, so when we were recruiting these people, and this is a limitation, right, where we actually asked for people, in most of these studies, people who with English as their first language, right? And so we kind of skirted the issue of people querying in their second language or third language, but it has come up, and I acknowledge that actually does have impact on people's behavior when they're searching in the language that's not their native language. So it has come up but in the studies that I was describing, we actually avoided that issue by only recruiting people who had English as their first language.
Okay, thank you very much. So we also had a question from Jord. Can we give Jord the microphone, because it's such a long question? I don't want to. Oh, you have a look at it. So.
Done.
So. So do you want to summarize and answer it?
Hi, Udo.
Oh, there you are. Good.
I'm in a noisy room, so sorry about that.
Good.
I can actually read and summarize if it's okay with you.
But Jord, we have Jord there. He can ask actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a long question. So yeah, I was wondering. I always feel as an advocate of the devil that proactive or information fostering systems, they take away power from the user. Which is good for advertisers like Google and Facebook. Maybe that's also why they promote this. But I was wondering how your task-based information fostering solutions will empower the user. So I would like to tell the system, this is my task. This is what I'm after.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, thank you for asking that question, because again, as I alluded to my talk toward the end, that I'm almost intentionally not talking about the ethical and moral issues, but it is actually very much on my mind. So, and I actually even talk about this, that imagine if we had an amazing, like we're not there yet, we are still struggling with a lot of the basic things, but imagine eventually we get to the place where we have a system that's so smart, knows so much about us, that it tells us what we're going to do before we do it. What happens to free will? Right? Because it tells us, I know what you're going to buy. Just go ahead and buy this. And it's like, oh yeah, you're right. And it just, so what happens? Like, I know how you're going to vote. Like, here's like, go and vote. So what happens to free will? So absolutely, I think there is definitely danger. This is actually a part of the runaway AI kind of a thing. So I'm very much aware of that. But I also want to point out that the origin of this information fostering was actually education, right? And actually that's where the terminology comes in, where we imagine, well, think about a good teacher who doesn't wait for a struggling student to take the exam and fail. They recognize that the student is struggling and being able to proactively help them before it's too late. And the help, I think the way this is kind of different than that dystopian future where you're just kind of telling somebody how to vote or what to buy, is that the system should actually encourage you to should not just give you an answer, but like a good teacher, also encourage you to ask good questions. So that was sort of the motivation, at least from my side, that no, we're not looking at, oh, the smart system that just knows everything about you and then just kind of make all the predictions. But no, that system is there as a good teacher, as a good librarian, who's actually trying to help you understand, learn, and not just get you the answer. So it was first and foremost in an education setting, with more of the creating like a guided learning path and helping the students. And I still have some work in specifically in that domain. But yeah, there is always that danger of if this actually becomes so smart and so powerful, then you're kind of, you may actually start taking that power away from the user, which I'm very aware of. I don't have a good answer other than that, you know, at least from my group, we're still trying to focus on the more of the educational benefits of this. I also acknowledge, yeah, I see there are issues of privacy and ethics. And again, that's something that, you know, we can talk a lot about it, but yeah, I completely acknowledge that for the most part, we are kind of, you know, not ignoring, but at least, you know, we're saying that that's out of scope for us because we are only collecting data from these people who gave us the consent and who are completely aware of what we are doing with that data and so on, including that study I described where we collected their location data. We gave them full visibility of the data that we were collecting about them, and they had the ability to remove any data that they didn't want us to see, or, you know, but yeah, in the scale of things, this is definitely a challenge.
Thank you, Chirag. That's a very, very, very thoughtful answer. And I really liked your talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you also for answering the next question already, because I would say you've answered part of Sagar's question already, right?
Yeah, I was looking at that for privacy thing, yes.
Okay, so there was another question in the chat channel from Laura Dietz. Let me just move up there again. She said, given that intentions are unbalanced, fewer present than absent, is accuracy the right measure to evaluate intention prediction?
What is the right measure? I'm sorry?
Accuracy.
Accuracy.
Right measure.
Yeah, so I mean, the accuracy here, no, actually we looked at some other measures also. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we were looking at, and at least the slide that I put up here was simply just saying, can we say if the intention is going to be present or not? And that's what the accuracy was. So kind of a, I don't know, maybe, so you're right. I think, you know, in that case, because it's just binary classification here, but accuracy was a quick way to see how well we will do against some baseline, because the baseline, one of the baselines was simply, look, if we know that find specific intention is present in most of the queries, then why not just say that it's present in any query, right? And so can we do better than that? And so that was kind of a way to say, yes, we could. But yeah, so the short answer to your question is no, accuracy is not the only way to do it. I wouldn't say that it's the worst way to do it or bad way to do it, but I would acknowledge that no, it's not the only way to do it. One of the things we were trying to actually do was also construct a vector of intentions, right? And so if you're looking at, so right now we treated each intention as a separate thing, like mutually exclusive, but maybe there's actually connection between some intentions. So when you have intention A, you also tend to have intention C and Z, right? And so can we actually recognize that and call it maybe a meta intention? So we've also tried doing some of that. And in that case, yeah, we're not looking at accuracy, but we're looking at representation of intentions in that space. But yeah, I didn't describe that.
Okay. Okay, thanks. So I think we have about 3 more minutes, if I'm right. I then also want to hand over the award, which is sitting over here, and have a glass to drink with you. But we probably have time for 1 or 2 more questions. So there's one which is quite fitting for our times about transparency. So can you make predictions become transparent enough so that users understand why a recommendation is being made?
Yes, thank you for that question again. So I do have another project, NSF project, which is about that transparency in recommendation. And as of now, we don't have a good way to do so. So to kind of quickly describe the challenge here, first is what is that explanation that you want to provide, right? So on one extreme, I can open up the whole algorithm and say, well, you're getting this thing because so. But that may be too much, too overwhelming for an average user. And then I could also be on the other extreme and say, well, I'm recommending this because this is good for you. Well, that's not transparent enough. So the first challenge is, what is a good way to create this explanation? What is a good explanation? And the second challenge is, what would really make sense for the user? Why do they want the explanation? How are they going to use it, right? And so both of these are not understood enough. My feeling is, again, it's going to depend on task. And I know everything for me, comes back to task, but in this case, it is actually true that for some tasks, it's okay for you to say that, oh yeah, system said this, I'm going to take it. I don't need any explanation. For some tasks, you do want to know that. And it may also depend on the user. For some user, they need more explanation. Some users, they don't. Again, these are just my hypotheses. We don't have proof, but we are working on it. And I know many other people are working on it. So yes, transparency. So when we talk about all of these things, I think the fairness, transparency, these things are related. And so when we think about our ethical obligations, privacy related obligations, fairness and transparency, I think they're all linked together. And it's not a question of should we do it or not. It's a question of how, right? And so I'm not denying that we need to be transparent, but how exactly? And so again, going back to that teacher-student example, if as a teacher, if you're telling a student that they need to change their behavior because what they're doing is going to lead them to failing a class, how do you exactly tell them? I mean, without threatening them, without making them feel like they're kind of somehow a bad person or whatever. I don't know. And that's why there's a human element to this, right? So from the algorithmic side, we can prepare the explanation, but it may not be the right kind of explanation. It may not be sufficient for the user. So I think, yes, we definitely need to do this. To the best of my knowledge, we don't have a good way to do this.
Okay. On that note, I think it's time perhaps to quote again from one of your supporting letters. I expect them to continue to push the frontiers of information seeking systems as we know them for years to come. So the good thing is we can expect answers to some of these problems that you have outlined there. What I would like to do is I would first like to say thank you very much. And I would also like to say sorry for those people whose questions were not answered. But I'm sure we can do that in some other way. First of all, let me just hand over the award to you then. So let's see. That's the one. I will ship it over to you. And I will also check whether I have a drink in my shelf there, prepared for you. Oh, there's one there. Very good, very good. So I think what I should do is I will fill these glasses for you and for me and to whoever else wants to join, and perhaps hand over to Jochen for now. So here's a glass for you. And perhaps Jochen can talk about this year's cycle of the Karen Spark-Jones Award. But yeah, congratulations again. Thanks for everybody attending, and over to Jochen perhaps.
Thank you, Uzo.
Cheers. And I'm cheering only with coffee. That's my default drink. Very well done, Chirag. A very inspiring talk. Thanks a lot. This was the 2019 award, as Udo explained. So with that, we can seamlessly move on to the 2020 award by saying, if any of you out there on this call are, professors, mentors of very talented young researchers who are within the first 10 years of their PhD, consider supporting your mentees and propose them, nominate them. We'll soon be sending out the call for nominations in the usual channel. That's the IR mailing list. Also, I've posted to the channel as well as on Twitter a couple of links if people want to know a little bit more about the award, about the past winners, and perhaps about Karen Spark-Jones' life, which is rather interesting. She is a child of Norwegian refugees. She got trained as a history teacher. Most people are not aware she's not actually a computer scientist by training. And her academic teacher, Margaret Masterman, was herself a historian and student of Wittgenstein. And actually, I believe it's due to her efforts that part of Wittgenstein's lectures were actually transcribed. Otherwise, we would not have them anymore. And that philosophy, if you remember what Wittgenstein said about games, that directly impacted the understanding of both what clustering is, and that categories are messy and so on and so forth. So it's intellectually very fascinating that there's this lineage. So feel inspired, to read up on what Chirag has published, and also what Karen and her predecessors have published. And in the spirit of the quote that he puts up, study the related work. There's a lot out there in the last couple of years. Even in the early neural network literature, it doesn't just go back to 2015. So with that, I conclude my ramblings. Consider your mentees, nominate tomorrow's talent, in particular, any capable ladies. We want to promote women in computing, in particular, women like Karen. Her career wasn't quite easy. We want to make sure that in the future, females will have it much easier, who are capable to get to the right positions. And that awards are a fantastic way to recognize accomplishments and potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you too. So. Okay, I think this then concludes today's first day of ECIR. So thank you very much to all of you, and I hope to see you tomorrow again at 9 a.m. Have fun.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and congratulations to organizers. Great job.
Thanks.
Thank you, Udo. I
Thank
just
you.
have
Thank you,
water.
Chirag.